Chapter 11:19. In the face of Tang Zheng's roar, Qiyu was incomparably excited. He said coldly, "Don't worry, I'll have them accompany you very soon. So go to hell." With a grab of the big hand, Tang Zheng found that his brain was firmly grasped by a force. It was incomparably painful, and his brain was about to explode. "Ah!" He screamed again, but it was no use. His eyes were wide open, as if they were about to explode. When the inner demons saw this scene, they were powerless. Despair appeared in their eyes. In the end, they directly turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch this scene. Because their fate had fallen into a hopeless situation because of this. Tang Zheng felt that he was really going to die. There was no turning back. His brain was about to explode, and a crack appeared on his glabella. Suddenly, a golden light rushed out from this crack, dyeing the surroundings golden yellow. A majestic force soared into the sky. Qiyu cried out in alarm and roared, "What's going on?" The inner demons hurriedly turned their heads, just in time to see this scene. They saw the golden light enveloping Tang Zheng's body, and the pain on his face actually weakened bit by bit. Dragon's might!" The inner demons cried out in alarm. A glimmer of hope appeared in Tang Zheng's despairing heart. He felt his whole body relax. The golden light was actually gushing out from the dragon seal. Within the dragon seal, the golden dragon was vivid and lifelike. It shook its head and wagged its tail. With a dragon's roar, it rushed out of the dragon seal and swam around Tang Zheng's body. Immediately, Tang Zheng was enveloped in an intense golden light, exuding a mysterious aura. Seeing this scene, Qiyu cried out, "What's going on?" Of course, he knew that Tang Zheng had the dragon seal, but he didn't think that the dragon seal would be of any use. In the end, he had great confidence in his Julie's soul transfer formation. However, when he discovered this scene, he was a little at a loss. His eyes flashed with a complicated expression as he stared at Tang Zheng. He grabbed with his hand, but the power of the array was unable to deal with Tang Zheng. On the other hand, Tang Zheng's arms and legs grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qiyu's eyes widened as he realized that something was wrong. However, he could only watch all of this happen helplessly. Just like Tang Zheng before, he was completely powerless to resist the power of the formation. The eyes of the inner demons lit up, and a smile gradually appeared on his face as he laughed maniacally. "Ha, Qiyu, didn't you boast about your success? What about now? Ha, this young man is indeed extraordinary. The dragon god arts that he cultivates, even you didn't have the chance to cultivate it back then." Since ancient times, dragons had always been very mysterious. Even the ancient times were no exception. Of course, Qiyu was not as lucky as Tang Zheng to be able to cultivate the dragon god technique. As for the mysteries and wonders of the dragon god technique, he knew nothing about it. You want to turn defeat into victory. Dream on. Qiyu roared with indignation. His body flashed, and he attacked Tang Zheng with both of his fists. The terrifying power of his attacks caused the air to tremble. However, Tang Zheng did not move at all. He saw the two fists, but he was now entangled by the golden dragon and could not move at all. He could only watch as the fists grew bigger and bigger and came crashing down on his head. Roar! With a dragon roar, the golden dragon opened its mouth towards Qiyu. A beam of golden light shot out of the dragon's mouth and blocked the two huge fists. Qiyu's expression changed drastically, and he could not move forward anymore. A layer of golden light gradually appeared in Tang Zheng's eyes, and his arms and legs grew back. Suddenly, he found that he could move again. He threw a punch, and the golden dragon entwined around his arm. The dragon head and the fist merged into one, and a sword projection flashed, colliding with Qiyu's fist. Boom! With a loud noise, Qiyu staggered back and fell to the ground. The golden light on Tang Zheng's body gradually dissipated, and he returned to his original appearance. However, the golden dragon spat out a golden dragon pearl from its mouth. The golden light flickered, and a golden line was drawn out from the dragon pearl like a silk cocoon. It flew lightly to the top of Tang Zheng's head, and slowly extended into the top of his head. In an instant, Tang Zheng seemed to have become transparent, and the golden line in his body could be seen clearly. At the same time, the 9th meridian in Tang Zheng's yuanying was completely formed. His cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and he instantly reached the 9th stage of the yuanying realm. The continuous absorption of Qi Yu's blood was completely integrated into his yuanying. His cultivation improved again, and he reached the 1st stage of the divine transformation realm. Pa, pa, pa. A series of strange sounds came from his body, and at the same time, Tang Zheng slowly regained control of his body. Qi Yu noticed this and screamed in shock. How could this be? The Jiuli soul-shifting formation had also failed. This was a trap that he had carefully prepared for tens of thousands of years, but it was broken by Tang Zheng so easily. Qi Yu realized what kind of situation was waiting for him. His heartstrings trembled, and he actually felt a trace of fear. He could actually feel fear. Not many people would believe him if he told them. But at this moment, he truly experienced this feeling. Tang Zheng regained control of his body, and when he looked around, he was shocked. He had indeed returned to the demon race, and there were demons all around him. What should he do? However, he did not have time to pay attention to the other demons for the time being, because the battle in Qi Yu's heart was not over yet. Qi Yu resisted again, and fiercely attacked Tang Zheng. Break! Tang Zheng growled and punched out again. The entire space trembled violently, as if it was about to be shattered by this punch. Bam! Crack! The two fists collided, and Qi Yu's arm was twisted and broken at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, Qi Yu flew back like a kite with a broken string. Tang Zheng did not give him a chance to breathe. This time, he was determined to completely destroy Qi Yu. Qi Yu was also aware of this. While still in midair, he reacted and used the last bit of his power to mobilize the last bit of power of the Jiuli soul-shifting formation. Soul-shifting formation. Qi Yu roared. Bam, bam, bam. A series of explosions sounded, and the members of the Jiuli soul-shifting formation exploded one after another, turning into pools of blood. Except for Saint King, who luckily escaped, no one else survived. This unforeseen event really frightened many people. The people of demon race looked as if they had seen a ghost. They looked at this scene in disbelief, and many people screamed at the top of their lungs. Saint King's face suddenly changed, and he asked, "What's going on?" These people who died were the elites of the demon race, and in an instant, they had inexplicably exploded and died. The blow to him was self-evident. Saint King stared at Tang Zheng, hoping that he would give him an answer. But Tang Zheng was no longer Qi Yu. How could he give him an answer? He did not even look at him. Looking at this scene, 100 Faces' heart skipped a beat. If Qi Yu returned, he would definitely not be able to gain any benefits. It was better to take this opportunity to escape, and wait until he recovered from his injuries before deciding what to do next. With that thought in mind, 100 Faces' Star Sovereign retreated to the back of the crowd without leaving a trace. Seeing that the other people's attention was firmly attracted to the big formation, he quickly disappeared like there was oil under the soles of his feet. No one noticed the 100 Change Star-Lord because they were truly frightened by this sudden turn of events. Seeing that Tang Zheng did not answer his question, Saint King's heart skipped a beat. He had an ominous premonition that something had happened. "Ancestor Qi Yu, what's going on?" Saint King asked unwillingly. Tang Zheng's attention was completely attracted by the matter in Qi Yu's heart, and did not pay attention to Saint King. In Qi Yu's heart, when Qi Yu shouted that sentence, his whole body was suffused with a mysterious light, and then gradually became faintly discernible, like a cloud of fog. "Young man, quickly stop him, his soul is out of his body, and he wants to leave your body." The inner demons were experienced and knowledgeable, and immediately saw through Qi Yu's thoughts. Tang Jing nodded fiercely, tipped his toes, and rushed toward Qi Yu, shouting, "Stop!" Qi Yu glared at Tang Jing fiercely, and hysterically roared, "Tang Jing, I won't let this go, you wait for me." Just as Tang Jing's fist was in front of Qi Yu completely faded, and disappeared without a trace. "Sigh," he succeeded, "his soul is out of his body, truly leaving your body." The inner demon sighed regretfully. Tang Zheng's attention shifted to the outside world, and saw a green gas rising from the top of his head, flying into the air. Soul out of body. The sage immediately cried out in alarm as he recognized this scene. "I'm Qi Yu's soul, quickly help me." A voice appeared out of nowhere, giving everyone a fright. Saint King had a flash of inspiration, and understood what was going on. He took out a treasure box, and hurriedly said, "Ancestor Qi Yu, quickly come in." The treasure box lit up with a ray of light, and the green gas was sucked into it. Tang Jing saw this scene, but he did not have time to stop it, because all of this happened too quickly. Qi Yu didn't die. Tang Jing fiercely clenched his teeth, and stared at the treasure box, wishing he could immediately rush over and snatch it back. "Kill this brat." Qi Yu's voice came from the treasure box. He was only a strand of soul, and could not take the initiative to attack people, so he could only give orders to the other demons. Saint King also understood. Previously, Ancestor Qi Yu must have occupied this body, but later on, for some reason, Ancestor Qi Yu's soul was out of body, and he was expelled. Saint King's gaze towards Tang Jing also changed. To be able to expel Qi Yu from his body, perhaps even he himself was unable to do this. This brat's cultivation did not seem high, it was truly strange. Could it be that celestials were all so extraordinary? Saint King could not understand Tang Jing, but since Qi Yu had given the order, he could only carry it out. Thus, he hurriedly ordered his subordinates, "Kill him." Some of the demons did not react. Weren't they so respectful to this person just a moment ago? Why did they want to kill him now? These doubts flashed through their minds, but the demons still attacked Tang Jing. Chapter 11:20. Demon clan rushed over, Tang Jing waved his hand, and the war soul sword on the ground flew into his hand. However, the war soul sword started to tremble violently, as if it could leave his hand at any time. Pinnacle novel. Tang Jing frowned. Previously, the war soul sword was controlled by Qi Yu, but now, it seemed that the war soul sword was still under Qi Yu's control, and he was actually unable to communicate with the war soul sword. Of course, he could not let the war soul sword return to Qi Yu's hands. With a thought, he kept the war soul sword into the Sumra world, cutting off the connection with Qi Yu. He immediately took out the heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting arrow, bent the bow and knocked the arrow. With a whoosh, the sun-shooting arrow flew out, piercing through the bodies of the few demon clan S at the front, and then whistled through the crowd. Puff, 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 blood splattered everywhere as people fell under the sun-shooting arrow. Seeing his clansmen fall one by one, Saint King's eyes were filled with killing intent. He snorted heavily and said, "You're really strong, fall down for me." The sage spread out his palm, and a fist-sized axe appeared in his palm. The axe radiated a great amount of light, and suddenly became bigger. In the end, it turned into a huge axe, and on its surface, there were complicated veined patterns engraved. Holy artifact. Tang Zheng's pupils constricted as he immediately recognized it. "You still have some eyesight. It's your honor to die under my heaven-splitting axe." Saint King pointed his finger, and the heaven-splitting axe flew into the sky. It descended from the sky, and fiercely chopped towards Tang Jing. Tang Jing snorted coldly, and said, "You should leave this honor to yourself. Tang Jing moved his mind, and the sun-shooting arrow flew back, transforming into a ray of light, and collided with the heaven-splitting axe. Flowing light overflowed with brilliant colors as it spread out in all directions. The few individuals standing at the very front were affected, and they were directly sliced apart at the waist by this streak of light, dying on the spot. It was a bloody scene. Tang Jing didn't even blink because he retreated a few meters before he could stabilize his body. He stopped and looked at Saint King in shock. He couldn't see through Saint King's cultivation, but there was no doubt that it was higher than his. Moreover, he had the help of a divine weapon like the heaven-splitting axe. Tang Jing understood that he was no match for him, so he decided to retreat. He didn't want to face the devil race's army head-on. If not for Qi Yu's return, he would have returned to Hua Xiao long ago. The demon race had the advantage in numbers. Moreover, even Qi Yu had appeared, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. Seeing the sky-splitting axe attack again, Tang Jing hurriedly dodged, trying to dodge. However, the sky-splitting axe's attack was fast, ruthless, accurate, and flexible. Tang Jing had nowhere to hide. At this critical moment, a light flashed in Tang Jing's hand as he summoned the holy armor shield. Bang! A sound wave spread in all directions, and Tang Jing flew far away like a cannonball. He landed heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Saint King's strength was too strong, and Tang Jing was no match for him at all. He leaped up like a carp and got up again. He rushed toward the cliff not far away and jumped off the cliff. Whoosh! The war soul sword flew back into his hand at the speed of lightning. Splash! Water splashed everywhere, and he fell into the sea. Saint King also caught up, but looking at the boundless sea, he stomped his feet unwillingly, but there was nothing he could do. How useless, you actually let him escape. Qi Yu's voice sounded again, and he reprimanded sternly. Saint King lowered his head, and didn't dare to refute. A person's name, a tree's shadow. Although Qi Yu was only left with a strand of soul, Saint King still didn't dare to disobey him. Ancestor, what should we do next? What about that 100 Faces Star Lord? Qi Yu didn't answer, but asked instead. The sage's heart skipped a beat, and he raised his eyes to look around. There was no sign of the 100 Transformation Star Sovereign. His face immediately turned gloomy like a piece of black charcoal, and he said, "How cunning. I actually let him escape." Humph, both of them escaped. Fine, as long as you guys return, it's only a matter of time before we catch them. With Ancestor here, dealing with them is a piece of cake. Saint King said flatteringly. Qi Yu hadn't enjoyed such treatment for many years. When he was in Tang Jing's body, he was squeezed until he was choked. However, when he thought of Tang Jing, Qi Yu was very dissatisfied. This was because Qi Yu's heart stayed in Tang Jing's body, which was definitely convenient for Tang Jing. Qi Yu's heart contained too much power and energy. If Tang Jing completely digested it, his cultivation would definitely rise to another level. In addition, he was only left with a strand of soul. Even if he was reborn, his cultivation would be greatly reduced, and he couldn't be compared to his peak in the past. All in all, the current situation wasn't what he wanted. He carefully planned for so long, but in the end, it ended up like this. Just thinking about it made him angry. First, tell me what's going on in Beyond Heaven. Qi Yu controlled his anger and asked the question he had always been curious about. In the past, before Mount Buzhou was broken, he sent many people to explore Beyond Heaven, but these people didn't return, and they didn't bring back any news at all. This matter had always been a regret for him. Now that the Devil clan had returned, the matter of Beyond Heaven was naturally no longer a secret. Although Saint King didn't know why Qi Yu was so eager to know the situation in Beyond Heaven, his face became bitter when he recalled the various things in Beyond Heaven, and he resentfully explained. As Qi Yu listened, he felt that it was inconceivable, and even exclaimed, Tang Jing emerged from the sea. He had been swimming for a long time, and was very far away from the devil clan. His expression was very solemn. Now, not only had the devil clan returned, but even Chi Yu had also left his body and obtained freedom. Now that the devil clan and Chi Yu were together, it was obvious that nothing good was going to happen. In the past, he didn't have a strong impression of Chi Yu. Although he had always been wary of him, this time he realized that he had really underestimated him. Ordinary people couldn't guess Chi Yu's thoughts, and he was vicious and merciless, definitely not inferior to the 100 Faces Star-Lord, perhaps even surpassing him. Tang Jing couldn't guess what he was going to do next, but it was definitely not something good. Moreover, the devil clan had returned with the hatred of the past, so they were going to go all out, and this world was going to be completely chaotic. "Young man, quickly let me out, I'll help you deal with Chi Yu," the inner demon suddenly said. "You have a way to deal with him?" "Of course, back then he and the Yellow Emperor painstakingly sealed me, you should know that I'm a threat to him. As long as you let me out, we can definitely deal with him together." The inner demons couldn't wait to say. When he saw the power of Tang Zhang's dragon seal, he gradually dispelled the idea of taking over Tang Zhang's body. He felt that it was better to find a new body, as long as he could be reborn, then he would be like a fish swimming into the sea, and no one could stop him. Tang Jing pondered, the inner demons were definitely not easy to deal with. He actually summoned Chi Yu and the Yellow Emperor to join forces to seal him. One could imagine how big of a threat he was. If he let him go, wouldn't it be like letting a tiger return to the mountain? Seeing Tang Jing hesitate, the inner demons quickly persuaded, "Young man, I'm a man of my word, I'm definitely not a treacherous villain like Chi Yu, as long as you let me out, I'll definitely help you." "Okay, then I'll let you out." After a long while, Tang Jing finally made up his mind. The inner demons were an unknown quantity, but one thing was certain, and that was that the inner demons and Chi Yu were definitely not on the same side, and there would definitely be a fierce battle between the two sides. He hoped that this could temporarily suppress Chi Yu, so that he wouldn't be too arrogant and unscrupulous. "Great, you definitely won't regret this decision." The inner demons was overjoyed and quickly complimented. Tang Jing didn't comment, his divine sense entered Chi Yu's heart, and immediately saw the inner demons trapped in the cage, his face full of expectation. "Can't you open this cage yourself?" Tang Jing asked. The inner demons looked bitter. "I don't know what method Chi Yu used, but I can't break out of this cage." "Then I'll give it a try." Tang Jing circulated his power and punched the cage. Bang! The loud sound spread far and wide, and the cage trembled a few times, but it was safe and sound. Tang Jing didn't expect the cage to be so sturdy. He had used all of his power, but he still couldn't shake it. The inner demon's face became more and more ugly. After thinking for a while, he suggested, "Try using the power of the dragon seal again." "Okay." Tang Jing circulated the dragon god technique, and the golden dragon immediately flew out of the dragon seal and coiled around his arm. Roar! Amidst the dragon's roar, Tang Zhang's fist once again hit the cage. Bang! The sound was louder, and the trembling was more intense, but in the end, the cage still steadily stopped, and there was no sign of it being damaged. The inner demons rolled his eyes and almost fell to the ground, exclaiming, "Impossible, how is this possible? There must be a way to open this cage." Tang Jing remembered Chi Yu's words and said, "Chi Yu once said that other than him, no one else can open this cage." The inner demon shook his head and said, "Impossible, that was just a trick he used to scare people, there must be another way." Tang Jing shrugged and said, "I've already tried, you saw it too, I can't open the cage, so I can't let you out." Tang Jing said that this was the will of the heavens, although he wanted to use the inner demons to suppress Chi Yu, but now it seemed that this beautiful hope had been shattered. In fact, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, the inner demons was an unknown factor, and if he was more dangerous than Chi Yu, then he would have no chance of winning against two powerful enemies. He withdrew from Chi-Yu's heart and looked in the direction of the island nation. The wind had long since faded, and there were no dark clouds. Perhaps the rest of the world still didn't know that the island nation had changed, that this country had already perished, and that the people living on it were a group of even more ferocious people. My family definitely doesn't know about this news. I must immediately inform them and let them be fully prepared. The demon race definitely won't just stay on this tiny island nation, they will definitely return to Huaxia. Chapter 11:21. A person flew over from the sky. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look like an otherworldly fairy. Whoosh! Even though they were far apart, Tang Zheng was able to recognize her from her familiar aura. He leaped up and flew up from the sea. He rushed into the air and shouted, "Fu Yao!" The Empyrean fairy looked down and saw Tang Zheng. She asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" The two of them landed on the surface of the sea. Their feet stepped lightly on the water as if they were walking on flat ground. Tang Zheng sighed, "It's a long story. Why are you here?" The Empyrean fairy could not hide the seriousness between her eyebrows. She glanced in the direction of the island nation and said, "I found a strange phenomenon in the island nation." "Did something happen?" Tang Zheng said solemnly, "The devil clan has returned." "What?" The Empyrean fairy raised her eyebrows. She could not hide her surprise. "How many of them?" "I don't know. Anyway, there are many of them. There are many experts among them," Tang Zheng said in a deep voice. He looked at the Empyrean fairy with a strange look in his eyes. "Hey, your aura has changed a lot. Could it be that your power has increased greatly?" The Empyrean fairy absorbed the energy of the crystals on the island, so her power would naturally increase. However, Tang Zheng felt different. The Empyrean fairy gave him an unfathomable feeling. This was not as simple as a little improvement. A hint of joy flashed across the Empyrean fairy's face. She said, "Didn't your cultivation also improve a lot? You actually reached the first grade of the semi-god realm so quickly. Did you have a fortuitous encounter?" Tang Zheng smiled bitterly. "It's not a fortuitous encounter. It's just a narrow escape. I almost lost my life." After a pause, Tang Zheng asked again, "What's your cultivation level?" "The first grade of the Mahayana realm." "So high!" Tang Zheng exclaimed. The Empyrean fairy had only been in the divinity transformation stage. It was commendable for her to break through that threshold so quickly. "If it weren't for your crystals, I wouldn't have been able to progress so quickly," Empyrean fairy said emotionally. Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "What about the crystals?" The Empyrean fairy understood what he was thinking and said, "The crystal has shrunk a lot. In time, it will be completely absorbed. At that time, the scarlet lunar beast will be able to come out." Tang Zheng was overjoyed. "That's great." The scarlet lunar beast was hiding too many secrets, especially the secrets about the outer heaven. Once the scarlet lunar beast was freed, perhaps he would have the chance to find out. Besides, now that the demons have returned, Chi will definitely know about the situation in the heavens beyond. On the other hand, Tang Zheng and the others were at a loss. He really didn't like this feeling. "You just said that you had a narrow escape. Could it be related to the return of the demons? You've already fought them head-on." The Empyrean maiden suddenly thought of something and asked curiously. Tang Zheng smiled bitterly. "You guessed right. Let me tell you bit by bit." After Tang Zheng finished speaking, the Empyrean fairy fell into deep thought. Her expression became more and more serious. She said, "Chi-Yu and the inner demons have always been in your body." Obviously, this was unexpected news. Tang Zheng didn't mention it to anyone else. Tang Zheng nodded. At this point, there was no need to hide it anymore. The Empyrean fairy looked at him deeply. She didn't pursue the matter. She understood that everyone had their own secrets. It was impossible to tell everyone. The ever-changing Star-Lord is such a troublemaker. He actually activated the mountains and rivers blood sacrifice formation and used the lives of an entire nation to summon the demons back. He's insane. The Empyrean fairy said in a stern voice. At this point, we should think of a countermeasure. The demons have Chi-Yu and so many experts. We may not be their match. Tang Zhang said in a deep voice. The Empyrean fairy nodded. If I didn't meet you, I would definitely make a trip to the island nation. Since that's the case, there's no need to go. The Empyrean fairy wasn't afraid of the demons. She knew that what was done was done. Even if she went to the island nation, she wouldn't be able to change the situation. On the contrary, it would let the demons know that she had reached the Grand Ascension realm. They would be more cautious and have fewer openings. The demons were currently very arrogant. They would definitely make a rash move and make mistakes. Once this mistake was made, they would be able to give them a fatal blow. This was a brilliant countermeasure. Tang Zhang was extremely intelligent and immediately understood the Empyrean fairy's thoughts. He said, "Let's go home first." In the capital, when they returned, they found that there were many strange people around their house. However, because of the protection of the formation, these people could only watch from afar and couldn't set foot in the villa. When they saw Tang Zhang return, there was a strange movement in this group of people. Tang Zhang coldly swept a glance and saw a person walking over with large strides. Tang Zhang stopped and narrowed his eyes. He judged that this person was definitely from the government because of his official aura. Sure enough, this person walked in front of Tang Zhang and said with a serious expression, "Tang Zhang, please come with us and cooperate with an investigation." Tang Zhang frowned and asked, "What investigation?" "Everyone knows what you have done in the island nation. Kidnapping the emperor in front of everyone has already caused a dispute between countries. The island nation has already protested to us and asked us to hand you over." Tang Zhang's mouth revealed a trace of ridicule, and said, "It seems like you don't know what happened in the island nation." "Of course I know. Kidnapping the emperor is an extremely terrible and terrifying act. You will become the public enemy of the entire world." Tang Zhang was already sure that this person did not understand the real situation, and asked back, "The island nation no longer exists, what's the use of threatening me?" "No longer exists? What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think you can escape responsibility with this nonsense?" Tang Zhang rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to waste his breath on someone who did not understand the situation. He turned and walked while saying, "I'm in a bad mood, you better not ask for a rebuff. If you want to capture me, I'll be waiting for you. You better go back and understand the situation. What exactly happened in the island nation?" "Stop!" The person who came shouted loudly. His mission was to bring Tang Zhang back for investigation, but he did not expect that Tang Zhang would not cooperate at all. Just as he was about to reach out and grab him, he found that he had touched an invisible wall. Then, he was fiercely bounced back and sat on the ground, watching Tang Zhang enter the villa. Tang Zhang did not have the energy to pay attention to such a small character. As for who he was on, he was not at all interested. Compared to the intrigue in the officialdom, the demon race was the most troublesome problem. Tian Chanzi had already received a call and was waiting at home. He was someone who had seen the mountain river blood sacrifice array with his own eyes, so although he was far away, he was still certain that the island nation had activated the mountain river blood sacrifice array again. He was about to rush over to investigate when he received a call from Tang Zhang. After a few words of explanation, he anxiously waited at home. He paced back and forth, the floor almost cracking from his footsteps. The others also returned home one after another, their expressions grave. Although they did not know what exactly had happened, they had already realized that the matter was definitely very serious. Otherwise, Tang Zhang would not have called them back one by one, and even Tang Ling'er and Princess and were called back. Only Mu Hongyan was still dealing with the follow-up problems in the pharmaceutical factory and could not return for the time being. However, he had also sent more Witch Clan warriors to protect him, with Yi Yuan personally leading the team. When the two of them returned to the villa, a ray of light flashed in the backyard, and the transmission array was activated. After the light disappeared, the Witch Clan elder appeared. The hall of the villa was already filled with people. Wu Junshan and Lan Yu were also among them. When Tang Zhang and Empyrean Fairy walked in, everyone immediately looked at him in unison, and many people stood up. Tian Chanzi suddenly stopped in his tracks, walked towards him with long strides, and asked, "You said that the demon clan has returned, what exactly is going on?" He did not explain it clearly on the phone, but Tian Chanzi's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat, as he desperately wanted to know more details. The others did not know about the return of the demon clan, but when they heard this, they were all shocked and looked at Tang Zheng without blinking. Tang Zheng's expression was serious. He swept his gaze across the crowd, looked at their worried expressions, and said, "The demon clan has indeed returned, and it is not like last time when there were only 100 or so people. This time, there are thousands of people, and it is the main force of the demon clan." The demon clan was a part of the cultivators, and they were cruel and unscrupulous. Back then, New Era had expelled them to the sky beyond heaven, and now that they had returned in large numbers, they would definitely come for revenge. At that time, they would definitely be in a terrible situation, and as for how the demon clan returned, all of this was caused by the 100 Transformation Star Lord. Tang Zheng spoke tirelessly, explaining the whole story clearly. When everyone heard that the island nation had been annihilated, they all turned pale with fright and cried out in alarm. A chill ran from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. This move of the 100 Transformation Star Lord was indeed too ruthless. The hall was very quiet. No one spoke for a long time, as they were all immersed in shock. When the Witch Clan elder heard that Chi Yu was not dead, the wrinkles on his face trembled a little, and his expression was complicated. Seeing that no one else spoke, the elder said, "Sir Envoy, Chi Yu is the ancestor of the Witch Clan, and has a deep relationship with the Witch Clan. Can we persuade him to stop and not harm innocent people?" Tang Zheng looked deeply at the elder. This time, he had specially invited the elder over because he did not want to hide it from him. The Witch Clan was a member of the Nine Li tribe, and had a deep relationship with Chi Yu. If he did not tell him the truth now, it would cause him to be unhappy in the future. As for what the Witch Clan would choose, he believed in his own judgment. He had been in contact with the Witch Clan for so long, and he thought that he understood the Witch Clan very well. The Witch Clan was a simple and kind race. They did not have the cruelty and ruthlessness of the Demon Clan. Furthermore, the elder was a kind-hearted person. The elder was nervous. Seeing Tang Zheng look over, he hurriedly added, "Sir Envoy, I will take the initiative to go and talk to him." Chapter 11:22. Although Tang Zheng did not agree with his opinion, the elder was not angry. Compared to the rumors of Chi Yu, he trusted Tang Zheng even more. If not for Tang Zheng, the Witch Clan would probably still be trapped in the 10,000 huge mountains. Tang Zheng had given the Witch Clan a new lease on life, and the entire Witch Clan was deeply grateful. "Then what should we do, Lord Envoy?" Tang Zheng fell into deep thought, and the others also fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Tian Chanzi raised his head and said, "We are weak, even with the addition of the martial artists, we are not a match for the Devil Clan. We must find help. Where is the helper? Could it be that we are going to find Lord Ji Wuxiang?" Wu Junshan asked doubtfully. Wu Junshan and Ji Wuxiang's enmity was not small, how could he bow his head to him? Tian Chanzi shook his head, Ji Wuxiang may not be a match for the Devil Clan. For thousands of years, who is the only one who can resist the Devil Clan? The righteous path. Everyone thought of an answer in their hearts. The devil clan was very united, but the righteous path was a large-scale concept. The righteous path was derived from the Yellow Emperor's tribe, and eventually evolved into many sections. These sects were not as united as the devil clan, and each of them governed their own affairs. Although their combined strength was strong, they had not completely exterminated the devil clan after so many years. Tian Chanzi's original sect, Kingsaman, was one of the righteous sections. Tian Chanzi was naturally a member of the righteous path, and naturally thought of this countermeasure. However, everyone knew that the righteous path had been expelled to the sky beyond heaven, so where could they find the righteous path? Tian Chanzi turned his head and looked at Tang Jing with a burning gaze, and asked, "Heaven and Earth Xian Stone, how many have you collected?" Tang Zhang's head moved, and said, "You want to rebuild the heaven stairway." Tian Chanzi did not deny it and said, "This is the only way." Tang Zhang's expression became serious. He couldn't help but think of Yan Qingyi's prophecy about the end of the world. The stairway to heaven was mentioned in the prophecy. In that scene, the stairway to heaven had been successfully rebuilt. Tian Chanzi suggested to rebuild heavenly chess. Could it be that the prophecy was going to come true? Tang Jing subconsciously rejected the idea of reforging the stairway to heaven. No, the sky beyond heaven is definitely not a paradise. Otherwise, the devil race would not have gone through so much trouble to come back to this world. If we reconstruct the stairway to heaven and connect it to the sky beyond heaven, what if something goes wrong? Tang Zheng raised his concerns. Tian Chanzi disagreed and said, "We can't guess the demon race's thoughts. As for the dangers of the sky beyond heaven, there is also a righteous path. As long as we take back the righteous path, then destroy the stairway to heaven. This way, we can fight back against the demons and prevent this world from falling into the hands of the demons." Tang Jing obviously understood that this was a method, but he still subconsciously resisted this point and chose to remain silent. Tian Chanzi asked, "Tang Jing, when you were collecting heaven and earth black stones, there were a total of 99 heaven and earth black stones. Did you collect them all?" Hearing about heaven and earth black stones, Tang Zheng's eyes flashed with a bright light and said, "Who said it has to be the righteous path? I have a way to deal with the demons." "What way?" Everyone was very curious and looked at him without blinking. "Release the 5-clawed golden dragon," Tang Zheng said in a powerful voice. This sentence gave everyone a fright. Many people's faces changed and many more people revealed doubtful expressions. One of them was Princess Anne. She did not know that there was a dragon in the imperial city. Absolutely not. The 5-clawed golden dragon is not a small matter. This is a divine beast. If it goes out of control, it will cause more harm than the demons. The mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens said thoughtfully, "That's one way." During the Battle of the Imperial City, Sheikh Tang Jing and the 100 Transformation Star Lord had personally witnessed Tang Zheng's actions of suppressing the 5-clawed golden dragon, leaving a deep impression on her. When the others saw that Empyrean Fairy supported Tang Jing, their expressions were different. Fang Shishir said, "Tang Jing definitely has his reasons for making this decision." Yi Dingdang, Wu, and Lu Qingmei nodded at the same time. In the hearts of these women, of course they unconditionally believed in Tang Jing. The others were hesitant. Tang Jing glanced at Empyrean Fairy and said, "Although the 5-clawed golden dragon is a divine beast and is extraordinary, I can control it and make it not dare to stir up trouble. This way, we can resist the demons. Will it listen to your orders?" Lan Yu asked worriedly. As a mother, she was most worried about her son's safety. Tang Jing smiled and said, "This is not up to it." The 5-clawed golden dragon's brain had his soul imprint. Even if it wanted to resist, it could not. Moreover, the 5-clawed golden dragon still needed him to escape, so it was even more impossible for it to go against Tang Zheng's wishes. In addition, there were still heaven and earth profound stones buried under the imperial city. Once he released the 5-clawed golden dragon, he could naturally take out the heaven and earth profound stones. The other heaven and earth profound stones were buried around the tree of life. Then he would have all 99 heaven and earth profound stones. Even if he really wanted to reforge the stairway to heaven, he could do it. Of course, reforging the heavenly chess was a last resort. He would not make this decision until the very last moment. You can rest assured. Although the 5-clawed golden dragon is powerful, it must listen to Tang Jing. Empyrean Fairy testified for Tang Jing. Tian Chanzi looked left at Tang Jing, right at Empyrean Fairy, and resentfully said, "Since that is the case, then we can give it a try." The others pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. "Tang Jing, do you need me to do anything? I can ask my father Emperor for help." And suddenly said, "Not at the moment. How are your jewels coming along?" Tang Jing casually asked. Anne's face lit up with joy and said, "We have already held a small-scale auction and sold for a high price. Later on, we will hold a large-scale jewelry exhibition and auction. It will definitely sell for an even higher price. What do you want to do with this money?" To be honest, when Tang Jing handed over so many jewels to and without saying anything, Anne was also a bit overwhelmed. Even if she was a princess and had seen countless treasures, she was still shocked by the actions of a tycoon like Tang Jing. She was ecstatic, not because of the jewels, but because of Tang Jing's trust. Therefore, she worked very hard to sell these jewels, hoping to sell them for a good price. "You can discuss the money with Director Mu," Tang Jing said indifferently. He didn't intervene in business matters. So much money was of no use to him. Of course, he had to hand it over to Mu Hongyan to manage. Anne nodded, indicating that she understood. "Everyone, try not to go out during this time. With the protection of the Great Array, our safety can be guaranteed for the time being. But without the Great Array, it won't be so easy. Linger, you also stay here. You have worked hard for a long time to hold the concert. Now, just treat it as a vacation," Tang Jing said. If it weren't for everyone's safety, it would be impossible for him to call everyone back. "Should we inform the government about this news?" Lan Yu asked. "Previously, the government sent people to take me away for investigation. I have already instructed them, so they will naturally investigate," Tang Jing said. "If this news is spread, it will definitely cause panic in society. I don't know what kind of chaos the world will become." Tang Jing sighed. "This is an unavoidable problem. The return of the demon race and the destruction of the island nation. This is something that cannot be hidden from the public. Even if the government deliberately hides it and builds a wall to deceive the public, this is only a temporary method. The public will eventually know the truth. If society is in chaos, it will not be good for the public." Hearing this, everyone's mood became more and more depressed. At the same time, there was a picture in front of the chief. This was the satellite image taken by the near-Earth satellite. It was the image when the Mountain River Blood Sacrifice Array was activated. Black clouds covered the sky and a huge black hole appeared in the dark clouds. A group of people appeared out of thin air and then descended. After the black clouds dissipated, the ground was a mess. It was as if a typhoon had passed through. It was dead silent. Among the ruins, many broken limbs could be faintly seen. Blood flowed like a river. It was like hell on earth. Other than the demon race that had descended, there was no one else. The hundreds of millions of citizens of the island nation had disappeared. Even though they were only looking at the photo, a gust of cold air could be felt through the photo, making them shudder. The chief shuddered and shook his head. He reprimanded, "The demon race has descended. The island nation has been destroyed. Why didn't you have any information beforehand? Chief, please calm down. We also don't know who activated the Mountain River Blood Sacrifice Array. Moreover, this array is more powerful than before. No one would have thought that someone would use an entire country as the price in exchange for the return of the demon race. The subordinate answered submissively. He tried his best to suppress the trembling in his voice. Then who activated the mountain river blood sacrifice array? The chief took a deep breath, but he was still unable to suppress his anger. From the picture, it was clear that the return of the demon race's army would be a huge test and crisis for the government. No matter how resourceful and confident the chief was, he couldn't help but feel uneasy and guilty. He was becoming more and more aware of the power of cultivators. The subordinate almost buried his head in his knees. He answered in fear, "We also don't know." At that time, there was only Tang Jing, the emperor, and the 100 Faces Star Lord. However, according to our previous experience, the 100 Faces Star Lord had activated the Mountain River Blood Sacrifice Array once. This time, it might have been his doing. The satellite images were taken intermittently. They could only see the general sequence of events. The specific details couldn't be seen clearly. The chief's eyes flashed. He retorted, "You didn't see it with your own eyes. How do you know it must be him?" The subordinate was stunned. He couldn't understand the chief's thoughts. He stared at him blankly, not knowing what to do. The chief's finger moved around the picture. Suddenly, it stopped on Tang Jing. He said thoughtfully, "Can't it be him?" Tang Jing. The subordinate was stunned. He was really shocked by this sentence. Didn't Tang Jing always oppose the Mountain River Blood Sacrifice Array? Why would he go to Japan to activate the array formation? Why would he do something so out of character? Of course, he didn't ask this question. He wasn't stupid. He immediately understood the chief's thoughts. Chapter 11:23. The subordinate understood and looked at the bureau chief in awe. He couldn't help but feel pity for Tang Jing. There were probably not many people in the world who were more wrong than him in this unexpected calamity. Is an element of. He could foresee what awaited Tang Jing next. The other countries and forces will definitely know about this news. If you spread it out like this, the remnants of the island nation will definitely seek revenge on him, the bureau chief said coldly. Yes, bureau chief. The subordinate accepted the order and left. A cold light flashed in the bureau chief's eyes. He was filled with murderous intent as he muttered to himself, "Tang Jing, you only have yourself to blame. Who asked you to go against me time and time again?" Clap clap. A round of applause suddenly sounded. The bureau chief was so scared that his whole body trembled. He bounced up from the chair as if he had been electrocuted and exclaimed, "Who is it?" He turned his head abruptly and saw a person standing behind him. Ji Wuxiang. The bureau chief's pupils constricted as he stared straight at the other party. His expression became very stern. "You still dare to come here?" Suddenly, the bureau chief realized something and exclaimed, "How did you get in?" This was an impenetrable fortress with tight security. Not to mention the rumor that Ji Wuxiang didn't know any martial arts. Even if he was an expert, it would be extremely difficult for him to appear behind him without a sound. This was definitely a major mistake in the security system. Ji Wuxiang looked at him with a smile and said, "Haven't you been looking for me? Aren't I here now?" Bureau chief, you really have good methods. Without shedding any blood, with just a few simple words, you have made Tang Jing the public enemy. I admire you, I admire you. Although he said that, there was a hint of mockery in his words, which made the bureau chief very angry. He couldn't help but scold him furiously, "Don't talk nonsense. This matter was originally done by Tang Jing. How can I accuse him unjustly? Since you say it's not unjustly, then it's not." Ji Wuxiang shrugged and didn't intend to dwell on this matter. "How did you get in?" The bureau chief asked again, unwilling to give up. "Although your place is heavily guarded, like an iron bastion, and may be effective against others. For me, it is as easy as walking on flat ground. Ji Wuxiang said confidently. The bureau chief furrowed his brows. He was enraged by this provocation. Your backer has already fallen, and you still dare to come here. Humph, looks like you're not as smart as the rumors say. You also have a stupid side, the bureau chief said sarcastically in disdain. Ji Wuxiang was unmoved and said, You're not qualified to judge whether I'm smart or not. As for my backer, let me tell you, I don't need to rely on him anymore. What right do you have to say that? Without a backer, you're nothing, the bureau chief mocked. Ji Wuxiang put on a fake smile and said, That's not necessarily true. When have you ever seen a great lord need a backer? He himself is the backer. Ha, you dare to compare yourself to the Azure Dragon Hall Great Lord? Ji Wuxiang was unmoved and sighed, saying, Looks like you really don't understand the current situation. You've been looking for the Great Lord's whereabouts, haven't you? The bureau chief's eyelids twitched and he asked, You know where he is? The bureau chief was very curious about the Great Lord's whereabouts. After they parted, the Great Lord seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. There was no trace of him. Haha, of course I know. I'm afraid no one in this world knows the answer to this question better than me. Ji Wuxiang laughed loudly. You're that close to the Great Lord. The bureau chief was shocked. Of course, because I am the Great Lord. Ji Wuxiang's gaze turned cold as he stared straight at the bureau chief and said firmly. What? The bureau chief was stunned. He looked at Ji Wuxiang from head to toe as if he wanted to see the similarities between him and the Great Lord. But after looking for a long time, he still didn't think that Ji Wuxiang was the Great Lord. The bureau chief mocked, Ha ha ha, you're really delusional. Do you think you can fool my mother with this kind of question? Why would I lie to you? Ji Wuxiang shook his head and said emotionally, I'm here to find you to cooperate. Humph, what qualifications do you have to cooperate with me? The bureau chief said disdainfully and suddenly pressed the alarm beside him. Woo woo woo. The alarm went off and the door was suddenly pushed open. A few palace experts rushed in. When they saw Ji Wuxiang in the room, they were all shocked. They acted as if they were facing a great enemy and attacked him without saying anything. Ji Wuxiang didn't even turn his head. He didn't even need to look with his eyes. His finger lightly tapped the air a few times. Bang bang bang, a few palace experts were thrown out one after another. They fell to the ground pathetically and couldn't get up again. The bureau chief looked at Ji Wuxiang as if he had seen a ghost and said, How are you so powerful? Ji Wuxiang casually sat on the chair and looked straight at the bureau chief. He asked in return, Why can't I be so powerful? Didn't I already tell you just now? I am the Great Lord. The bureau chief's expression kept changing. He didn't believe this at first and thought it was nonsense. But after seeing his actions just now, he was more and more convinced that he was the Great Lord. This change was very strange and made the bureau chief feel a little uneasy. This was a question he had never thought about before. Back then, when Ji Wuxiang fought with Tang Jing, he even used Azura. Because of the celestial chess, the chess club was cut off from the outside world. So, no one knew about Ji Wuxiang's true identity. Even the bureau chief was no exception. Ji Wuxiang looked deeply at the bureau chief, as if he had seen through his thoughts. He said, Since you already believe this, then we can continue our discussion. What do you want? The bureau chief's expression kept changing as he asked. Didn't I tell you before? Cooperation. Ji Wuxiang said lightly. Cooperation in what way? The bureau chief's vigilance towards Ji Wuxiang had reached an unprecedented level. Ji Wuxiang had hidden it so deeply. He must have a plan. And coming to find him at this time, it probably wasn't anything good. Ji Wuxiang didn't care about the bureau chief's thoughts and said, "You already know about the return of the devil clan. Next, if we cooperate, we can ensure that this country will be safe from disaster." The bureau chief's heart moved. He didn't have a good idea about the return of the devil clan. Since Ji Wuxiang came knocking on his door, why not listen to his idea? "What idea do you have?" "I've created a celestial chess. This celestial chess is equivalent to a defensive array. It can protect this country from the attack of the devil clan," Ji Wuxiang said solemnly. The bureau chief snorted. "Don't think that I don't know about arrays. What array can protect a country? Our country is so big, what kind of array formation could be so powerful?" Ji Wuxiang said confidently, "Other arrays can't. But my celestial chess is worlds apart from arrays. You can only understand it as an array. In short, you have no other choice but to cooperate with me. My celestial chess can protect you. Otherwise, the island nation will be your lesson." The bureau chief's eyelids twitched. "Don't scare me. The Great Huaxia isn't something that an island nation can compare to. With the return of the devil clan, do you think there's any difference between an island nation and Huaxia? Ji Wuxiang, the devil clan was expelled from this world by you martial artists. Even if they return, they will first find you martial artists for revenge. Especially your Azure Dragon Palace, which is the direct line of New Era. Tell me, if the devil clan knows about this, will they come to deal with me or deal with you first?" The bureau chief didn't give up and retorted with certainty. Ji Wuxiang wasn't afraid. The Azure Dragon Palace was left behind by New Era. But do you think that the devil clan is so benevolent? This time, with their return, without the suppression of the righteous path, won't they get involved in this great country? You're thinking too simply. The bureau chief's heart skipped a beat. He had to admit that Ji Wuxiang had hit the nail on the head. What he was most afraid of was that the devil clan would target the authorities. That would make them anxious. The bureau chief's expression flickered. He glanced at Ji Wuxiang and said, "There's no free lunch in this world. You said that the heavenly chess can protect Huaxia. What's in it for you? Also, you can't be doing this for free, right?" Ji Wuxiang smiled and said, "The bureau chief is a smart person. Of course I have conditions." "What conditions?" "The heavenly chess is not perfect yet. I need you to help me perfect it." The bureau chief was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. "I thought that the heavenly chess was very powerful. So it's not complete at all. That's just your imagination." "I'm not lying at all. It's just that the heavenly chess is not perfect. As long as you help me, in the future, Huaxia will be a country that no one can attack. The other countries can only bow down to you. The ceremony of all nations, you don't want this kind of prosperous era, right?" Ceremony of all nations. This sentence undoubtedly hit the bureau chief's soft spot. As a person in power, what was his greatest wish? To leave his name in history and be passed down through the ages. If Huaxia could really recreate the prosperous era of the ancient ceremony of all nations, then he would definitely be able to achieve his wish. The bureau chief hesitated for a long time before asking, "Then how can I perfect the heavenly chess?" "The heavenly chess needs the power of the stars to be completely perfect. I can activate the heavenly chess and make the power of the stars descend. However, this speed is too slow, so I need enough people to practice the heavenly chess. From there, I need enough people to practice the heavenly chess in the shortest time possible so that the heavenly chess can absorb enough power of the stars. Then, I will succeed and achieve the goal of protecting the whole of Huaxia," Ji Wuxiang said. "What can I help you with?" "People." Ji Wuxiang stretched out a finger. "I need 100,000 people to practice the heavenly chess." "So many people?" "Yes, and these 100,000 people must be well trained and listen to orders. In this world, only soldiers can do this. So I need you to give the order to gather 100,000 well-trained elite soldiers to help me. This was the idea that Ji Wuxiang came up with after thinking hard for a long time. Tang Jing couldn't help him perfect the heavenly chess. In fact, he even lost a few of the chess players that he had painstakingly trained for many years. It was very difficult for him to perfect the heavenly chess. Chapter 11:24. The bureau chief looked at Ji Wuxiang in shock. He didn't expect him to be so whimsical as to have designs on the military. Pinnacle novel. Ji Wuxiang looked at the bureau chief meaningfully. He believed that the other party couldn't reject his condition, because the bureau chief had no other choice. Finally, the bureau chief pondered for a long time, then said, "Okay, I promise you, but I must control heavenly chess." Ji Wuxiang didn't mind at all. "I asked you to send people to practice heavenly chess. I don't have any intention of keeping it to myself. In the future, we will need heavenly chess to protect this huge country. You should naturally control it." The bureau chief stared at Ji Wuxiang. He didn't completely believe him. But, since Ji Wuxiang needed his help, then naturally he couldn't completely guarantee the secret. Once he gave the order, there would naturally be people who would discover the secret of heavenly chess. Even if Ji Wuxiang had ulterior motives, the bureau chief wasn't afraid at all. Ji Wuxiang sneered in his heart. He had long seen through the bureau chief's thoughts. He thought disdainfully, if the secret of heavenly chess could be discovered so easily, then why would I spend so many years researching it? Both of them had their own thoughts. They could be considered to have reached a preliminary cooperation. "How are you going to deal with Tang Jing?" Before leaving, Ji Wuxiang asked curiously. The bureau chief sneered and said, "After the truth is announced, the world will naturally have a judgment of him. As for what the world will do, that's not something I can control. Why would I need to interfere? Borrowing someone else's knife to kill." Ji Wuxiang sneered in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. He didn't believe that Tang Jing would be defeated so easily, but as long as Tang Jing's energy was restrained, then he would have enough time to perfect heavenly chess. Actually, Ji Wuxiang wasn't in such a hurry to perfect heavenly chess, but 100 Change Star Lord activated the Mountain River Blood Sacrifice Array and summoned the demons back, disrupting his steps. He had no choice but to bring it forward. 100 Change Star Lord, this troublemaker, colluded with the demons. I'm afraid he will be even more arrogant. Ji Wuxiang did not know that the 100 Change Star Sovereign had already escaped from the demon race, and that the person in charge of the demon race was Qi Yu. Huaxia wasn't the only country that noticed the changes in the island nation through satellite surveillance. Other countries also noticed it one after another. Shocking photos were released one after another. In addition, the day before, Tang Zheng had kidnapped Emperor Hirohito in front of everyone. Immediately, all the spearheads were pointed at Tang Jing, believing that he was the culprit behind the destruction of the island nation. His name immediately resounded throughout the world, but it was not a good reputation, but a notorious one. He was like a rat crossing the street, and everyone wanted to beat him. Many countries issued harsh condemnations one after another. Among them, the Atlantic Empire's words were particularly sharp, directly classifying Tang Jing as the public enemy of humanity, the biggest leader of the terrorist group that was eliminated a few years ago. Huaxia was also unwilling to be left behind. She strongly condemned and cut ties with Tang Jing, indicating that Huaxia had nothing to do with this matter. Of course, there were exceptions. Sweden chose to remain silent. However, the King of Sweden immediately called to ask about the whole story. Seeing that Sweden did not add insult to injury, Tang Jing did not hide anything. He roughly explained what had happened in the island nation and the dangerous situation in front of them. No matter how turbulent the situation outside was, Tang Jing did not take it to heart at all, as if he had nothing to do with it. However, other people were indignant and wanted to seek justice for him. Someone must have fanned the flames and deliberately poured dirty water on you. We can't just let it go. Fang Shishir was kind-hearted, but she was also angered by this matter. If other people were targeting him, she could choose to turn a blind eye, but the other party was targeting her beloved. She couldn't stand it. Yi Ding-dang had a fiery temper and hated evil. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth in hatred. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think we're sick cats? This matter couldn't be clearer. Who has the power to announce this news to the world? Everyone is well aware of this. Chief. This answer popped up in everyone's minds at the same time. It was no secret that Tang Zheng and the chief did not get along. They were just at peace for the time being. Moreover, he had sent people to try to take him away. These people were rejected and must have held a grudge, so they deliberately poured dirty water on him. What a ruthless move. Everyone had the same thought in their minds. They were furious and wanted nothing more than to rush into the courtyard house with high walls and confront him face to face. They wanted to explain everything clearly. Tang Zheng, on the other hand, was the quietest and did not mind. He lightly looked at the crowd and advised, "Everyone, don't be so agitated. Their mouths are on their bodies. Let them say what they want. It's not like I will lose a piece of meat. This is a matter of reputation. Moreover, this crime is too serious. It's simply against humanity. How can we sit back and do nothing?" Tang Zheng faintly smiled and said, "Since he used this kind of despicable method of pointing at a deer as a horse, it means that he has reached the end of his rope, so we can be at ease." Even though everyone admitted that Tang Zheng's words made sense, they still couldn't swallow their anger. Lan Yu stood up and said, "I'll go settle the score with him. He dares to slander my son. I think he doesn't want to live anymore." In the eyes of a mother, no matter how great her authority was, it was still zero. How could she possibly be afraid? Wu Junshan gave Tang Zheng a deep look but did not say anything. Tang Zheng wanted to persuade him again, but he saw someone push open the door and walk in. Why are you guys here?" The people who came were Yen Potion's family and Qin Badian. Their expressions were extremely serious, as if the sky was about to collapse. Looking at the crowd sitting in a circle, their expressions became even more serious. "Young Master Tang, did you hear the rumors outside? What exactly is going on?" Yen Padian asked impatiently. "Sit down first, we'll tell you slowly." Tang Zheng pointed to the sofa and said calmly. The few of them looked at him curiously and solemnly. They sat down and listened to Tang Zheng's tireless explanation of the situation. The few of them were shocked, and Yen Padian immediately jumped up from the sofa. "You said the demon clan has returned?" Tang Zheng nodded. 100 transformation Star Lords summoned back the demon clan. Yen Padian sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "This person is really a madman. Isn't it like the rumors say that you destroyed the island nation? Am I that crazy?" Tang Zheng laughed bitterly. The few of them subconsciously shook their heads. "Who is so vicious to actually make you take this blame?" "Chief." Yi Ding-dang could not wait and blurted out. "Him." The few of them looked at each other. "Don't worry, this is a sign that you're at your wit's end," Tang Zheng said. "Young Master Tang, you are magnanimous, you can ignore it, but this is a big matter, you have no choice but to come up with a plan. Otherwise, after your reputation is ruined, the impact on you will be too bad." Yen Padian said earnestly. "Yes, we can't remain silent." Qin Badian nodded. Tang Zheng was a great benefactor to him, and seeing that his benefactor had been framed, he was also holding back a wave of anger in his heart. "Everyone, you really don't need to care about this. The most important thing right now is to deal with the demon clan. You must be careful when you return. If there are any abnormalities, tell me immediately. You must not use force," Tang Zheng warned. The few of them nodded in agreement with different expressions. Yan Qingyi took a step forward, looked at Tang Zheng with a burning gaze, and said, I prophesied a new scene. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked at her. Everyone knew that Yan Qingyi's prophecy technique was extremely profound. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Yan Qingyi looked at Tang Jing with a puzzled expression, and said, "The scene of the prophecy this time is extremely strange. It is a great battle between two camps, the heavens and the earth and sky are turned upside down. It is extremely tragic." A battle between two camps. Tang Jing was slightly startled. Are we among them? Yan Qingyi thought for a while, then shook his head and said, I didn't see you guys this time, but I am sure that it is still our world. These two groups of people are obviously cultivators, and their fighting strength is extremely strong. Everyone looked at each other, feeling extremely puzzled. Do you know anyone among them? Tang Jing narrowed his eyes and asked. Yes. Yan Qingyi said in an earth-shattering manner. Who? Yi Meiyu. What? Everyone was shocked, as if they had seen a ghost. They all widened their eyes and looked at each other in dismay. No matter what, they never thought that it would be this answer. Tang Jing was surprised, but he fell into deep thought. Yi Meiyu was no longer the same as before. She had already absorbed the power of the incubus and could be considered an expert. What did it mean for her to participate in this battle? He shook his head fiercely, unable to figure out the reason behind it. Did you really see it clearly? Yan Padian could not help but ask. He knew a little about Yi Meiyu. Moreover, the results of his investigation a while ago showed that Yi Meiyu was completely different from usual. Although Tang Jing did not explain why later on, he also realized that Yi Meiyu was different. This time, her figure actually appeared in the prophecy, which was even more intriguing. He couldn't help but look at Tang Jing curiously, guessing that perhaps Tang Jing knew the answer. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Tang Jing asked Yan Qingyi, have you seen another person, Lu Wuxin? Yan Qingyi frowned suspiciously. Hearing Tang Jing describe Lu Wuxin's appearance bit by bit, Yan Qingyi closed her eyes and recalled that scene. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and said, there's her. Who is Lu Wuxin? Tian Chanzi could not help but ask curiously. Back then, Tang Jing did not tell everyone about Yi Meiyu and Lu Wuxin, because this was related to Qi Yu. Qi Yu was the big secret hidden in his body, so he did not easily show it to others. Lu Wuxin was a female general under the Yellow Emperor in the ancient era. She had a brilliant battle record. Empyrean Fairy spoke first. Empyrean Fairy had a high temperament and knew a lot about the strong women in history. Of course, she misunderstood and missed the female general under the Yellow Emperor in the ancient era. A female general under the Yellow Emperor. Everyone was shocked. They never thought that this matter would actually involve someone from the ancient era. Other than the 100 Transformation Star Lord, why would someone from the ancient era appear? That's right, it's already been over 10,000 years. Why isn't he dead yet? Chapter 1125. It's a long story. Lu Wuxin didn't live for more than 10,000 years, but her soul was imprisoned in the desolate heavenly tomb back then. Later on, when the restrictions of the desolate heavenly tomb were broken, her soul escaped. Later on, she found someone to possess and reincarnate, reappearing in the world. The Pinnacle Novel. Tang Jing explained. Tian Chanzi raised his eyebrows, and suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Could it be that many of the things that escaped back then are going to appear? Perhaps. Since the first one has appeared, then there must be a second one. I have already ordered everyone to gather all the relevant information. I believe there will be a result soon. What's going on with Yi Meiyu? Yi Dingdang asked curiously. Tang Jing explained the cause and effect once again, causing everyone to sigh. Yi Xuanji has always used Yi Ku, but now it seems that Yi Meiyu has reached a higher level, and the Ya family situation will definitely change. Yi Meiyu is even more unreasonable than Yi Ku. The key is that there is still Lu Wuxin, so we have to be careful of the Ya family. Tang Jing warned. Yen Padian and Qin Batian nodded at the same time. Then what does my prophecy mean? Is there really going to be a great battle? Yan Qingyi asked. Since Lu Wuxin is fighting with the other side, then do you remember that there is such a person in the other camp? Tang Jing still remembered the Saint King of the Demon Clan, and described his appearance. Yan Qingyi was wild with joy. Yes, there's him. Tang Zhang's head trembled, and his expression changed slightly. Empyrean Fairy had an idea, and asked curiously, could it be that this person is from the Demon Clan? Since Lu Wuxin was fighting with others, then who else in this world could make Lu Wuxin hate them so much? It could only be the Demon Clan. After all, the Demon Clan had evolved from the Ninely Clan. Demon Clan, is that true? The others asked one after another. Tang Zheng let out a long sigh, and said, in the ancient times, there was an earth-shattering battle, the Battle of Zhuolu. Qi Yu was defeated, and the Yellow Emperor was victorious. Thus, Huaxia's orthodox inheritance was established. Now that tens of thousands of years have passed, could it be that the two sides are going to fight again? The meaning of this sentence was clear enough. The other camp was undoubtedly the demon race. Could it be that this enmity that had existed for tens of thousands of years was going to be settled in the future? If that's really the case, then Lu Wuxin must have gathered his old subordinates, because many of the souls that escaped from the prehistoric heavenly tomb were Yellow Emperor subordinates. Empyrean Fairy said with certainty. No one retorted. It was obvious that they believed this judgment. If Lu Wuxin were to gather his former subordinates to fight against the demons, wouldn't my previous precautions be unnecessary? Tang Jing thought to himself. He originally wanted to collect information on the anomalies in various places and then capture all of these souls in one fell swoop to prevent them from harming the common people. Now that the devil race had returned, these souls had become a force against the devil race after their rebirth. Lu Wuxin will definitely have a way to gather these old subordinates. I just don't know what method he will use. Seeing that Tang Jing was silent, everyone looked at him at the same time and asked, then what should we do? Tang Jing raised his head, looked at everyone, and said, everyone, don't worry, since these two forces are going to fight, the sandpiper and clam will fight, and the fisherman will reap the benefits, which is better than we expected. Seeing that Tang Jing was so confident, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone, disperse. Just pay more attention during this period of time. Tang Jing waved his hand and said. Everyone dispersed, and Tang Jing also left his home alone, heading towards the imperial city. Since he had decided to release the 5-clawed golden dragon, moreover, he had promised it that he would release it once his cultivation reached the semi-god stage. Now, it was time to fulfill his promise. However, he did not know that the two people at home were whispering to each other. Wu Junshan and Lan Yu revealed unconcealable anger between their brows. Lan Yu said in a low voice, our son has suffered such a great injustice, we can't just let it go like this. She was eager to protect her son, not to mention the fact that she owed Tang Jing too much since he was a child. She could not tolerate her son being wronged like this. Wu Junshan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Let's go find the person behind this. Lan Yu looked at her husband with admiration and said decisively, yes, let's go meet that leader. Wu Junshan nodded without hesitation. As the former head of the martial arts sect, he did not have much respect for the secular world's nobles, not to mention offending his son. If this could be tolerated, what else could be tolerated? The two of them hit it off and quietly left the villa, heading straight to the vicinity of the courtyard. In broad daylight, the courtyard house was heavily guarded, and not even a fly could get in. The two of them looked at each other. Then, with a tacit understanding in their hearts, they tiptoed and quietly came to the corner of the wall like a bird. Whoosh whoosh. With a leap, they tried to climb over the courtyard wall, but while they were still in the air, they heard an angry roar. Who is it? Whoosh! A strong wind blew over, incomparably domineering. The two of them tapped their toes on the courtyard wall and soared into the sky, dodging the attack, and then landed steadily in the courtyard house. Hearing this angry roar, the courtyard house was filled with noisy footsteps. Many guards rushed over like lightning from all directions. Wu Junshan and Lan Yu looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They were not afraid of the guards, but were shocked by the attack just now. If the two of them had been careless, they definitely would not have been able to dodge that attack. From this point, it could be seen how profound this person's cultivation was. Since when was there such a powerful person in the inner palace? Number 1, a martial king expert, was already dead, so who could be their match? The crowd parted, and two people walked over. Wu Junshan and Lan Yu's pupils shrank, revealing a puzzled expression as they stared at the two people. That was because they had already recognized one of them, Yi Meiyu. At the same time, another name appeared in their minds. Lu Wuxin. Although they had never seen Lu Wuxin before, they had heard Tang Jing describe him to Yan Qingyi, so they had a deep impression of him. That was because Lu Wuxin's appearance was too unique, and people could recognize him at a glance. Yi Meiyu, Lu Wuxin. You actually know us. Lu Wuxin looked at the two of them in surprise. After all, Yi Meiyu was a member of the Ya family. She had seen the photos of Wu Junshan and Lan Yu, so she immediately recognized them and said, "Senior, these two people are the original sect master of the martial sect, Wu Junshan, and his wife, Lan Yu. They are Tang Zhang's biological parents." Tang Zhang's parents. A cold light flashed in Lu Wuxin's eyes. She had a deep impression of Tang Zhang. He chased them until they fled in a sorry state. This was a great humiliation, how could she forget it? Now that she saw his parents, could it be that it was heaven's will that she could take revenge? Lu Wuxin approached the two of them step by step. Her face was filled with bone-chilling hatred, and said coldly, "Your son provoked me, and the father has to pay for the child's debt. Then I'll start with you and let him know the consequences of provoking me." It's not that easy to kill us. Wu Junshan stepped forward and directly attacked Lu Wuxin. He drew 9 large circles with his hands, which continuously surged toward Lu Wuxin. Wu Junshan directly used his yin-yang harmony art, his signature move. A light flashed in Lu Wuxin's hand and the heartless willow appeared in her palm. The willow leaves danced and a green light flew out, hitting the 9 circles. Bang, bang, a series of collision sounds rang out as the circles shattered one after another. Only when the last one was left did the green light's attack come to an abrupt end. However, Wu Junshan's attack also disappeared without a trace, completely disintegrating. A simple move had determined the winner between the two sides. Wu Junshan was shocked. He was a martial king, but he was at a disadvantage in front of the opponent. There was no doubt about the result of this battle. Another question popped up in his mind. Why were there Lu Wuxin and Yi Meiyu in the inner palace? Could it be that they had colluded with the chief? This was a new piece of news that he had to inform Tang Zhang. Otherwise, there would definitely be a misjudgment and it would be too late for regrets. The husband and wife were of the same mind. Lan Yu also instantly thought of this question. She also stepped forward without hesitation. Her cultivation was not inferior to Wu Junshan's. Once she used the broken yang finger, one finger could split yin and yang. The chi of heaven and earth seemed to be split into 2 by that slender finger. The other guards felt a soul-stirring aura, and all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They were overwhelmed with shock. If not for Lu Wuxin and Yi Meiyu coincidentally coming here, they would not have been able to stop Wu Junshan and Lan Yu. At the entrance of the study not far away, the chief stood behind the layers of guards. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the battle, his thick eyebrows almost forming a crescent moon. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, Tang Zheng has gone too far. Last time, he trespassed here, and now he called someone over. Humph, he must have guessed that I was the one who leaked the news, so he came to denounce me. Humph, I am the dignified chief, how can I allow you to order me around? At the same time, he also felt a lingering fear and rejoiced. This time, Lu Wuxin and Yi Meiyu were summoned because of the results of the investigation. Lu Wuxin cooperated with the chief and asked the chief to investigate the abnormal events in various places. Now that there were finally clues, the chief informed them. Before they even entered the study, Lu Wuxin had already heard the commotion, so he didn't hesitate to step out to stop them. Now, not only was the chief working with Lu Wuxin, he was also working with Ji Wuxiang. He was truly not an ordinary person. The chief could not help but rejoice. Fortunately, he had agreed to cooperate with Lu Wuxin. Otherwise, without his help, he would have encountered Wu Junshan and Lan Yu. At the thought of this, he was enraged. This time, he had found the information Lu Wuxin wanted, so she had to fulfill her promise and make him stronger in the shortest time possible. That way, he would not be easily bullied by others. At that time, anyone who dared to provoke him would end up in a miserable state. Chapter 11:26. Wu Junshan and Lan Yu were of one mind and attacked Lu Wuxin together. Lu Wuxin's situation immediately changed. Lu Wuxin's eyes turned cold as he stared at the two and said, "You can come at me together. I'll deal with you in one go." Whoosh! The heartless willow gently waved and two green lights shot toward the two. The oppressive aura made the two unable to breathe. However, the two didn't flinch at all. Wu Junshan performed the yin-yang harmony art and drew a circle with his big hand. Endless power gushed out from the circle and greeted the two green lights with an earth-shattering force. At the same time, Lan Yu also launched an attack with the yin-yang split finger. Bang! Bang! Two loud noises were heard as the two green lights collapsed. However, the yin-yang harmony art and the yang split fingers attack didn't completely weaken and still rushed toward Lu Wuxin. Lu Wuxin's eyes flashed with surprise as he clicked his tongue and said, "Amazing. You can actually dissolve my attack. But so what? You're doomed to fail." As soon as his voice fell, the heartless willow rapidly grew as if a giant snake had grown a tail and quickly rolled toward the two. Whoosh! The long willow branch suddenly danced and broke the two's attack. Then, it lashed out like a whip and fiercely attacked the two. The two watched as the willow branch got closer and closer and rapidly enlarged in their eyes. They tried to dodge but found that the willow branch had locked on to all directions. No matter how they dodged, they couldn't escape the willow branch's attack. Since that was the case, they could only fight back. The yin-yang harmony art and the yang split finger were performed again. However, with a muffled sound, the two were sent flying and smashed into a big tree before they stopped. The two got up from the ground in a sorry state with blood hanging from the corner of their mouths. They looked at Lu Wuxin in horror. One could imagine the combat strength of the two when they joined hands. They didn't expect that they would be defeated so quickly. The opponent's cultivation was really shocking. Yi Meiyu looked at the two proudly. She wasn't surprised by the result and sneered, "Wu Junshan, Lan Yu, now you know how powerful Senior is, right? Hang, all of this was caused by your obedient son, Tang Zheng. You can only blame yourselves." Lan Yu fiercely glared back at Yi Meiyu and said, "Yi Meiyu, don't be complacent. Even if we really die, that Tang Zheng will take revenge for us. On the contrary, if we die, the curse is torture, we will definitely not have a good ending in the future." Ha ha ha, what a joke. Yi Meiyu laughed maniacally in disdain. "I am not the Yi Meiyu of the past. My life is up to me to decide. No one else has the qualifications or ability to decide for me. The two of you, on the other hand, are going to be miserable today. You're definitely going to die. Yi Meiyu's temperament had completely changed, especially after following Lu Wuxin. She was like a completely different person. Humph, announcing that we're dead for sure so quickly, aren't you a little too confident? Lan Yu sneered and retorted, exchanging glances with Wu Junshan. Whoosh! The two of them leaped and attacked Lu Wuxin. Lu Wuxin rolled his eyes and said in disdain, "Let's see how you guys are going to dodge this time." The heartless willow grew crazily, swaying as it soared into the air. With lightning speed, it neutralized the attacks of the two and then wrapped around them. The two of them turned pale with fright. They tried to resist, but found that it was useless. The attack of the heartless willow was simply too powerful. One had to know that the heartless willow was a saint tool, and was definitely not something an ordinary magic treasure could compare to. Against these two unarmed people, the heartless willow had a huge advantage. Moreover, Lu Wuxin's cultivation was higher than the two of them, so his advantage was even more obvious. Seeing that the two of them were trapped, the surrounding guards all clapped and cheered. They looked at Lu Wuxin with eyes filled with shock and horror. Lu Wuxin looked at the two of them with a fake smile and asked, "Now you know the pain, right? But it's too late, you two must die. Don't worry, in the future, I will kill Tang Zheng and send him to reunite with your family." "Nonsense, keep dreaming. How can our son be killed by you?" The two of them immediately retorted. "Senior, why are you saying so much useless things to them? To avoid trouble, just kill them directly." Yi Meiyu's eyes were filled with killing intent as she urged. Lu Wuxin said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll play with them slowly. It's been a long time since I met such an expert. If I kill them so quickly, wouldn't it be letting them off too easily?" Yi Meiyu suddenly realized and said, "Senior's words make sense. Let's go, we'll talk to the people inside first." Lu Wuxin was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he swaggered towards the direction of the bureau chief. Along the way, this scene attracted the gazes of many people because this scene was too bizarre. The bureau chief had never truly seen Lu Wuxin's methods. He leaned against the door and watched dumbfoundedly as the few of them walked over like stars surrounding the moon. Especially the two people who were entangled by the willow branch in mid-air. This made him click his tongue in wonder and feel extremely envious. He thought to himself how good it would be if he had such a powerful magic treasure. The bureau chief tidied up his clothes and greeted them with a serious expression. In the huge courtyard, the two sides met. The bureau chief could not help but look at Wu Junshan and Lan Yu who were in mid-air and said indignantly, "You guys have guts, to actually dare to trespass into the inner palace, are you not afraid of death?" Wu Junshan glared and roared, "You slandered our son and splashed dirty water on him. Don't think that we don't know about this. If not you, who should we look for?" The bureau chief suddenly realized and laughed mockingly, "So you guys actually came for this matter. Tang Zheng's actions are obvious to everyone in the world. He is simply insane. How am I the one who splashed dirty water and slandered him?" Although this matter could not be any more obvious, he still refused to admit it. He would not let others have a reason to criticize him, especially in front of so many people. Lu Wuxin frowned and asked, "What are you guys talking about? Island Nation was destroyed not long ago. Many news had not been announced to the public, or many people who did not care about current affairs did not know about it." Without a doubt, Lu Wuxin and Yi Meiyu were such people. Lu Wuxin did notice the strange phenomenon in the Island Nation, but all her thoughts were on the matter of gathering her old subordinates. In addition, she did not know about the Mountain River blood sacrifice array, so naturally, she did not think in this direction. The bureau chief did not want to talk about this matter in front of so many people, so he said perfunctorily, "I'll tell you later." Seeing the bureau chief's strange expression, Lu Wuxin fell into deep thought and did not ask further. Kill these two people. They dared to trespass into this place, which is already a capital offense. The bureau chief did not want to give the two more opportunities to talk nonsense, so as to avoid revealing more things that would be detrimental to him, so he directly issued a gag order. Lu Wuxin originally had the intention to kill. Hearing him say this, his killing intent surged. If that's the case, then I'll send you on your way. Lu Wuxin activated the heartless willow, and the willow branches emitted a faint green light, fiercely shrinking inward. The huge force immediately pressed down on the two people, causing their faces to turn red with pain. Yimei's eyes were incomparably excited as she thought to herself, Tang Tangjing, you ignored me. Today, I'll kill your parents and you'll know how powerful I am. Wu Junshan and Lan Yu looked at each other. Wu Junshan said guiltily, it was all my fault back then. I did not fulfill my duty as a father and husband, and allowed my son to wander outside. I have never dared to ask for your forgiveness. I only hope to be a cow or a horse in my next life to repay you too. Lan Yu's eyes reddened as she emotionally said, Junshan, I don't blame you anymore. In my lifetime, I've already forgiven you when I saw my son again and saw his achievements today. It's just a pity that we can't continue to accompany our son. I haven't had the chance to hear him call me mother yet. This is the biggest regret of my life. I don't dare ask him to call me father. Wu Junshan said in pain. You're still so sentimental even when you're about to die. Don't worry, your son will soon go down to accompany you. Yimei mocked mercilessly. Wu Junshan and Lan Yu turned their heads to stare at Yimei at the same time, gritting their teeth as they said, Yimei, how could you kill our son? He will definitely avenge us. Is that so? Then we'll wait and see. Yimei said proudly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, two sword lights flashed. With two puffing sounds, the willow branches were actually cut off. Wu Junshan and Lan Yu landed on the ground and finally escaped. Sect Master, you guys hurry up and leave. I'll stop them. A voice sounded, but it was impossible to tell the exact location. Wu Junshan's heart skipped a beat as he guessed that the shadow had made a move. This time, when he came to the capital, the shadow had actually been following him in secret. It was just that he had a set of concealment techniques, so outsiders could not detect his existence at all. This time, when he came to the capital to denounce them, the shadow was still by his side. It was just that he was not in a hurry to show himself. Now that the two of them were on the verge of death, the shadow had no choice but to make a move. Who is it? Lu Wuxin flew into a rage and roared. His sharp eyes looked around, trying to find out who had made a move. However, after looking around, she still could not find her target. This made her extremely angry, as there was actually someone who could hide their tracks right under her nose. The others also looked at each other in dismay. Their gazes wandered around, but they still could not find anything. The chief subconsciously hid in the protective circle of the guards and looked around in fear. This person's attack was so strange, he was afraid that his life would be ended by this ghostly sword edge. Yimei was not to be outdone, and scolded sternly, who is pretending to be mysterious? If you have the ability, show yourself. No one responded to Yimei. Seeing that she was ignored, Yimei flew into a rage. You go first. I'll stay behind and fight alongside the shadow. Wu Junshan was very clear that if no one stayed behind to restrain the other party, it would be very difficult to escape. He was willing to sacrifice himself in exchange for his wife's safety. Lan Yu was reluctant to part with him and kept shaking his head. Be good, you have to tell this news to our son. You can't be deceived by this group of people. Your mission is even more difficult. Wu Junshan warned sternly. Chapter 1127. Lan Yu was a meticulous person. She was also a decisive person. She instantly understood what her husband was thinking. Her husband was willing to sacrifice himself to protect her. She was extremely touched, but she did not reject him like a little woman. She suddenly turned her head, tapped her toes, and rushed to the roof. A single tear rolled down her cheek and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. "Catch her!" Seeing this, the chief shouted. A few people jumped up, wanting to stop her. However, a sword light suddenly flashed, and with a few slashes, a few streaks of blood flew up. A few people fell from the sky and landed hard on the ground, unable to move anymore. The chief was so frightened that he shrank his neck and staggered back. He felt a chill run from his back to the top of his head. This person was too elusive. In the next second, he disappeared again, as if he had never appeared. If it were not for the few corpses and blood on the ground, no one would believe that he had made a move again. Yimei's eyes were also filled with confusion. Clearly, she did not see clearly how the shadow attacked and then disappeared without a trace. Lu Wuxin's eyes lit up. She seemed to be deep in thought as her gaze wandered through the crowd. Suddenly, she laughed and said, "You're quite good at disguising yourself. You're called the shadow, right? In front of me, even if you're just a shadow, I'll make sure you have nowhere to hide and drag you out." Lu Wuxin's figure flashed and rushed into the crowd of guards. Immediately, it was as if a pot had exploded. When the guards saw the fierce Lu Wuxin rushing over, they all turned pale and fled in all directions. The crowd dispersed, and a sword light flashed. The shadow finally appeared. The shadow was good at concealing his whereabouts. In fact, he was good at hiding in the shadows of the crowd or other buildings and trees, so that no one could detect him. If he was following someone, even if he was behind them, no matter how vigilant that person was, they would definitely not be able to detect his presence. He was like this person's shadow. Of course, if this person's cultivation was ridiculously high, then there was nothing he could do and he would definitely be detected. Lu Wuxin's cultivation was much higher than his, so even if he used this kind of concealment technique, it was useless. After the crowd scattered and fled, he finally couldn't hide anymore. Seeing the sharp sword light coming towards him, Lu Wuxin revealed a smile in his eyes. "Humph, such a petty trick. You may be able to fool others, but how can you fool my eyes?" The sword missed and did not hurt Lu Wuxin at all. Lu Wuxin's attack was like a thunderbolt, arriving in front of the shadow in the blink of an eye. The shadow was wearing a black cloak, and its face could not be seen. It was as if it was really a black shadow. Since his first attack had failed, he had already prepared a series of counterattacks. Therefore, when Lu Wuxin's attack arrived, it just so happened to collide with his counterattack. The sword light and the green light lit up at the same time. They were incomparably dazzling as they complemented each other. Seeing this, Wu Junshan silently joined the battle. He was very clear about the shadow's strength. It was slightly inferior to his own, so how could it be a match for Lu Wuxin? The shadow's trump card was to appear and disappear unpredictably. Once his whereabouts were exposed, his attack would be greatly reduced, and he would be even less of a match for Lu Wuxin. Lu Wuxin heard the commotion behind him, but was not afraid at all. He activated a spell, and Wuxin's willow grew wildly, circling around the shadow and attacking from behind. Bang! A loud sound came from behind, but it did not affect Lu Wuxin's attack at all. Crack! With a crisp sound, the shadow's sword broke into two. Lu Wuxin reached out and grabbed the shadow's arm. The shadow roared and fought back with all his might. He spun a few times in the air and miraculously escaped. Then, he quickly retreated and disappeared into the crowd. Lu Wuxin was multitasking, so his attack was greatly reduced. He blocked Wu Junshan's attack, but did not hurt him. Seeing Wu Junshan attack again, Lu Wuxin was furious. He turned around and glared at Wu Junshan. "Go to hell." The branches of the Wuxin willow split into two, then four, and in the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of them. They were like 100 poisonous snakes, attacking Wu Junshan together. Wu Junshan hurriedly circled around, but the yin-yang harmony art could only block a few willow branches. It could not block so many. He was hit by dozens of willow branches, and several bloody holes appeared on his body. Blood flowed out incessantly. Wu Junshan staggered and knelt on one knee. However, he stood up abruptly and gritted his teeth, his expression resolute. Swoosh! Sword light flashed again, and the shadow attacked again. Seeing that Wu Junshan's life was at stake, he could not care less about his own safety. Lu Wuxin's lips curled into a cold smile, as if he had already expected this. You're willing to sacrifice your own life for him. You really are eager to protect your master. Lu Wuxin turned around abruptly and charged at the shadow again. This time, the shadow's attack was even fiercer, almost erupting with his most powerful attack. The broken sword seemed to have been rejuvenated as well, bursting with terrifying sword light that was incomparably sharp. However, this did not pose much of a threat to Lu Wuxin. The willow branches lashed at the shadow's body, and his black clothes were immediately dyed red with blood. A few willow branches pierced through his body, and he hung on the branches like a candied haw. Shadow! Wu Junshan turned pale with fright and screamed hysterically. The shadow had been following him for several decades, almost inseparable from him. It was as if they were truly one person. This time, the shadow did not hesitate to sacrifice his own life for him. One could imagine the pain in Wu Junshan's heart. Tears flickered in his eyes, but he held them back. An intense killing intent surged in his eyes as he stood upright, supporting the heavens with an indomitable spirit. Shadow, I will avenge you. Wu Junshan paused between gritted teeth. These words seemed to burst out from the depths of his soul. Sect Master, leave me behind. Leave me behind. The shadow was not dead. Although he was drenched in blood, his eyes were still as bright as the stars. No, I won't leave. Wu Junshan was unwilling to abandon his brother. That was not his style. Sect Master, leave. Suddenly, the shadow roared. In front of Wu Junshan, he had never shouted like this. He had always obeyed Wu Junshan's orders and was incomparably respectful. Sect Master, this is my last wish. Don't let me die in peace. Following you is the happiest thing in my life. Farewell. The shadow's sorrowful farewell moved everyone. Many of the guards were also emotional people and couldn't help but tear up. However, the next scene was even more shocking. They saw him disregard the willow branches that pierced through his body and quickly move forward. He directly arrived in front of Lu Wuxin and hugged him. Sect Master, leave. The shadow ignored the pain and roared again. Several willow branches pierced through his body, but he acted as if nothing had happened. He hugged Lu Wuxin with all his might, not letting go at all. Lu Wuxin was also surprised by the other's decisiveness. He was slightly stunned and lost in thought. Wu Junshan clenched his teeth and trembled all over. He roared to the sky, Shadow, I will avenge you. Whoosh! With a tap of his foot, he shot up like a rocket and landed on the roof. Stop! Yi Meiyu seemed to have woken up from a dream. She leaped up and tried to stop Wu Junshan, but found that Wu Junshan, who had already gone all out, was too fast for her to catch up. Lu Wuxin's face was ashen. He didn't expect that the thing he was determined to get would change like this. The shadow burned his life force and erupted with the last bit of power. Even she couldn't break free immediately. However, Lu Wuxin was too powerful. He widened his eyes and shouted with killing intent, Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Heartless willow, transform. The heartless willow flickered and rapidly expanded, especially the willow branches that pierced through the shadow's body. They rapidly expanded. The shadow's eyes immediately widened and blood flowed out from his eyes. It was very terrifying. However, the shadow revealed a smile, as if mocking Lu Wuxin for not letting Wu Junshan stay. Bang! With a loud explosion, the shadow exploded. His body was blown up by the heartless willow, turning into flesh and blood that scattered all over the sky. Many people's bodies were stained with the shadow's blood and flesh. They were so scared that they screamed. As if they had seen a ghost, they kept stomping their feet and slapping their bodies. The chief heard a splashing sound and his face was wet. A stream of liquid flowed down his cheeks to his neck and then into his clothes. He was stunned for a moment, then jumped up and screamed hysterically. His face turned pale and he kept wiping his face. Then, his hands turned blood red. He was in an extremely sorry state and was even more terrifying. Chief, seeing him like this, the other guards all shouted. Lu Wuxin looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot, the corner of his mouth revealing a disdainful expression. At this time, Yi Meiyu fell from the roof. She chased after Wu Junshan for a distance, but in the end, she still lost track of him. She said in annoyance, "Senior, I didn't catch up to him." Although Lu Wuxin felt that it was a pity, he didn't say much. He nodded slightly, then looked at the furious chief, walked straight over, and pressed down on his shoulder. The chief finally calmed down, but his face was as pale as paper. "Let's talk business." Lu Wuxin didn't give him a chance to breathe and went straight to the point. The chief trembled and said, "Wait, I'll go clean up first." Lu Wuxin didn't give him the chance and refused. "After we're done talking business, you have plenty of time." The chief rolled his eyes helplessly, but due to Lu Wuxin's prestige, he finally didn't have the courage to refuse. He hung his head dejectedly and said resentfully, "All right." After a pause, he said to the others, "Clean this place up." Looking at the flesh and blood in the courtyard, many people were already bent over and vomiting, but they could only accept the order. The chief suppressed the urge and fear to vomit and entered the study with Lu Wuxin and Yi Meiyu. Chapter 11:28. Lu Wuxin was calm and didn't take that disgusting scene to heart. After experiencing the Great War in ancient times, this was simply child's play. Yi Meiyu's expression was a little strange, but it wasn't as serious as the others. She realized that she had a natural fanaticism for this kind of bloodshed. Lu Wuxin sat on the chair and stared straight at the bureau chief. "You said that you found what I want." The bureau chief took a few deep breaths and finally sorted out his chaotic emotions. "Yes, I've found what you want." Lu Wuxin stretched out his hand. The bureau chief frowned and said in a deep voice, "We agreed earlier that I'll give you what you want, and you have to give me what I want, remember?" Lu Wuxin obviously remembered. That was, she had to make the bureau chief stronger in the shortest time possible. But she didn't intend to do so. She was purely using the bureau chief. Why would she give him benefits? Seeing that Lu Wuxin was silent, the bureau chief's face darkened. "Don't you remember?" Then there's no way to cooperate. He had this anger buried in his heart, and now that he was played by Lu Wuxin, even a bodhisattva would be angry. Yi Meiyu hurriedly persuaded, "Calm down, how could Senior forget? Give us what we need first, and Senior will naturally fulfill your wish." The bureau chief looked at Yi Meiyu coldly, as if saying, "Don't treat me like a fool." "Yi Meiyu, you don't have the right to speak here." "Don't have the right." Yi Meiyu's eyes jumped wildly, and she almost went berserk. But in the end, she suppressed it and said meaningfully, "Bureau chief, you've seen how powerful Senior is just now. You don't want to be Senior's enemy, right?" The bureau chief's heart turned cold. "Do you dare to do anything to me?" This sentence was full of vigor, but he was nervous in his heart. In the end, it was a bit lacking, and he seemed to be strong in appearance but weak in heart. Lu Wuxin looked at the bureau chief with a burning gaze. The bureau chief forced himself to be alert, and when their eyes met, he almost looked away guiltily, but in the end, he persisted. I can do what you want, but you have to give me what I want first. No, what if you go back on your word? The bureau chief's heart relaxed. He sighed, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Seeing the other party give in, he couldn't help but regain some confidence. If that's the case, then there's no need to talk. Lu Wuxin stood up leisurely, which gave the bureau chief a fright. He subconsciously stepped back and said, "What are you doing?" Lu Wuxin didn't say a word, but his powerful aura enveloped the chief, making him almost unable to breathe. "Don't come over, or else I'll call for help," the bureau chief shouted. "Do you think those good-for-nothings outside are my match?" Lu Wuxin retorted. "Of course not. Even a 3-year-old child would know this." Was he going to agree just like that? Wouldn't that be a complete loss? Not only would he not gain any benefits, but he would also benefit the other party. Wouldn't his dream of becoming stronger become nothing but a bubble? Wait! Unable to retreat, the bureau chief suddenly stretched out his hand and shouted. "What else is there to say? There's one thing you definitely don't know. The demon race has returned. Do you know? Demons?" Lu Wuxin was stunned. She subconsciously stopped and stared at him. Of course, she knew that the demon race evolved from the Jiuli tribe. Therefore, her hatred for the Jiuli tribe had also shifted to the demon race. Hearing that the demon race had returned, her attention was immediately attracted. Seeing that Lu Wuxin was indeed interested, the bureau chief heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Yes, the demon race's army has returned from the heavens beyond heaven. This world is about to change. What's the use of you against me? Wouldn't it be better for us to join hands to fight against the demon race?" Lu Wuxin's eyes flickered, and he remained silent. Yi Meiyu looked at Lu Wuxin curiously. She didn't have strong feelings for the demon race. She said blankly, "Senior, what's so great about the demon race? Why do you still need to cooperate with him?" Yi Meiyu was proud and didn't put the bureau chief in her eyes. When the bureau chief heard this, he was furious, but he couldn't do anything. Lu Wuxin shook his head lightly and said, "No, the demon race isn't as simple as you think. Tens of thousands of years ago, we defeated them, and now we still have to defeat them. But it's impossible with just the few of us. If we have his help, we might have a better chance of winning." Although Lu Wuxin was also a proud person, she wasn't blinded by pride. She had fought with the Jiuli tribe countless times, and knew how powerful the other party was. Although the demon race was no longer the same as before, and there was no longer Qiyu, wasn't she also incomparable to the past? Therefore, in order to defeat the demon race, she had to be careful and unite all forces. The most important thing was to summon her old subordinates and twist them into a rope. If she really killed the bureau chief, then there was no way to know the whereabouts of these old subordinates. Although she might be able to find them in the future, it would definitely take more time. Seeing that Lu Wuxin hesitated, the bureau chief secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He finally knew that he had won the bet, and his eyes couldn't help but shine. "Okay, I agree to your request. I'll satisfy you now," Lu Wuxin said resolutely. The bureau chief's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to say, "Okay, I will also keep my promise." "Humph, do you dare not to keep your promise?" Lu Wuxin said disdainfully. The bureau chief was greatly embarrassed, and secretly swore that when he became stronger in the future, he would definitely ruthlessly teach this ugly woman a lesson. "Your meridians have already been fixed, and the best time for cultivation has passed. This may be a problem for others, but I have a way to overcome this difficulty. I can directly raise you to the first grade of yuanying." First grade of yuanying. The bureau chief's breathing quickened, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was wild with joy. He knew a thing or two about cultivators, and understood how difficult it was to reach the first grade of yuanying. This was simply heaven-defying, and was equivalent to the martial king realm. One had to know that number one, who had always followed by his side, had cultivated for most of his life, and also had the guidance of a famous teacher. Only after enduring wind and rain did he cultivate to the martial king realm. His starting point was the Yuanying realm, then how powerful would he be in the future? Just thinking about it made him extremely excited. Yi Meiyu curled her lips, as if she didn't expect that Lu Wuxin would actually give the bureau chief such a huge benefit, and let him suddenly become one of the experts. However, they didn't know that there weren't so many shortcuts in the world. The bureau chief was happy now, but he was happy too early. His cultivation would forever be confined to the Yuanying realm, and this was the after-effect of hasty growth. No matter what, it was impossible for him to break through to the soul formation realm. However, the bureau chief was blinded by joy, and didn't realize this at all, and didn't know this at all. Good. 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 The bureau chief was incoherent, and said good 3 times in a row. He clutched his chest and said impatiently, "Then let's begin." "No problem." Lu Wuxin said indifferently, "Take this pill first." Looking at the black pill in Lu Wuxin's palm, the bureau chief hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Will it be fine after I take this pill?" "Why do you have so many questions?" Lu Wuxin said impatiently. The bureau chief made up his mind, thinking that although this thing didn't look good, it would definitely be effective. Otherwise, why would she spend so much effort to refine this pill? He swallowed the pill in one gulp, and immediately felt a burning sensation in his throat. This burning sensation ran from his throat to his chest, and finally swept towards his internal organs and 8 extraordinary meridians. Ah, he could not help but cry out in agony. "What on earth did you feed me?" he gasped for breath. Didn't you ask for this yourself? Do you think it's comfortable to increase your cultivation in such a short time? Bear with it, and you'll be fine after you get through it. Lu Wuxin said in annoyance. Seeing that the other party didn't want to harm him, the bureau chief was slightly relieved, but the pain still tormented his body and mind, almost causing him to break down. Bang! He fell to the ground and kept rolling, looking battered and exhausted, crying out in pain. Lu Wuxin looked at him coldly. Actually, she could have lessened the pain, but the other party's uncooperative attitude had angered her. She was a vengeful person, so how could she not take the opportunity to teach him a lesson? The bureau chief rolled back and forth on the ground, screaming incessantly. He felt that his soul was about to fly away, and a huge wave of energy was about to burst his body. Seeing that it was about time, Lu Wuxin reached out and grabbed him, lifting him up. She pointed a finger at his glabella and said, "Remember the circulation path of true qi in the meridians. I'll only say it once, it'll depend on your luck." A light burst out from her fingertip and entered his glabella. He immediately felt that the energy in his body seemed to have found a vent, and flowed along a certain path. He didn't dare to let his guard down, and quickly memorized the corresponding circulation path. After all, he was able to reach his current position because of his extraordinary ability and willpower, so he finally remembered the circulation path of true qi. The energy in his body gradually calmed down, and he let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just survived a disaster. "I'll pass on a cultivation method to you, and you can cultivate it yourself. As for your luck, it'll depend on you." As soon as Lu Wuxin finished speaking, the bureau chief saw a flash of light in his mind, and an ancient cultivation method appeared. He quickly memorized it, afraid that it would disappear. Lu Wuxin let go of her hand, and the bureau chief's body went limp, and he sat down on the ground in a rather embarrassing manner. He quickly got up and patted his clothes, feeling that the pain just now was worth it. He felt better than ever, as if he had become a young man in his early 20s again, with endless energy and strength. Rejuvenation was nothing more than this, right? He did look much younger, with smoother skin and more muscular muscles. This new experience immersed him, and he couldn't extricate himself for a long time. He really wanted to find someone to test himself on and see how powerful he was. Where's the thing I want? Lu Wuxin reached out her hand. The bureau chief quickly found a thick document and said, "These are the abnormal reports we collected according to your request." Lu Wuxin casually flipped through it, and her eyes lit up. Outsiders wouldn't be able to see any clues, but for her, it only took one look to determine that this was what she wanted. It would be much easier to gather her old subordinates. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar soared into the sky, resounding through the horizon, causing people to tremble in fear. Chapter 1129. In broad daylight, Tang Zheng had already quietly arrived at the imperial city. The imperial city had been listed as a forbidden area. Everyone who entered or left had to go through strict inspection. They dug 3 feet into the ground, trying to find the 5-clawed golden dragon. In the end, they found nothing, but they did not give up. Seeing that the former tourist attraction had turned into a bustling construction site, Tang Zheng sighed, but he also sneered disdainfully. Even if you dig through the ground, you won't be able to find the 5-clawed golden dragon. Tang Zheng used an illusion and walked through the construction site openly. Then, he arrived at his destination. He activated the formation and arrived at the imperial city in the next second. When the 5-clawed golden dragon saw Tang Zheng, its dragon eyes widened. Then, it said ecstatically, "You've finally reached the semi-god realm." It realized that the day it regained its freedom was coming. Tang Zheng walked in front of it with a calm expression and said, "Yes, I've reached the semi-god realm." "Then can you let me out?" The 5-clawed golden dragon could not wait to say. "If you go out, what are you going to do?" Tang Zheng asked. The 5-clawed golden dragon hesitated. After being imprisoned here for hundreds of years, it no longer knew what it would do when it went out. Revenge? Yes, it had thought about it. However, because of Tang Zheng's existence, it absolutely could not do so because Tang Zheng would stop it. Tang Zheng's soul imprint was still in its mind, so it did not dare to act rashly. "If you don't have anywhere to go, why don't you stay by my side first?" Tang Zheng suggested. The 5-clawed golden dragon's eyes turned cold, and it asked warily, "Why should I stay by your side?" "Of course you have a place to be. You're so strong. Who else in this world can be your match?" "What's my place?" the 5-clawed golden dragon asked. "There's one thing you don't know yet." "What is it?" "The devil army has returned. This world will be turned upside down." "What?" "The devil army has returned." The 5-clawed golden dragon was shocked. It had seen the devil clan before and knew how powerful they were. However, the two sides had not had much contact. "Yes, the demons have completely returned," Tang Zheng said solemnly. The 5-clawed golden dragon fell into silence. It was also very clear what this meant. Perhaps there was a place for it to be used, but subconsciously, it did not want to be used by Tang Zheng. By nature, it likes to be free and unrestrained. However, under the eaves, one had no choice but to lower their heads. It knew that if it did not agree, Tang Zheng would not let it out so easily. Taking a step back and leaving this damned place was the next most important thing. "All right, I promise you." The 5-clawed golden dragon nodded. Tang Zheng smiled with relief. The 5-clawed golden dragon was not a fool and had made a smart choice. If it did not agree, perhaps he would have to use some means to make it agree. How could he let such a powerful guy leave him? The 5-clawed golden dragon looked at Tang Zheng aggrievedly and said, "Then can you break the formation now and let me regain my freedom?" "Just you wait." Tang Zheng walked into a small door at the back. It was the eye of the formation, and the heaven and earth obsidian was also buried below. The 5-clawed golden dragon stared at him through the small door, its eyes full of expectation. It had been imprisoned in this damned place for hundreds of years and had long been tired of it. Tang Zheng had long been connected with the formation, so it was much easier to break the formation than expected, especially after he had reached the semi-god realm. "I'll begin," Tang Zheng said lightly. The five-clawed golden dragon hurriedly nodded. "All right, let's begin." Tang Zheng stretched out his hands and opened his 10 fingers. With a thought, he roared, "Rise!" Rays of white light shot up from the floor into the sky. It was the light emitted by the heaven and earth obsidian. In an instant, the small room was filled with white light. Tang Zheng bathed in the light and was filled with a mysterious aura. He was serious in speech and manner and was exceptionally serious. People could not help but feel awe when they saw him. The five-clawed golden dragon looked at him and could not help but have the same thought. It suddenly felt that it was extremely ridiculous. How could it be in awe of a person at the first grade of the semi-god realm? Tang Zheng was immersed in the formation. At this moment, every corner of the formation appeared in his mind. Once this formation was broken, the formation that the predecessors had spent so much effort to set up would be destroyed. He took a deep breath and inhaled rays of light through his mouth and nose. In an instant, his body seemed to have become transparent, which was extremely mysterious. Boom! 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 A series of loud sounds suddenly rang out and the ground trembled. At the same time, the imperial city also trembled as if there was an earthquake. However, this trembling did not affect the entire capital like before. Instead, it was limited to the imperial city. This was because Tang Zheng deliberately reduced the influence of the formation after controlling it. In fact, if he had not coincidentally controlled this formation with Qi Yu's help, he would have wanted to break this formation. He was afraid that the huge capital would have been affected, and who knew how many buildings would have been destroyed in a day. Now, the influence had been reduced to the lowest level. This was the limit of what Tang Zheng could do. He did not want to turn the world upside down just because he let the five-clawed golden dragon go. Although he said so, everyone in the imperial city turned pale with fright and started to make a big fuss. Many of them had experienced the battle of the imperial city. When they felt that the sky was shaking and the earth was shaking, their expressions immediately changed. They shouted hysterically, "Everyone, get ready. The dragon might be coming out." Dragon. This word immediately suppressed the fear in their hearts. Their purpose was to find the dragon. When they knew that the target that they had been searching for so long was finally about to appear, many bold people even had a bright light in their eyes as they stared at the ground. The ground trembled non-stop, and smoke and dust splashed up on the ground. After a while, it turned into rolling yellow sand, blocking people's vision. "I can't see," someone in the crowd shouted loudly. However, in the end, there were still timid people who panicked and did not know where to go. They shouted and fled. The imperial city was in chaos. The ground collapsed bit by bit, and a large black hole appeared and formed a vortex. The sand and sand spun along the vortex and fell bit by bit into the black hole. No one knew when it would end. Although yellow sand filled the sky, there were still people who saw this scene. Many smart people immediately thought that the dragon might be in the black hole. Then wouldn't they be able to find the dragon if they jumped down? The bold people wanted to jump down. However, they could not get close at all. They were swept up by the huge sandstorm and thrown in all directions. Tang Zheng also sensed the strange phenomenon in the imperial city, but it was unavoidable. Therefore, he did not get distracted and still focused on breaking the formation. The ground shook more and more violently, and the white light became more and more intense. Whoosh! A piece of heaven and earth obsidian flew up from the ground and floated in the air. Then, other pieces of heaven and earth obsidian flew up one after another. Chapter 1130. The heaven and earth profound stones that filled the sky blossomed with dazzling light as they spun around Tang Zheng, making it hard for the eyes to take in. Tang Zheng stared straight ahead, his expression solemn as he watched this scene unfold. The dark stones of heaven and earth flew up and the foundation of the formation was shaken. The formation was about to be broken. Crash! The four walls collapsed quickly and the space trembled more violently as if it was about to collapse. The formation was originally a different space created by the ancient people. Once the foundation of the formation was shaken, the space could no longer exist. Crack! With a crisp sound, the chains that trapped the five-clawed golden dragon opened automatically. The dark iron of 9 serenities could not be shaken by ordinary weapons and magic treasures. Only by breaking the formation would the chains open. The five-clawed golden dragon's eyes shone with a dazzling golden light. He was ecstatic and skeptical. He slowly took one of his dragon claws out of the chains as if he could not believe that all this was real. For hundreds of years, he had imagined this scene many times. Now, he finally got rid of these damn chains. He looked at the other dragon claws. The remaining 4 dragon claws were firmly locked in the chains. Crack! Another chain was opened. He finally believed that all this was real. He could not wait to retract his dragon claws and break free from the chains. Tang Jing saw this scene from the corner of his eyes, and his heart was filled with disappointment. The arrogant five-clawed golden dragon actually had such a cautious side. Perhaps these hundreds of years of imprisonment had too great of an impact on it. He quickly gathered his thoughts and waved his hand in the air. A ray of light burst out from Sumera world. Whoosh! Whoosh! All the dark stones of heaven and earth disappeared and were absorbed into Sumera world. Boom! 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 In an instant, the 4 walls collapsed and turned into a dark void. The trembling became more and more intense and ripples spread out. Crack! Crack! The remaining 3 chains were opened and the five-clawed golden dragon was completely free. Roar! The five-clawed golden dragon raised its head proudly and was in high spirits. Its whole body shone with a golden light as its dragon chi erupted. Bursts of thunderous explosions resounded in the air as the dragon's roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Tang Jing strolled out of the small room and looked at the five-clawed golden dragon that was cruising in the narrow space. He nodded and said, "I have fulfilled my promise." The five-clawed golden dragon stared at Tang Jing with his eyes wide open. Finally, he nodded and said, "Thank you." Tang Jing smiled faintly as his gaze fell on the chains on the ground. The 9 serenities mysterious iron is taken from the 9 serenities of the ghost world. It's a rare material for forging weapons and magic weapons. The five-clawed golden dragon saw through Tang Jing's thoughts and explained. "If that's the case, then keep it. Don't waste it. Maybe it'll be useful in the future." Tang Jing waved his hand and kept the mysterious 9 serenities iron in his Sumera world. Tang Jing looked up at the space that was about to be completely destroyed and said, "Let's go." The five-clawed golden dragon looked around with a complicated expression. This was the damned place that he had been trapped in for hundreds of years. Finally, he was going to leave. Roar! The dragon roared loudly as the five-clawed golden dragon shook its head and wagged its tail. Boom! The space was destroyed. A man and a dragon soared into the sky from the black hole. The sand stopped spinning and everything seemed to be still. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 2 figures soared into the sky. The five-clawed golden dragon bloomed with golden light that could almost blind people under the sunlight. This scene was too shocking. As long as one saw it, they would never forget it for the rest of their life. A tremor from the soul spontaneously arose. Bang! 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 Many people's legs went soft as they knelt on the ground and prostrated themselves. Their mouths were muttering incantations. There was no lack of people who were bold before. Divine dragon, originally, they vowed to catch the divine dragon. But when they saw it, they realized the gap between the two sides. Its divine might was not something they could resist at all. The fear that came from their soul seemed to be innate and embedded in their bones. Whoosh! The five-clawed golden dragon did not even look at them. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it soared into the sky. It circled in the air once, awe-inspiring. Dragon soars the 9 heavens. In the vast capital, thousands of pairs of eyes witnessed this scene. The restless capital instantly quieted down as if a spell had been cast on it. The traffic stopped, the pedestrians stopped walking, and even the water in the fountain seemed to have frozen. "Dragon," someone shouted shakily. His voice was hoarse as if it was squeezed out from a crack in a stone. Then, exclamations rose one after another, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. "Dragon, divine dragon!" Bang! 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 The densely packed crowd knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the five-clawed golden dragon. Hua Xia was the descendant of the dragon. In myths and legends, the dragon had a status that other mythical beasts could not compare to. In the past, many people thought that this was just a legend and not to be believed. Now that they saw this scene with their own eyes, many people's worldview was turned upside down. So, dragons really existed. A miracle. There's someone on the dragon's head." An exclamation attracted everyone's attention. There was actually a person standing on the dragon's head. He was high and mighty, like a god overlooking all living things. Weren't dragons high and mighty, insufferably arrogant? How could they let someone stand on their head? This didn't make sense. Many people widened their eyes, wanting to see that person's appearance clearly, but they were too far away to see clearly. This enormous and ancient city completely erupted. Many people were shouting and yelling as they ran through the streets and alleys to spread the news. In an instant, the streets were emptied as everyone stared at the scene in the sky. Many people began to believe that there were gods in this world. Perhaps those miraculous myths and legends might not be unfounded and might actually be true. Although the government had refuted the rumors many times, this scene in front of everyone's eyes was no longer something that could be erased by means of refuting rumors. After all, the eyes of the people could not be blinded forever. From this moment on, the world had undergone a subtle change, and so had the hearts of the people. Tang Zheng stood on the dragon's head, looking down at all the living things below. He did not have any thoughts of being superior. He knew that with the return of the demons, the worldview of the people in this world would be turned upside down. Since this could not be stopped, why not go with the flow and give them a heads up first? Otherwise, in the future, they would be even more afraid and the situation would be even worse. The bureau chief and Lu Wuxin heard the dragon's roar and saw the other guards outside the door turn pale with fright as they stared at the sky, dumbfounded. They hurriedly rushed out and looked up, just in time to see the scene in the sky. The five-clawed golden dragon's body was so huge that it almost stretched across half the sky. In the capital, it could be seen clearly from any angle. Although they did not see the person on the dragon's head clearly, the bureau chief immediately called out his name. "Tang Zheng." "That person is Tang Zheng." Lu Wuxin was surprised. The bureau chief nodded. "Other than him, it can't be anyone else." He knew very well that Tang Zheng had deliberately concealed the truth about the dragon. This time, other than Tang Zheng, who else had the ability to make the dragon appear? Immediately, the jealousy in his heart erupted like a volcano. He should be the one standing on the dragon's head. After all, he was the one with the highest authority in this world. That was his position. What qualifications did Tang Zheng have? Lu Wuxin's pupils constricted slightly, and he did not say a word. Yimei's eyes were also filled with shock, and she said in fear, "Senior, this," although she was already a cultivator, she still felt a deep fear towards the dragon's might emitted by the five-clawed golden dragon, and even her words became hesitant. Lu Wuxin did not listen to Yi Meiyu's words. With a tap of his foot, he flew towards Tang Jing. However, with a sudden flash of golden light, the five-clawed golden dragon and Tang Jing disappeared together. A second ago, they were still in front of their eyes, but in the next second, only white clouds and bright sunlight remained in the sky. Ah! Many people's jaws almost fell to the ground. How did the divine dragon disappear? However, many people also reacted. As expected of the divine dragon, it possessed a supreme divine ability. Otherwise, how could it disappear so miraculously? Lu Wuxin stopped in her tracks and floated above the courtyard house. Her eyes searched everywhere, but she could not find any traces of the five-clawed golden dragon and Tang Jing after a long time. She originally wanted to rush up and investigate. However, at this moment, after calming down, she felt a lingering fear. If she really rushed up and confronted the dragon head-on, what should she do? Was she a match for the dragon? If she was in her peak state back then, she would definitely not have this worry. However, at this moment, she had to consider this point. She struggled for a long time, but still did not get an answer. However, she immediately made another decision, to leave the capital. She regarded Tang Jing as an enemy, and had almost killed his parents earlier, so she had formed a grudge with him. If she stayed in the capital, with her cultivation, she might not be able to obtain any benefits. Of the 36 stratagems, leaving was the best strategy. First, she would summon her old subordinates and carry out the long-planned plan. Only then would she not be afraid of Tang Jing and the dragon. She had already made up her mind and immediately landed back in the courtyard house. She looked deeply at the bureau chief and said, "We're leaving." With a flash of his figure, he walked out of the courtyard house with large strides. Yi Meiyu put away her thoughts and followed closely behind him. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, the bureau chief looked at his fists. Crack, crack. His fists cracked as he ordered the guards on his left and right, "Send someone to keep an eye on a few places in the information we collected." He understood that it was a fool's dream to send someone to follow Lu Wuxin. She wanted this information so much, so she would definitely do something. However, he could not guess her intentions for the time being. The only way was to wait for the rabbit to show up. He was very clear about the details of the information he gave the other party. As long as he sent someone to wait, he could figure out the other party's true intentions. He raised his head to look at the empty sky, his eyes flashing with a faint light as he said, "Wu Junshan and Lan, you have encountered such a great calamity. Tang Jing will definitely not let this matter rest. We cannot stay in this place any longer." He did not want to reveal that he was a cultivator for the time being. This was his trump card. In order to avoid being exposed, he could only not confront Tang Jing directly. Chapter 1131. High up in the sky, Tang Jing saw the reactions of the masses. However, he wasn't showing off, so he didn't want to cause too much fear. "Let's go." As soon as he gave the order, the five-clawed golden dragon flashed with a golden light, and the man and dragon disappeared from the sky. In the next second, he appeared in a small alley in the capital. He was so fast that even Lu Wuxin, who had soared into the sky, did not notice anything. This was the five-clawed golden dragon's ability. Once it was free, the power it displayed was beyond Tang Jing's imagination. Not only did the formation of the imperial city restrict its freedom, but it also suppressed its divine abilities by quite a bit. In the small alley, there were few people and it was quiet. A commotion could be heard from afar. Obviously, the disappearance of the dragon god had caused a commotion among the people. Tang Jing looked down and saw the five-clawed golden dragon wrapped around his arm. However, this dragon was very small, like a small snake. The five-clawed golden dragon could change its size and appearance. Tang Jing wasn't surprised, but he still frowned and said, "Although you've shrunk, I'm afraid others will be frightened if they see you like this." The five-clawed golden dragon rolled its eyes helplessly. Its eyes were full of light as it muttered, "Humans are so troublesome." Seeing Tang Zhang's frown deepen, it quickly added, "I wasn't talking about you." Whoosh! The five-clawed golden dragon disappeared in a flash of golden light. In the next second, a vivid tattoo appeared on Tang Zhang's arm. It was a vivid and lifelike five-clawed golden dragon. Tang Zhang's eyes flashed with surprise. "You actually have this ability." This way, the five-clawed golden dragon wouldn't scare others. "Of course, I'm very capable." The five-clawed golden dragon's voice sounded in Tang Zhang's mind. Telepathy. Tang Zhang wasn't surprised. Although the five-clawed golden dragon was attached to his arm, it didn't know that the inner demons lived in his body like Qi Yu. Ever since the inner demons returned from the island nation, they had become very quiet. Qi Yu had left Tang Zhang's body, but the inner demons had failed to do so. Now, he seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Hearing the five-clawed golden dragon's voice, the inner demon said faintly, "What's there to be proud of? Who are you?" The five-clawed golden dragon was shocked and quickly asked. It did not know about the existence of Qi Yu and the inner demons. Who I am has nothing to do with you." The inner demon snapped. "That's enough." Tang Jing didn't want the two of them to quarrel again, so he quickly stopped them. "Five-clawed golden dragon, since you heard the voice of the inner demons, then let me tell you, there is another soul living in my body, the inner demons." "Who are the inner demons?" The five-clawed golden dragon was confused. "What qualifications does he have to criticize me like this?" Who am I?" "When I was in my prime, you, little dragon, had not yet been born." The inner demon said disdainfully. "Arrogant." The five-clawed golden dragon flew into a rage. "Both of you talk less," Tang Jing reprimanded. One person and one dragon were intimidated by Tang Zhang's pressure and did not dare to be noisy. Tang Zhang took large strides out of the small alley and arrived at the main street. He saw that everyone was whispering to each other and discussing spiritedly. From time to time, they would look towards the sky as if they wanted to see if the Divine Dragon Society would appear. Tang Zhang understood that his good intentions had worked, and this would definitely cause an earth-shattering change in people's views. When he returned to his house, everyone was standing in the yard, not looking at the sky. Although they knew about the five-clawed golden dragon, they were still deeply shocked when they saw the scene in the sky with their own eyes. Of course, they knew who was standing on the dragon's head and couldn't help but feel honored. Lan Yu was also standing in the crowd. She had just returned when she saw the scene in the sky. She didn't have time to tell everyone that she was ambushed before she was interrupted by this incident. When Tang Jing leisurely strolled back, it was as if she had just awoken from a dream. She madly rushed towards Tang Jing, grabbed his hand, and impatiently said, "Little Jing, quickly save your father." Tang Jing was suddenly startled. He subconsciously held her hand and anxiously asked, "What happened to him?" His heart trembled. He actually had a feeling of worry. "I went with him to see the leader to seek justice for you. I didn't expect to meet Lu Wuxin. Your father and Shadow stopped her in order to save people. Lu Wuxin is very powerful, so they must be in danger now. Quickly save them," Lan Yu said anxiously. When the others heard this, they were also shocked and gathered around. Tang Jing originally thought that he didn't have much feelings for his parents, but when he suddenly heard that Wu Junshan was trapped, his natural reaction shocked him. Unknowingly, he also began to worry about these two people. Even he didn't notice this before. He didn't have time to carefully analyze his thoughts and hurriedly said, "I'll go now." At the same time, he was also very surprised. Why would Lu Wuxin be in the leader's residence? Could it be that during Lu Wuxin's disappearance, she had already colluded with the leader? What was she trying to do? He shook his head and temporarily didn't think about the reason. He turned and left. "I'll go with you." Lan Yu immediately chased after him. She had no other choice but to leave her husband first. This time, with her son's help, she was determined to return and lend her husband a hand. When the others saw this, they also chased after him and said in unison, "We'll go help you together." Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them. It was as fast as lightning, arriving in the blink of an eye. However, his footsteps were swaying and his body was weak. His body was covered in blood and his face was pale. He clenched his teeth and couldn't hide his sorry appearance. After taking a closer look, Tang Jing recognized him and subconsciously exclaimed, "You're back." The others were also stunned and looked at him with incomparable surprise. This was poles apart from his usual appearance, as if he was a completely different person. It was hard to imagine what he had experienced. Wu Junshan ran all the way, even ignoring the strange phenomenon in the sky. When he finally reached the door of his house, he saw the familiar figure. His vision turned black, he weakly fell to the ground. Tang Jing was shocked. He stepped forward bravely and hugged him, shouting, "Wake up." Seeing that he didn't respond at all, he immediately put his hand on his wrist and injected a trace of true qi into his body. He felt that his qi was weak and his vitality was exhausted. He had lost a lot of blood and was on the verge of death. Tang Jing turned pale with fright. This injury was not a normal kind of injury. It was hard to imagine what he had experienced for him to be reduced to such a state with his cultivation. Tang Zheng's face immediately became gloomy like 10,000-year-old ice, saying, "Don't worry, I definitely won't let you die." At this moment, seeing Wu Junshan injured with his own eyes, he finally understood that Wu Junshan had imperceptibly left a deep shadow in his heart. The word family seemed simple. Normally, he wouldn't even think about it. But after all, blood was thicker than water. Since the two sides met again, Wu Junshan's actions were indeed compensation, trying to restore the father and son relationship. "Little Zheng, you have to save him," Lan Yu impatiently said. Tang Jing slightly nodded. Without saying a word, he hugged Wu Junshan and walked home. "Where's the shadow?" Lan Yu suddenly asked. Looking around, she couldn't find any trace of the shadow. Wu Junshan was already unconscious and couldn't speak. Of course, he couldn't tell her the answer. The shadow is very powerful and has a way to hide its whereabouts. It must be hiding again. Lan Yu found an answer for herself. But she already had an ominous premonition in her heart. She just didn't dare to think too much about it. "Hang, you've gone too far. You dare to hurt our people. You guys go back first. I'll go meet Lu Wuxin." Tian Chanzi was skilled and bold. He was provoked by Wu Junshan's miserable appearance and turned to leave. "Be careful," Tang Jing warned. He had fought with Tian Chanzi before and knew her strength. So he wasn't worried about Tian Chanzi. The group of people returned to the villa. Tang Dahai saw Wu Junshan covered in blood and jumped up from the sofa in fright. In this period of time, his relationship with Wu Junshan and his wife grew day by day. He had already forgiven Tang Zheng's biological parents and got along well with them. "Little Zheng, what's wrong?" Tang Dahai anxiously asked. "Grandfather, don't worry. I will save him." Tang Zheng entered a room and laid Wu Junshan on the bed. Blood immediately dyed the bed sheets red. "Junshan, wake up." Lan Yu was like a pear blossom in the rain, sobbing as she called out. Wu Junshan stood to the side. His eyes were already wet. He begged, "Tang Jing, you must save master." Tang Jing nodded. He looked at everyone and said, "You guys go out first. I will heal him." Okay. You heal him first. If you need anything, we will be outside." Lan Yu wiped her eyes. The back of her hand was wet from tears. She suppressed her mixed feelings and said, do you need my help? Empyrean Fairy asked. Tang Jing slightly shook his head. I have a way. Everyone left the room. Only Tang Jing and Wu Junshan remained. Wu Junshan's face was pale. If it weren't for his extraordinary perseverance, an ordinary person would have died on the way. He secretly sighed in his heart. Looking at his stiff cheeks, it was not hard to imagine his all-powerful appearance in the past. Tang Jing hurriedly gathered his thoughts and helped him up. He placed his palms on his back. A ball of true qi rushed into his body from his back and wrapped around his heart. Originally, his heartbeat had almost stopped. However, after being stimulated by the true qi, it began to beat vigorously. It was as if a sleeping person was suddenly awakened. He immediately regained his vitality. Thump thump, his heartbeat became stronger and stronger. His life force recovered a little. However, the situation was still not optimistic. At the same time, Wu Junshan's inner strength seemed to have been awakened. It strongly rejected Tang Zhang's true qi. The two forces fought in his meridians. Wu Junshan let out a blood-curdling scream and actually woke up. When he opened his eyes and saw Tang Jing, his eyes flashed with a bright light as he said, I was useless. I couldn't get justice for you. P.S. I was delayed 2 days ago and did not update. Sorry, I will update now. Chapter 1132. Tang Jing hurriedly supported Wu Junshan and said, Don't speak, calm your mind. I'll heal you. Chapter 1133. Tang Jing was surprised to see the changes in Xiao Tian's body. He asked, Your power has changed a lot. Chapter 1134. He made a solemn vow and looked like he would never compromise. Tang Jing tried his best to persuade him. This time, it was different from the past. He tried to bring as few people as possible. Chapter 150. The big sword case in Su Fengnian's hand was made of 1,000-year-old red sandalwood. The case itself was priceless. Red sandalwood had always been shipped over by sea. The great eunuch Han Diaoxi had gone out to sea several times, and to a large extent, it was to load fine sandalwood for the imperial family. Even so, the imperial craftsman's office did not hesitate to buy sandalwood from the south. Back in the day, West Chu was the craziest in purchasing red sandalwood. It was said that all officials did not bring sandalwood. For example, Su Fengnian, the imperial uncle of the former Taiping princess, was even more outstanding. He was incomparably elegant and built a well-known sandalwood building. Unfortunately, in the end, almost the entire building was moved to Great Peace City. Su Fengnian used a piece of silk to wipe the sword case. It was said that raising a jade was like raising a person. In that case, the precious red sandalwood was like a pretty girl from a humble family. It needed to be wiped frequently to avoid dust. Once this piece of red sandalwood was wiped, it was glossy and smooth. There were faint traces of purple gas lingering around it. Su Fengnian was listening to the flying swords of Dunhuang calmly. Suddenly, he heard Jiang and I burp. The little clay man paused for a moment and seemed to be embarrassed. Su Fengnian teased, deduct 10 coins. Jiang and I was furious. Just as he was about to speak, an embroidered bamboo ball was thrown high. Blue Bird flew to the top of the wall and caught it, not letting it fall into the courtyard. Su Fengnian had heard laughter in the distance. It must be the Wang family playing Kuju. Now that the Liang dynasty was at its peak, it naturally had an open mind. Kuju was originally a game from Beimang. After it spread to Liang, it was not banned. Very quickly, it became a favorite among women. There were not many restrictions on women in the current dynasty. They could go hiking, form associations, ride horses, shoot arrows, swing, play polo, and wear Beimang clothes. Everything was possible. This was why Wang Chudong was so bold and unrestrained today. If it was 20 years ago, this would have been unimaginable. The trend was irresistible. Even the old-fashioned great scholars could not do anything about it. Moreover, the great scholars all had their own families, so they simply turned a blind eye to it. It was not difficult to talk about big principles with the people, but it was difficult to talk about small principles with their wives and daughters. Su Fingnian took the bamboo ball from Bluebird and asked her to put the sword case back into the room. As expected, someone knocked on the door very quickly. Su Fingnian saw the expected young girl. He returned the bamboo ball and asked with a smile, "Who kicked me just now?" "What a strong kick." Wang Chudong stretched out her slender finger and tapped her nose. She was very pleased with herself. She had a lively personality and was not good at painting, but she was very good at swings, kuju and polo. However, during the banquet, Wang Linquan seemed to be very proud of his youngest daughter's poetry. Su Fingnian really could not see how this little girl could be so good at writing. Moreover, with his second sister Su Weisheng and the female scholar Yan Dongwu in front of him, even the little clay figurine wrote the majestic, Daging Horn swearing to kill post. Su Fingnian did not think that any girl could enter his eyes in terms of poetry, calligraphy and painting. At this time, Wang Chudong had changed her clothes. She was wearing a narrow-sleeved robe, black boots and breeches, and a belt around her waist. Su Fingnian looked much more comfortable. A young girl who was imitating a married woman revealed half of her breasts. She was putting the cart before the horse. Where did the charm come from? That dress was more suitable for Shu Xiu to wear. Wang Chudong asked tentatively, "Let's play kuja together." Su Fingnian shook his head and said, "No, I have to go to the market." Wang Chudong was excited when she heard this. She vowed solemnly, "Let's go together. I will bargain." Su Fingnian dismissed it with a smile. He let Bluebird call Yu Yue and the others. He then threw a glance at Jiang and I. The latter hesitated for a moment, but still decided to follow. She was unfamiliar with the place and the people. The main thing was that she did not have any concept of money. She really did not know what 1 silver could do. In the group, other than Su Fingnian and Bluebird who was like his shadow, there was also Jiang Ni and Li Chungang, the 3 retainers, Lu Yangshu and Ningame who had taken off his heavy armor and put on casual clothes. The boot-shaped iron halberd was also placed on the boat. Wang Chudong was kicking the bamboo ball along the way. Her movements were skillful and nimble. Her figure was like a swallow. It was very beautiful. When they arrived at the slightly deserted market, Su Fengnian did not expect that there would be a Qingfu silk shop on Laoshan Island. It was just nice to buy some clothes for Yu Yue and some dispensable rouge and face powder. Su Fingnian was generous and did not give Wang Chudong a chance to bargain. The little girl was unhappy. There was a lakeside tea house in the market with an excellent view. The water vapor of the spring god lake was rising and the fog was lingering. It was originally an excellent place to produce good tea, but it was only in recent years that the spring god tea became a tribute. Su Fingnian and Wang Chudong went to the top floor. Jiang and I and Old Manly were still wandering around the market. Yu Yue and Shu Xiu were shopping together. In the end, only he and the Wang family's daughter were seated. Ningame, Lu Qiantang and Yang Qingfeng formed a triangle. There were no tea guests upstairs, so it was unusually quiet. The owner of the tea house obviously recognized Su Fengnian and directly took out the best spring god tea. Wang Chudong volunteered to make tea for Su Fingnian. Her technique was mysterious, and her every movement was full of the style of a master. This made Su Fingnian have a whole new level of respect for her. The tea leaves that were picked before the Qingming festival curled up like a green conch or a sparrow's tongue. There was a layer of even fine white fluff on the edge. The green tea was gently poured into the water, like the bottom of a lake in spring. Su Fingnian waited patiently. The little girl's tea was very pleasing to the eye. After Wang Chudong offered a cup of tea with both hands, she said seriously, "Generally, when the tea leaves are drunk for a few times, the fragrance will gradually fade. However, the spring god tea will gradually become better. The spring god tea of our Laoshan Island is better than the surrounding areas. The tea garden can only plant bamboo, plum, orchid, laurel and green pine. It is not suitable to mix it with an evil tree. Therefore, the spring god tea of Laoshan Island has a long fragrance, but it doesn't have the fertile soil and green leaves." Chapter 151. Su Fingnian took a sip, but he couldn't tell what it was. He had never been interested in drinking tea, but now that he was at the spring god lake, he couldn't explain why he didn't drink the spring god tea. He thought of a poem. It was this poem that turned the spring god tea, which was kept in the house, into a tribute. It was very similar to his second sister's poem, Brother Appreciating the Snow, which inadvertently heated up the green ant wine, which was only famous in Bailiang. He subconsciously recited, "Since ancient times, those who know of this tea are few and far between. When a May 15 plucked, a snow-breasted green jade steamed." Wang Chudong blinked and asked with a face full of expectation, "Is this poem good?" Su Fingnian casually said, "It's pretty good. I've always admired heroes who can write poems. But it would be even better if I could see a young girl plucking the tea with my own eyes. Snow-breasted green jade steamed, listen, it's so poetic." Wang Chudong's face turned slightly red. Su Fingnian was confused and asked, "What's wrong?" Wang Chudong's ears were completely red. She didn't say anything and only lowered her head to drink her tea. A few young men and women came to the top floor of the restaurant. They were all dressed in brocade and each one was more arrogant than the other. The leader of the group was a young official with an official's aura. When he saw Wang Chudong, his expression changed and he walked straight over. Just as he was about to strike up a conversation, he was stopped by Lu Qiantang. Wang Chudong frowned and whispered, "This person is Lieutenant Zhao's son. He's idle and uneducated. He's very domineering and annoying." Su Fingnian didn't suppress his voice. He squinted his eyes and smiled, "Lieutenant. What rank is he? Is he a third-rank official?" Wang Chudong couldn't help but smile. Her eyes were full of spirit. The gloominess and irritation she felt were swept away. She cooperated and said, "Not really, not really. He's only a fourth-rank official." However, she was still a descendant of a rich family who grew up in the dangerous bureaucracy. She wasn't ignorant of the ways of the world. She quietly reminded, "This guy's sister is married to the prefecture overseer as a concubine. The people around him are all sons of Qingzhou's big families. Let's just ignore them." The fourth-rank general's son had always admired the Wang family's youngest daughter. Her father, Wang Linquan, was the richest man in Qingzhou. He was known as the Hall of Gold and Jade. Half of Mount Lao was the Wang family's private property. They were also involved in the most profitable salt and iron business. Wang Linquan especially doted on his daughter. He hated that he couldn't pick the moon for her. Back then, when he was competing with others to show off his wealth, Wang Linquan covered the pond in Mount Lao's residence with a glass mirror that was worth 10 gold. He invited Qingzhou's high officials and dignitaries to admire the moon together. He and his father were present at the scene and were stunned. Furthermore, Wang Chudong, this little girl, wasn't simple. When she was young, there were several eminent monks and Taoist masters who read her fortune. They all said that this girl was indescribably honorable. The popular spring divine tea came from her mouth. It was said that even the imperial concubines in the palace were full of praise and personally told His Majesty the Emperor. Thus, the spring divine tea became a tribute. The dandy surnamed Zhao, who relied on his elder sister to enter the Dragon Gate and was able to do whatever he wanted in Qingzhou, saw LV Qiantang's evil dog blocking his way. Although this young master who was used to wearing fine clothes and riding a horse had a sword at his waist, the sword was only for decoration. Secondly, the guy who could drink tea with Wang Chudong most likely had a good background. He was not stupid enough to draw his sword at a disagreement. If dandy were to kill each other indiscriminately like this, the world would be in chaos. Thus, he squeezed out a smile and prepared to test the waters. He pretended to be familiar and said with a smile, "Chudong, who is this friend?" Who knew that Wang Chudong bluntly said, "Who are you to call Chudong? I'm not familiar with you." Su Fingnian, who wished for the world to be in chaos, nodded his head and said, "Yes, Chudong is only familiar with me." The two looked at each other and smiled. This tacit understanding was too much of a slap in the face. The dandy surnamed Xiao said gloomily, "Wang Chudong, don't think that I can't touch your father." Wang Chudong clenched her teeth. Just as she was about to poke this fox borrowing the tiger's might, Su Fingnian frowned and said, "You are the son of the king of Jing'an, Zhaoheng?" Everyone was dumbfounded. What was this? Why did it involve the king of Jing'an? The dandy of Qingzhou couldn't help but look at each other. The dandy surnamed Xiao, who had the same surname as the 6 kings, but had no relationship with them, laughed and said, "You dare to call the king of Jing'an by his name?" Su Fingnian wasn't interested in drinking tea. He just wanted to sit here and enjoy the scenery. He didn't expect to meet these idiots who ruined the scenery. He looked at Lu Qiantang indifferently. The latter didn't say anything and kicked the dandy surnamed Xiao to the wall. The people who only bullied others and had never been bullied hurriedly helped their accomplices and left the tea house. What else could they do? They could only call the servants to gang up on them. If they couldn't beat them, they could only use their parents' family. How could Su Fingnian, who was cursed as the leader of Beiliang, be unfamiliar with this? Wang Chudong slightly opened her mouth. The sparrow tongue in her mouth was more delicate than the one in the cup. Su Fingnian smiled and said, "Drink tea, drink tea." Wang Chudong, in turn, comforted Su Fingnian. She raised a bright and carefree smile and said softly, "It's okay. Even if the sky falls, my father will hold it up." The little girl seemed to have forgotten that her father had knelt in front of the dandy in front of her. Su Fingnian drank a mouthful of tea. Wang Chudong moved her little head closer and said mysteriously, "I'll take you to the lake, but you can't go back and tell my father." Su Fingnian agreed and was pulled downstairs by Wang Chudong. They went to a secluded place by the lake. The little girl stood on a rock and whistled a series of times. Su Fingnian waited and waited. After waiting for half a cup of tea's time, he still didn't see any movement. Wang Chudong was a little embarrassed. She blushed and said, "Maybe it's still napping. It's the same as me. It loves to sleep." Chapter 152. Su Fingnian saw that Wang Chudong's cheeks were swollen and red, but she still did not give up. She looked very cute. He stood on the cliff by the lake, the cool breeze brushing against his face. He was wearing a white robe with wide sleeves, and there was a red sandalwood hairpin in his hair bun. He stood with his hand on the knife, looking even more handsome. Wang Chudong carefully stole a few glances, but she always felt that she could not see enough. This girl was probably going to have her first awakening of love. She was born in a rich family where pearls were as valuable as earth, gold, and iron. Since she was young, she was the moon surrounded by stars. Moreover, the masters all said that the little girl was extremely honorable. Wang Linquan, who was strict with his family, was only obedient to this daughter. The rest of her brothers and sisters also doted on her. With so much love, Wang Chudong was able to write Spring Tea without any worries. At the time, she was only 6 years old. When she was 14, she wrote The First Snow in the East Wing, that made countless daughters of noble families shed tears. Scholars praised this poignant novel as The First Snow in the East Wing, especially at the end of the story where a girl said that she hoped all the lovers in the world would be married. Just this sentence alone was better than 1,000 books. Although it was wantonly criticized by the great scholars of Jiangnan for not conforming to etiquette and misleading children, and there were also people who suspected that this novel was written by Wang Linquan, the 10-year-old girl who did not leave the spring god lake was always so maverick. She always liked to sleep and play. When she was tired from playing on the swing, she was in a good mood, so she wrote a few hundred words of the epilogue of The East Wing. It was rumored that as long as Wang Chushua started writing, no matter how many words she wrote, they had to be sent to the palace on horseback to be handed over to the concubines who were obsessed with The East Wing. There was also a secret rumor that after Wang Chushua wrote to the death of the beauty who said the famous sentence, a concubine in the palace wrote to her with tears in her eyes, begging her to be merciful and not be so heartless. However, little Wang Chushua was not soft-hearted and firmly did not change a single word. When The Eastern Wing was finally published, it was the festive spring festival, so much so that none of the young ladies and madams in Qingzhou smiled that year. Many envious scholars, who had studied the books of the sages for decades but could not make a name for themselves, called it a once-in-100 years strange event in the literary world. A scholar who was good at writing erotic poems in the boudoir did not hesitate to consider himself half a descendant of Wang Dongxiang. He highly praised the book, Dongxiang, and said that this book described the love between men and women, and did not leave any room for future generations. That poet was in his 50s, yet he was bowing and scraping to a girl who was not even 18 yet. Naturally, he had a mixed reputation. But after such a commotion, his originally mediocre reputation did indeed grow with the help of Wang Dongxiang. It was Su Fengnian who did not understand this. Otherwise, with his temperament of buying poems at a high price, how could he look down on this innocent and unaffected little girl standing next to him? It must be known that the person standing next to him was a contemporary female literary giant. Perhaps His Royal Highness would shamelessly ask for a few good poems. Since they were familiar with each other, he could ask for a friendship price. Su Fengnian saw that Wang Chushua finally did not have the strength to whistle anymore. She lightly patted her cheeks, as if she wanted to persevere. Su Fengnian could not help but joke, "Your friend lives in the water." Wang Chudong nodded and said seriously, "On the day I was born, it woke up from the bottom of the lake and crawled to my door. Father said that it would be my lifespan. When I grow up, around Qingming, I will find it to play." Su Fengnian curiously asked, "A turtle? Or is it a flood dragon?" Wang Chudong blushed and said, "How could a flood dragon crawl to my house? It is a big turtle with a wordless tablet on its back. It looks like a big turtle and is very stupid." The expert said that it was the divine beast that guarded the sea when Yu the Great was controlling the flood. "When I was young, I sat on its back and swam up the spring god lake. When it was happy, it would dive into the water and almost drown me." Su Fengnian was shocked and said, "Wang Chushua, not bad. I didn't know that you were so talented. I used to know a Taoist priest who rode a green ox on Mount Wudong. You are even better. You are already riding a big turtle." Wang Chudong smiled and revealed a pair of small canine teeth. She was obviously very proud, but pretended to be modest and said, "It's just a so-so." The waves suddenly splashed and a huge monster appeared on the lake. Its shell was 20 feet wide and it carried a big tablet. In Shuawen Jiezi, it was recorded that the turtle was the biggest of the beetles. Su Fengnian carefully read a brief introduction to the scenery of Shenzhou and Tianlu Shiyu because of the snow-white spear falcon. The latter's dragon breeding chapter had a detailed description of the turtle. Turtles like to sleep, especially the kuei turtle. They did not come out of the water unless it was in a chaotic time. Now, with the kuei turtle that was chopping the waves, Su Fengnian had 6 fengnian and a pair of young kuei. As for the divine creatures that he had heard of, the top one was the red-crowned crane left by the sword immortal Lu Zhu on Mount Wudong and the black tiger that listened to Qishuangjian scriptures for more than 10 years. Su Fingnian hugged Wang Chushua's slender waist and floated down the cliff to the turtle's back. The little girl could swing up to 3 stories high. The onlookers were all shocked, so of course they were not afraid. Su Fingnian stood on the turtle's back and thought it was ridiculous. He looked at the tablet and found it was really blank. The turtle's ancestor was so huge that it was like a small boat. Su Fingnian estimated that it would be fine even if a dozen strong men stood on it. Tianlu Shiyu mentioned that riding the Kuei turtle with a tablet could lead to the celestial mountain on the sea. The emperors of the past dynasties had spared no effort to find its trace in the rivers and lakes. The leader of the eunuchs, Han Diaosi, went to the sea to buy sandalwood. He might have the intention to find the celestial mountain. Wang Chushu squatted on the turtle's back and patted its head affectionately. She said, "Big Black, let's go play in the middle of the lake. Remember not to be seen." The turtle slowly swam in the lake, as steady as Mount Tai. Su Fingnian said softly, "Chushue, you shouldn't let other people know that you can attract the camel tablet turtle. Otherwise, it will cause trouble." Wang Chushue, who was hitting the turtle's head, turned her head and said, "You are not an outsider." Su Fingnian smiled and said, "We just met for the first time. How can I not be an outsider? I really wonder why you haven't been abducted by others until now." Wang Chushue made a face and said, "I know you are His Royal Highness, Su Fingnian. Other than the ancestors of heaven and earth, only the Great Pillar State can make my father kneel. The last one is you. I'm not stupid." Su Fingnian was relieved. He always felt uneasy when someone was trying to please him for no reason. No matter how handsome he was, it was unlikely that a young girl would fall in love with him at first sight. If it was because Wang Linquan had been beating around the bush for more than 10 years, it would make sense. With Su Fingnian's temperament, he must have made up his mind to stay with Wang Chushue and leave Ningame and the others aside. Su Fingnian had a headache and said, "Then you dressed like that at the ferry in the morning. Did you want to prove whether that infamous His Royal Highness is really greedy for women's plump bodies?" Wang Chushue didn't hide it. She nodded with a smile and said, "It's okay. Your eyes are just a little strange. You don't look like a lot of good-for-nothings who come to Mount Lao to play. Those silk dresses, thin blouses, and silk underwear were all borrowed from my big sister. I thought I would look good in them. Alas." Su Fingnian bent down and rubbed the little girl's head. He comforted her and said, "They are ugly, but when you grow up, you will look good in them." Wang Chushue, who was squatting, said with a bitter face, "I won't grow tall." Su Fingnian laughed and took 2 steps back. He leaned against the stone tablet and felt a chill on his back. He placed the embroidered winter spring thunder on his knees and looked at the night view of the lake. The 800-mile-long spring god lake seemed peaceful now, but it was hard to imagine that it was full of smoke and fire in the past. Some people were heroic with their feathered fans and silk headscarves, while some were dejected and defeated dogs. One could reach the ghost town of Xiangfan by boat on the lake. Who was the 36,050 grand ritual of the cycle for? The court only heard of the king laughing when he won, and never heard of the defeated crying. Take the girl's father, Wang Linquan, for example. If he didn't have a treasure bowl in his hand, no one would have bothered to find out that Wang Linquan was the one who led Su Zhao's horse. It was interesting to say that few people in the Beiliang army had a good ending, but those who led the horse for the butcher were mostly rich and powerful. While Su Fingnian was lost in his reverie, Wang Chushue had finished fooling around with the big turtle, so she sat facing His Highness in a daze. They sat opposite each other. He had a pair of knives on his knees, and she, who was only 28 years old, wrote "First Snow" in the eastern wing with a brush and a knife. Su Fingnian, who lived in northern Liang and had never heard of the Eastern Wing and the Little Prince's Eastern Wing, naturally didn't know that the character of the desolate woman in the book was the girl in front of him. Su Fingnian suddenly asked, "Wang Chushue, since you are friends with the big turtle, why didn't you hold back when you were eating the black chicken stewed with turtle? I saw that you ate the most happily at the table. Chapter 153. Wang Chushua pretended to be confused and looked to the side. She blushed and didn't dare to look at Su Fengnian in the eyes. She was so cute. Generally speaking, the bigger the turtle, the older the smaller it was. It was the best in winter, followed by spring and autumn. The worst was the summer turtle, which was considered as a mosquito by the gluttons. However, the turtle in the spring god lake was a special case. The older it was, the better it was. Wang Chushua, the greedy girl, didn't hesitate at all. She moved her chopsticks quickly. Wang Linquan looked at her several times but didn't get any response. Su Fengnian found it funny. He was disgusted by her dress, but after the meal, he liked her a lot. Women were straightforward, innocent, and beautiful. No matter how beautiful a woman was, if she acted coquettishly, it would be a death sentence in Su Fengnian's eyes. Wang Chushua seemed to want to change the topic. She didn't hesitate to use her trump card. She whispered, "The stone tablet Dahe is carrying has a lot of ancient characters in Xiaozhuan, but I can't understand them. I checked many ancient books and barely recognized a few sentences. It seems to say that there is a spirit mountain in the east of the East Sea. If someone learns this technique, he will be immortal. There is also a destiny, asking about divination, carrying the tomes of arcane, God's imperial ghost. As for the rest, I don't know anything about it." Su Fengnian nodded. Wang Chushua got closer and asked, "Don't you want to see it?" Su Fengnian didn't ask as she expected. He held back his laughter and said, "I'll pretend that I don't want to see it." Wang Chushua smiled, turned around, and patted the big turtle's head. The turtle didn't seem to be willing, so she continued to pat it. Perhaps it couldn't resist the little girl's unreasonable patting. It roared and flashed. The wordless steel squeaked. The yang side of the steel caved in, revealing the yin scriptures on the wall. Su Fengnian stood up, squinted his phoenix eyes, and took a quick glance at the steel. He memorized it quickly. He didn't recognize any of the ancient characters, but he remembered all the characters. No wonder Su Fengnian was so snobbish. Perhaps one day, this heavenly book would be a golden ticket to avoid death. After memorizing everything, Su Fengnian pointed to his forehead and said frankly, "I've seen everything clearly. They're all hidden here." The little girl really didn't understand the viciousness of human relationships at all. She didn't take it seriously and only said with admiration, "You really have a photographic memory. My father didn't lie to me." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Why don't we also write something on the stone tablet for future generations to guess?" Wang Chushua was stunned for a moment before she clapped her hands and said, "Okay." Su Fengnian pulled out his spring thunder saber and walked to the back of the stone tablet with Wang Chushua. He asked, "What does it say?" This pair of buffoons, one was audacious to the extreme, the other rebellious. Only when they got together would they dare to do such absurd things. Wang Chushua thought for a moment and said with a smile, "How about we write that Su Fengnian and Wang Chushua were here?" Su Fengnian gave her a thumbs up and nodded in appreciation. "Why don't we add the date?" Wang Chushua smiled happily and her small canine teeth could be seen again. Su Fengnian's handwriting was good. Even if he used a saber to carve the words, the saber still moved like dragons and snakes. Especially after practicing with the saber, the momentum was even more amazing. The little girl's heart swayed as she looked at him. Su Fengnian looked at the masterpiece on the stone tablet and laughed. This was probably a magnificent feat that no one had been able to do for thousands of years, right? Su Fengnian sat down again with his back against the stone tablet. He waved at Wang Chushua and motioned for her to sit closer. The two of them were almost shoulder to shoulder. The little girl whispered, "If only you could bring a saber and enter Beimang alone." Su Fengnian asked doubtfully, "Why?" Wang Chushue said shyly, there's a man in a novel who did this. He used the head of the Beimang emperor as a betrothal gift. Su Fingnian thought for a moment. That's feasible. Wang Chushue lowered her head and said softly, if that's the case, I'll write you 300 poems. Su Fingnian didn't think too much about it. He just smiled and said, then I'll still lose out. I'll have to exchange the head of a Beimang barbarian for a poem. Wang Chushue still lowered her small head. Her side profile was graceful. Under the moonlight, the soft hair on her delicate ears could be faintly seen. Su Fingnian stretched out a finger and lifted her soft chin. He saw that her cheeks were red and her eyelashes were trembling slightly. Su Fingnian touched her lips with his finger and said frivolously, grow up quickly. I'll pick you again. She was pulled into Su Fingnian's arms. Su Fingnian said softly, why do you like me? Girl, you're really unlucky. Wang Chushue played with her fingers. Her eyes were absent-minded. I've known you since I can remember. Father said that you'll definitely be the most amazing man in the world. I've been listening and watching from Mount Lao. It'll be the same in the future. When I grow up, will you really come back to see me? How old will I be when I grow up? I'm 16 this year. Is 17 enough? Su Fingnian rubbed his chin against her pink face. He smiled but didn't say anything. When she spoke, her breath smelled like orchids. It was even more fragrant than spring tea. Su Fingnian thought of her sparrow tongue and felt a burst of heat in his heart. I'll endure it. A real man is able to endure what ordinary people can't. Wang Chushue boldly reached out to touch the red mark between Su Fingnian's eyebrows. Her fingers gently rubbed against it. Su Fingnian explained with a smile, I'm not learning how to put on makeup like you girls. It's the trace of Wudong's previous sect leader's cultivation. I've only just reached the 2nd floor, the highest 6th floor. I have to study Taoist scriptures day and night to guide my qi. Taoism emphasizes turtle breathing, just like how this turtle seals its qi at the bottom of the lake. That's why I have to cultivate even when I sleep, for fear of squandering my qi. Wang Chushue looked up and asked, are you tired? Su Fingnian smiled. There's nothing to be tired about. It's natural to get used to it. I hope that when I travel in the future, I don't have to bring a large group of retainers to save my life. As for going to Beimang alone like you said, I'll have to practice my knife even more. Wang Chushue shook her head. Don't go. I'm just kidding. It's dangerous. Su Fingnian held Wang Chushue's face with both hands and lowered his head to kiss her mouth greedily and wantonly. The sparrow tongue was soft and sweet. Wang Chushue's eyes widened. He obviously didn't know anything about relationships. He wasn't the Wang Dongxiang who could write the first book about scholars and beauties. After Su Fingnian raised his head again, she slowly closed her eyes. Su Fingnian smiled. From today onwards, you're my woman. In the future, if you talk to any scholar or talent, I'll spank you. Wang Chushue didn't move in his arms. She only said softly, kiss me again. Su Fingnian shook his head. No more kisses. Otherwise, you'll completely become a woman. Wang Chushue opened her limpid eyes. She seemed to understand. On the banks of the Swallow River, an exaggeratedly large black and white cat sprinted out of the forest and rushed straight into the river. However, when it reached the riverbank, it suddenly stopped, and a young girl riding on the big cat was almost thrown into the river. The girl riding the cat was carrying a huge golden flower. This flower was originally called Yizhang chrysanthemum. It bloomed towards the sun and was also known as the sunflower. After the big cat stopped, the sunflower in the girl's hand shook violently. She seemed to be dissatisfied that the strange mount under her but was so timid and afraid of water. She didn't scold it and directly punched the big cat's head. The big cat, who was afraid of water to a certain extent, shook its head and pitifully looked at its owner who brought it from Shishu to Bailiang and raised it from a kitten to a big cat. The girl punched again. Although her body was thin and weak, her punch was powerful. It hit the big cat's head with a bang. She jumped off the big cat's back and came behind its butt, as if she wanted to kick it into the Swallow River. The big cat whimpered and ran away. It didn't run far. After running a short distance, it squatted on the ground, charmingly naive. The girl pointed her chin at the Swallow River, indicating that the pet should jump down voluntarily. The big cat shook its head desperately. She shook her chin again. The big cat shook its head again. The girl carrying the sunflower was expressionless and chuckled. The big cat knew that it was not good, so it rolled on the ground and begged for mercy. The girl walked closer and put the sunflower on the ground. She grabbed the big cat's foot with both hands. She didn't use much strength and carried it on her shoulder. She threw it over her shoulder into the center of the river. Then, she clapped her hands and picked up the sunflower on the ground. The big cat smashed a column of water into the sky in the Swallow River. After a while, the big cat, who was afraid of water, seemed to be enlightened. It flapped its forepaws and swam freely in the Swallow River. It changed various positions and was very happy. The girl jumped onto the big cat's back and sat down. She commanded the rude pet that had defeated the adult tiger Kuei in Mount Qingqing to swim to the spring god lake. She was in a good mood, so she laughed. Ha ha ha. Chapter 154. Today's 2 chapters are 8,500 words. Tomorrow's first chapter will be after 12 o'clock. Admiring the moon and admiring the lake, taking liberties with the little beauty, and also carving a string of absurd characters on the stone tablet, Su Fengnian was completely satisfied. Together with Wang Chudong, he returned to Mount Lao on a turtle. Ningame and the others felt relieved. Returning to the Wang family's courtyard, they first sent the little girl to the small courtyard door. Seeing that there was no one around, Su Fengnian kissed her again. The girl returned to the courtyard and sat on the swing. She stood on her tiptoes and gently swayed. Wang Chudong's finger was on her lips, the corners of her mouth lifted in a smile. She thought of the many things he said. If I could walk the Jianghu just by relying on my handsome appearance, this heir apparent would have been unparalleled in the world long ago. Shameless and shameless, Wang Chudong thought about it and laughed without stopping. Su Fengnian's praise of her talent was not wrong. This girl had read a lot of books since she was a child, including the 4 books and 5 classics, and also casual books. Therefore, Wang Chudong's writing was always natural. In Qingzhou, there was a custom of writing on the 2nd day of the 2nd month. She wrote, the sound of frogs passing through the green screen, outside the building, the waves of the great river washing away the sand. Half of it was in the boudoir, but the second half took a sharp turn to show off her heroism. Therefore, when people commented on Snow on the East Wing, they all said that Wang Chudong used light ink to write strong feelings, often with hundreds of twists and turns, word by word penetrating people's hearts. She deeply understood the saint saying, joy without lust, sorrow without pain. At the end of the book, may all lovers find their way together. Wang Linquan walked into the small courtyard and swung the swing for his daughter. He laughed and said, Father was right. His Royal Highness is clearly a clever person. Like I said, the son taught by the great general and Wang Fei can't be too bad. Hey, that year His Highness was already holding a saber. Today, seeing 2 sabers in your hands, I am very gratified. Father hates seeing those self-proclaimed gentle, courteous, and thrifty Confucian scholars in Qingzhou. They are far less straightforward than His Highness. I heard you hit Commander Zhao's son in the tea house. Well done. If you don't hit them, they won't learn from their mistakes. I was just thinking of using money to make these guys see if a woman's pillow talk is more powerful than real money. Wang Chudong nodded, turned his head and said, Father, I won't write the epilogue of East Wing. Wang Linquan sat on one side of the swing and said kindly, if you don't want to write, then don't write. Otherwise, the concubines in the palace won't miss you as if they've been possessed. The little girl mischievously said, there will definitely be people who will say that my talents have run out. Wang Linquan laughed heartily and said, that bunch of poor and pedantic scholars have nothing better to do. They can't hold a brush to write a good poem, they can't mount a horse and lift a saber to kill the enemy. Why should I care about them? My daughter scolding them is already giving them a lot of face. Before Wang Linquan left, he said earnestly, Daughter, it's still too early to make a private commitment. Wait for another 2 years. Wang Chudong, whose face was flushed red, waved his small fist. Wang Linquan came to His Royal Highness' small courtyard and knocked on the door. He saw His Highness sitting in the middle of the courtyard with a red sandalwood sword case on the table. Only the maidservant Blue Bird was standing to the side. Su Fingnian was just about to get up when Wang Linquan said in a panic, Your Highness, you don't have to get up. This old servant doesn't dare to accept. Su Fingnian didn't say much. The difference in status and etiquette couldn't be dispelled with just a few words. After Wang Linquan sat down, he carefully looked at the sword case that he didn't dare to forget for so many years. After all the old soldiers left the Bailiang army, there were a few things that they couldn't forget. When he was in the barracks, there was an invincible Su flag. Wang Linquan was a real soldier of Su Shao and was fortunate enough to see and remember more things. One of them was the sword case on the table. The sword case was hidden in the sword case. In Wang Fei's hands, it could be described as a 10,000-li grieving wind, one cold sword. It was worthy of being called the first sword in the world. There was a poem in the previous generation that said, one sword light 30 provinces, Gang Chi's shooting bowl. It was enough to show Wang Fei's peerless talent. Wang Linquan's eyes filled with hot tears as he looked at the sword case. These years, he was stained with the stench of money. But in the dead of the night, every time he thought about the general's ferocious army and throwing 100,000 horse whips into the river, he would be extremely excited. It was this spirit that supported Wang Linquan until today. Su Fingnian slowly closed his eyes and brushed 2 fingers across the sword case. There were 18 words engraved on the sword case. It was his mother who had personally written them. His mother was the previous sword crown of the Wu family. Although she had betrayed the family for Su Shao, many of the rules were still followed. After she passed away, the armored sword attendant Xiao Yute guarded the grave and buried the sword. It wasn't accurate to call it a cenotaph. The Wu family's sword tomb was fully deserving of being called a sword tomb. Cultivators did not respect the way of the heavens. Even if they cultivated until their hair turned white, they still couldn't enter the way of the heavens. So on and so forth. If a swordsman didn't respect or feel close to his sword, most likely his realm wouldn't be very high. Although Dong Tai, who had carried the great cauldron of swordsmanship for Li Chungang, casually carried a peach blossom branch and seemed unrestrained and not proper as an expert, Dong Tai had already made it clear that it wasn't that he disdained to carry a sword. It was just that there were very few opponents in the world who were worthy of him using a sword. Wang Xianji was one of them, and Chao Guanzi and the like were only half a match. Su Fingnian's journey this time wasn't simply to vent the resentment he'd held in for 3 years. Other than secretly drawing the geography of several thousand li, it was also to connect with Wang Linquan and the other former Bailiang subordinates. These weren't imparted to him by Su Shao, who was publicly acknowledged in the dynasty as a lovable father who never nagged Fingnian about how to act and how to conduct himself. Ren Tu only allowed His Royal Highness to cause trouble, and then happily cleaned up his son's mess. His Royal Highness had groups of retainers and death warriors under his command. Why did he have to practice the blade alone? He didn't really want to simply be a fierce general who charged and broke through enemy lines. For this kind of thing, he had a younger brother, Huang Manor, who was born with divine strength. In the future, Su Longxiang would carry the blade. Who could compete with him? No matter what, it wouldn't be Su Fengnian's turn. Was it for old Huang's sake? Did he want to retrieve the sword case at the top of Martial Emperor's city for the old servant who had lost his front teeth? Part of the reason was, but the most secretive was the most difficult thing for the Su family to let go of. Chapter 155. Before the Su family rushed to Beiliang, the Wang Fei had gone to the palace alone. At the time, there were more than a dozen first-level aces present, half of them from the inner court and half of them from Jianghu. This was a taboo that those who knew about it kept quiet out of fear. It was a secret that had been covered in the dust of history in a short 20 years. Su Fengnian knew what the old emperor was planning. If Su Shao did not have a son, so what if he was also the king of Beiliang? Su Fengnian didn't even need to be reminded of such a clumsy emperor's scheme. The 300,000 steel cavalrymen would eventually become the property of the imperial family in the future. As for the hidden aces of Jianghu, most of them had their families destroyed when the Su family rode their horses into Jianghu. Or they were the ancestors of the 10 great clans who wanted to avenge their country and family. They had dealt a fatal blow to Su Shao when he was at his peak. Was there a better way to vent their hatred? However, they had not expected that the pregnant Wang Fei would go from being a sword in the mortal world to being a sword in the mortal world. When a martial artist surpassed heavenly phenomenon and became a swordsman on land, he could no longer be measured by common sense. In the long run, both sides had suffered great losses in that battle. There was no winner. The Beiliang cavalry, who had been loyal to the dynasty, had formed an irreparable gap with the court. The Wang Fei had fallen ill and died young. Su Fengnian had a book of life and death. It recorded the names of the dozen people who had appeared in the palace that day. 1/3 of them had died suddenly, none of them from old age. Su Fengnian was already 30 years old. In the future, he would want to kill these people with his own hands. Even if he could not do it in his lifetime, it was better than doing nothing. Su Shao had not hesitated to become enemies with the entire Jianghu for the sake of the court's 100 years of prosperity. Su Fengnian wanted to flatten this Jianghu even more than Su Shao. There were always some things that did not need to be explained. Su Shao could bring him 20 years of stability. When he went out, he would be escorted by armored cavalry, and there were even death warriors in the open and in the dark. However, Su Shao would also grow old one day. Su Zhao's heart was built by fighting for the country. Su Fengnian wanted to fight for the Su family and take over the Beiliang cavalry. This was not a small matter. Beiliang valued military service and revered martial arts. If he really listened to his second sister Su Weisheng and wholeheartedly took over the army, Su Fengnian did not have the confidence. Su Fengnian had been asking himself all these years, without Su Shao, what was he? Su Fengnian subconsciously tightened his grip on his swords and exhaled a long breath. Wang Linquan recalled the past and said with emotion, when the great general pacified Western Shu, military advisor Zhao was only 10 li away from the imperial city of Western Shu. Unfortunately, he died of illness. The great general led the army to break the river to comfort military advisor Zhao's soul in heaven. Who in Western Shu would not be afraid? Su Fengnian said in a low voice, the Beiliang cavalry can only fight to the death. Wang Linquan nodded. Only fight to the death. The art of war was deceitful, but Su Shao did the opposite. No matter how aggressive his army was, the Beiliang cavalry could only fight to the death. Su Fengnian smiled. Su Zhao's visit to the capital to meet the emperor will most likely create a mess in the capital. Wang Linquan kept quiet and did not dare to speak. Su Fengnian did not mind telling this old soldier some family matters that would cause a huge uproar. Wang Linquan dared to kneel and cry at the dock in front of countless eyes. If Su Fengnian did not even have this much magnanimity, he would not be able to take over Su Zhao's horsewhip in the future. He did not even need to wander around Jianghu. It would be better for him to go back and hide in Beiliang Palace. He signaled Blue Bird to bring some wine and said, "Uncle Wang, we are all family. Let's not talk about being strangers. When I came to Mao Lao this time, you openly displayed the attitude of an old subordinate of Beiliang. You are destined to be targeted by many people in Qingzhou and even the imperial court. I will tell Chu Lushan to keep an eye out for you. If things really get out of hand, I will let Su Xiao speak. I don't believe that the king of Jing and Xiao Heng, who was whacked by Su Xiao on the head with a horsewhip, will dare to offend him. As for Su Xiao coming to the capital, I guess he is going to ask for a clear result of my hereditary succession, to ensure that in the future I will be able to wear a large yellow satin boa robe that will not lose to his court robes." Hereditary succession. When Wang Linquan, who usually looked old and dim-sighted, heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Beiliang's 300,000 cavalrymen, as well as all the old subordinates scattered across the dynasty, who would not be worried about this. The meaning of the word hereditary was clear. It meant that one would inherit one's father's title, salary, and land. If one did not inherit it, then it would be a question, and it would not be changed or abolished. This was because even the vassal kings of the imperial family, other than the king of Yanxi and the king of Guangling who had great military achievements, were treated as special cases. According to the vassal clan law, all of them had to be inherited according to their seniority. For example, the king of Jing and Xiao Heng's son, without great military achievements, could only inherit the title of a lower-level prince. Once Su Fengnian was recognized as hereditary by the imperial court, he would still be the king of Beiliang. This was why there was the large yellow satin boa robe. Only the 9 and 5 Supreme Sovereign and the 9 Dragons' 5 Claws could be considered an imperial yellow robe. Su Fengnian did not mind wearing the boa robe to trample the Jianghu. He just wanted to anger, scare, and beat those bastards to death. Wang Linquan only felt satisfied. At this moment, Blue Bird brought over some good wine. The old man drank a cup and wiped his mouth with a smile. Now, no one in Beiliang will dare to be dissatisfied. Su Fengnian drank all the wine in his cup and said self-deprecatingly, "But I only have the ability to break through 6 ranks with one blade. I really can't show it." Wang Linquan said disapprovingly, "His Royal Highness is a genius. If he really wants to practice the blade, he can easily become a first-rank expert." Su Fengnian joked, "Uncle Wang, you say it so easily, but it really is not easy for me to practice the blade." Wang Linquan only cared about smiling. He silently said "Uncle Wang" a few times in his heart. This was even more heartwarming than the wine in his stomach. Wang Linquan suddenly said with a regretful expression, "My 2 sons are useless. They only know how to study. They won't be able to lead your highness' horse." Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "It doesn't make sense." Wang Linquan refuted his Royal Highness for the first time. He said solemnly, "Your Highness, as long as Wang Linquan is alive, the Wang family will be at your disposal. There is no greater reason in the world than this." Su Fengnian did not know how to persuade him. He raised his cup and drank the wine in the glass again. He said softly, "I just don't know if the imperial court will take away Su Zhao's title as the pillar of the nation." Wang Linquan was silent. The two drank a pot of wine. Wang Linquan respectfully knelt on the ground again before he got up and left. Su Fengnian turned his head to look at the sword case. He looked at the 18 words. "This sword calms the injustices of the world. This sword does not let down the world." Chapter 156. Su Fengnian drank jug after jug, 3 jugs of wine in a row, and then fell asleep directly on the stone table. Blue Bird covered his Royal Highness with a mink coat and sat quietly on the side. Su Fengnian woke up early in the morning and saw Blue Bird sitting upright and still. He smiled apologetically, while Blue Bird smiled. Su Fengnian pulled out his shodong and practiced his saber in the courtyard for 2 hours. He began to try to select the most exquisite sword moves from the compendium of 1,000 swords materia medica, whale-killing sword, flying swords of Dunhuang, green water pavilion sword practice record, and other secret manuals. He then integrated them into his saber art. Using the mental cultivation method of riding an ox as a foundation, he strived to merge them all into one. However, it was easier said than done to reach the pinnacle of the 50 moves that Aunt Xiao had suggested. At this moment, Su Fengnian's saber practice inevitably failed to draw a tiger and ended up looking like a dog. His saber movements were rather stagnant. Practicing like this would only yield half the result with twice the effort. However, Su Fengnian had an advantage that no one paid attention to, which was that he had cultivated an extraordinary willpower since childhood. As a child, he had copied books, as a teenager, he had played chess, and he had traveled for 3 years and 6,000 li. As His Royal Highness, he had an impetuous temperament. Otherwise, with his family's numerous lackeys and his background of owning an arsenal, how could he calm down and practice his saber? Until now, he had only broken 6 with one saber move. If it were other arrogant sons of aristocratic families, they would have stomped their feet and cursed. After sweating all over, he returned to his room and changed into the clean new clothes that Blue Bird had bought at Qingfu's satin shop yesterday. His whole body felt comfortable. Just as he was about to eat breakfast, he saw that Wang Chudong, who slept the most in the world, was up early for the first time. She stood at the entrance of the courtyard and pinched the corner of her clothes. Su Fengnian waved his hand and they ate together. Wang Chudong ate in a carefree manner. Su Fengnian wiped away the remaining food from the corner of her mouth several times. Today, Su Fengnian was going to leave Mount Lao to go to Xiangfan, which was said to be the second Fengdu. As the breakfast neared the end, Wang Chudong's expression became more and more miserable. Even with her shrewdness, she couldn't hide it. Su Fengnian also didn't try to persuade her. After eating, he took the little girl to the white jade guanyin. When Su Fengnian told her not to see him off later, Wang Chudong was completely heartbroken. She sobbed and wiped her face like a kitten. She said vaguely, "When I grow up, remember to come back and see me." Su Fengnian flicked Wang Chudong's nose and teased, "Look, your face is covered in tears. No wonder they say that a grown girl can't be kept at home. Your father loved you for nothing." Wang Chudong, who won first place in the world, wrote in the book that the woman who loved him died. At that time, she also hid and cried secretly. However, after she was addicted to sleep, eat, and play, her tears faded. However, she didn't know that when Wang Chudong was no longer Wang Chudong and was only a young queen in the beginning of winter, not to mention parting with death, even if they were fated to meet again, it was also so heart-wrenching. She wanted to tell Su Fengnian that she might not like to sleep in the future. She wanted to ask what she should do if she missed him but couldn't see him. However, she could only cry and couldn't say anything. Su Fengnian couldn't bear to see a woman cry. He couldn't bear to hear her sobbing. He raised his voice and told her not to cry. She immediately closed her mouth obediently. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stretched out his hands and pinched her red face. He lowered his head and touched the tip of her nose. He said softly, "Don't worry. On the way to the southeast, there will be a lot of gossip about me in Qingzhou. Just wait, there will be a surprise." Wang Chudong nodded and squeezed out a smile. "I will write a poem for you." Su Fengnian didn't take it seriously. He also promised the little girl that he would write a poem for a Beimang's head. If there really was such a day, wouldn't she be busy to death? Su Fengnian suddenly felt a little annoyed that he was too careless in leaving a mark in her heart. He remembered that Yu Wei once sang a poem, "When you're ignorant, you don't miss. Only when you miss, will you miss. Wasn't it talking about the young girl in front of him? His Royal Highness, even in the Wudong Yuan of the prince's mansion, other than Bluebird and Sweet Potato, he didn't dare to have any feelings for the other maids. He didn't overdo it for more than 10 years. What he was afraid of was those unpredictable natural and man-made disasters. If a woman close to him withered away, Su Fengnian didn't want to bear this pain. Su Fengnian didn't know that this poem of lovesickness happened to come from Qingzhou's Wang Dongxiang's First Snow. It could be said that Wang Chudong's words came true. The group of people arrived at the dock. Su Fengnian boarded the boat and sailed further and further away from Mount Lao. Yu Yuwei walked forward and whispered, "You don't know Wang Dongxiang." Su Fengnian was baffled and asked, "Who?" Yu Yuwei smiled playfully and said, "You haven't read First Snow in the East Wing?" Su Fengnian frowned and said, "When I heard Li Hanlin say that the ending was completely dead, I didn't want to flip through it. Last time when my eldest sister returned to Liangzhou, she brought a copy of East Wing with her and forced me to read it to her. It wasn't easy for me to escape." Yu Yuwei lowered her head and stroked the white cat, Wu Meinyang. She said softly, "That Wang family's youngest daughter is Wang Dongxiang. From First Snow, I wish all the lovers in the world will find their way together." This sentence is even familiar to Bei Mang. Su Fengnian whispered, "No wonder." Yu Yuwei raised her head and said, "Wang Dongxiang can not only write graceful poems. Although she has never traveled to the border, she can even write frontier poems with a special charm. I came to Liangzhou and didn't recite poems. Turns out Liangzhou is a magnificent literary work. Even the Great Pillar State praised this poem before." Chapter 157. Su Fengnian laughed and scolded, "Su Shao doesn't know anything about poetry." However, His Royal Highness added softly, "But the little girl's poem is indeed a little interesting." Yu Yuwei smiled. Wu Meinyang, who was getting fatter, stretched lazily in her arms. In the ghost town of Xiangfan, there was one of the 6 feudal lords. The king of Jing and Zhao Heng was one of the few princes in the imperial family who was good at both civil and martial arts, but he was neither high nor low. His literary talent was not as good as his younger brother, the king of Huainan, and his martial arts were not as good as his 2 brothers, the king of Yanlu and Guangling. Perhaps it was because he was disheartened that he began to believe in the teachings of Huang Laozi when he was young. At one point, he had thought of going to Mount Longhu to become a Taoist priest. In the last 2 years, he had abandoned Taoism and studied Buddhism. He had mustered a lot of people and had specially asked His Majesty for a special decree to go to the 2 Zen temples to burn incense. He had even taken the initiative to become a disciple of the black-clothed monk, Yang Taisui. Unfortunately, the sickly old monk had turned a deaf ear to him and had never paid him any attention. Zhao Heng was now studying the Western sect. He had 108 beads in his hands all year round. He was as melancholic and fickle as a woman. Su Shao had said that Zhao Heng was as gloomy as a jealous woman. He prayed to Buddhism because he had committed too many sins in his early years. He wanted to have peace of mind. Among the 6 feudal lords, he was the least manly one. The 3 ships had not gone far from Mount Mao when 2 ships from the Spring God Lake approached them. Compared to the ship Su Fengnian was standing on, it paled in comparison. Su Fengnian squinted his eyes and looked over. The Beiliang cavalry had destroyed cities and destroyed countries with irresistible force during the Spring and Autumn War. It could be said that they were invincible. However, they were not good at naval warfare. Therefore, Su Fengnian had done a lot of research on the navies of various countries during the Spring and Autumn War. There were more than 40 types of warships of different sizes on the Spring and Autumn War, and he had dabbled in many of them. The ship in front of him was called the Yellow Dragon. In the Qingzhou Navy, it was only slightly inferior to the Green Dragon ship and the 6-toothed giant warship. When it passed through the sea, it was already an imposing and majestic object. It had 3 floors and a height of 6 zhang. It was decorated with red lacquer and was wrapped in iron armor. There was also a stable for horses. Unfortunately, Su Fengnian's ships could not withstand a few lashes. However, the Qingzhou navy was even more unfortunate. This was because the one standing at the bow of the ship was Bailiang, His Royal Highness. Su Fengnian calmly said, "General Ning, go and get the halberd." Ningame, who had a gentle personality, revealed a rare evil grin. He turned around and went to the cabin to retrieve the iron halberd. He even carried the short halberd bag on his back. Lu Yangshu and the other two were naturally prepared to jump off the ship and fight. Ordinary soldiers really could not withstand the torment of 3 second-level experts. However, civilians did not fight with officials, and heroes did not violate the rules. There were some innate taboos. However, when they thought of who it was that taught Jianghu this bloody truth, the three immediately felt incomparably relaxed. Su Fengnian had Yu Yue return to the cabin first. He raised his head and saw the silk pants surnamed Xiao, who had been kicked by Lu Qiantang yesterday, standing on the 3rd floor of the Yellow Dragon ship with a group of disreputable friends. They were pointing and discussing. Were they pretending to give pointers? The Yellow Dragon ship gradually approached. They could clearly see that the giant paddle pole was ready. In front of the paddle pole and brandishing its claws, the brother-in-law surnamed Xiao held a white porcelain wine cup with 2 fingers. He looked quite confident and unrestrained. He shouted at Su Fengnian, "Foreigner, do you still dare to act rashly?" Su Fengnian smiled and replied, "Sure, I really want to weigh the weight of the Qingzhou ship. I'm just afraid that you guys are only pleasing to the eye but not useful." The man surnamed Xiao subconsciously glanced at the young master surnamed Xiao from the corner of his eye. This person of the same age had an elegant appearance, but his actions were low-key and restrained. Even when interacting with them, he did not put on any airs. He had an excellent reputation in Qingzhou. The son of the governor looked down from above and asked, "Do you dare to repeat what you said yesterday?" Su Fengnian knew that this was a trap that could be seen through at a glance, but he still smiled indifferently and said, "The name of the king of Jing'an. What harm is there in saying it? The son of the vassal king, Zhao Heng, is standing here. I can still beat him to the point that when he returns home, even Zhao Heng won't be able to recognize him." The man surnamed Xiao was overjoyed. He glanced at the refined young man beside him, who no one in Qingzhou dared to call himself a young master of a noble family in front of, and revealed a hint of gloominess that was hard to see. The fair-skinned young master with a jade-like complexion took a step forward. As soon as he stepped forward, the foppish Xiao immediately retreated. The young master looked straight at Su Fengnian and said calmly, "Don't regret it." Su Fengnian raised his hand. The 100 Phoenix Battalion soldiers on the 3 ships all came out of their cabins. They stood with crossbows in their hands, and the moment they unsheathed their standard Bailiang blades that were as clear as snow. As a result, it was the Qingzhou navy that was in a difficult position. Was there really going to be a battle on the water today? The commander of the Phoenix Battalion, Yuan Meng, was even more fearless. He repeatedly made hand signals to supervise the battle. The Phoenix Battalion was originally the cream of the crop among Bailiang's light cavalry. They were among the best in horse battles, foot battles, and night battles. The boatman at the helm had long been controlled. The 3 ships instantly drew an arc, forming a triangle. Although the Bailiang army was not good at water battles, that was only in comparison to horse battles. What about the Qingzhou navy? Back when the Bailiang cavalry surrounded Xiangfan, the navy soldiers on these 2 ships were still sucking on their mother's milk, right? Shishu had once chiseled a stone wall and hung 3 iron chains to block the river in an attempt to stop the navy that Bailiang had put together at the last minute. Who would have thought that the battle on the water would end before it even started? The natural defenses along the river were completely destroyed by the Bailiang army. Strictly speaking, the Bailiang army could be considered half of the ancestors of the Qingzhou navy. Su Fengnian laughed mockingly and said, "Do you dare to fight?" Chapter 158. Chapter 1. Since the spring god lake had stopped burning after the spring and autumn war, could it be that the 3 merchant ships were going to give the Qingzhou navy a taste of meat? The leader of the group of playboys on the Yellow Dragon ship frowned. He didn't need to think about the outcome of a naval battle where there was a great disparity in strength. However, once the battle started, given his sensitive identity, the repercussions would be too great. Even his father wouldn't dare to bear the consequences. The 3 Yellow Dragon ships had sailed to the vicinity of Mount Lao under the pretext of training on the water to show off. If the other party was an ordinary noble, not to mention the 4 giant battering poles, hooks, and plow darts placed around the ship, it would be enough to make them suffer. After smashing or overturning the other party's ship, they would be charged with the crime of salt and iron smuggling, which would become an untraceable case. Qingzhou was already dissatisfied with Wang Linquan of Mount Lao interfering in the salt and iron business. On one hand, they were helping Commander Zhao's son vent his anger. On the other hand, they could give Mount Lao a warning. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, why not? However, when he saw the hundreds of people on the 3 ships carrying standard military knives, they were even armed with crossbows. Although the dynasty didn't encourage wanderers to travel with knives, it wasn't strictly prohibited. However, crossbows were not privately issued by the military. He wasn't blind. Behind the playboy on the other side stood a burly general wearing heavy armor and wielding a halberd. The dynasty had millions of soldiers, but the number of brave men who could use a halberd could be counted on one hand. The identity of the person he wanted to teach a lesson to was naturally revealed. Who could be personally protected by Bailiang's great halberd Ningame? He had long heard that Bailiang's His Royal Highness had left for the 2nd time to travel, but he didn't expect to coincidentally bump into it today. His Royal Highness wasn't something that just anyone dared to impersonate. The descendants of vassals needed the imperial court's permission to leave the country, and there were even more rules and regulations when they left the country. Moreover, it was obvious that claiming to be the son of any vassal was safer than pretending to be the son of the Bailiang. If the son of a butcher stood casually in the spring and autumn 8 kingdoms and shouted that he was Bailiang's His Royal Highness, he would be swarmed by assassins. The young man, who was also from one of the top families in the dynasty, had a complicated expression. He muttered to himself, "This guy brought 100 Bailiang-like cavalry, almost the same as my father's. What a show of extravagance." As expected of the son of a vassal with a different surname. The position under one's but was different, and the thoughts in one's head were completely different. Different from the caution of the leader, the disciples of Qingzhou, including Zhao, were furious when they heard Su Fengnian's clamor. It had to be known that there were 2 things to rely on in a naval battle. One was to occupy the upper reaches and go with the flow, making it difficult for the enemy master to compete. The second was to use a large ship to crush a small one. The dynasty's navy had spent a lot of money to build 3 giant ships that were as tall as the city walls. The Emperor Yu of the Old East Yu, the Divine Phoenix of the Old West Chu, and the flagship of the Qingzhou Navy. Not to mention the Yellow Dragon Fortress ship, even the Green Dragon ship, which was already considered a big ship, would be smashed to pieces by the iron rod at the bow of the ship. The difference between the Yellow Dragon and the 3 giant ships was undoubtedly the difference between the merchant ship and the Yellow Dragon. Where did this guy get the courage to say, "Do you dare to fight?" How much courage did he have to eat to be able to do this? Other than the leader, there were 2 people with the most radical and impetuous personalities. Other than the leader, Zhao, whose father was a lieutenant, and Wei Wei, whose father was the head of the Qingzhou Navy. Wei Wei had always been secretly cursed by the people of Qingzhou as an evil dragon. Relying on his father's power, he liked to forcefully kidnap girls and take them to the lake to do whatever he wanted. After the deed, he would either bury them as corpses or strip them naked and force them off the ship. Most of the latter could not bear the humiliation and wanted to commit suicide by jumping into the water. The most outrageous thing about Wei Wei was his ability to draw a 3-stone bow. Once a girl fell into the water, she would be shot to death by his bow. His father was known as the Dragon King of Qingzhou. Wei Wei, this birdman, was illiterate. Normally, he would act like a hawk or a dog on the street. Whenever he saw a scholar dressed like a scholar, he would beat them up. He had learned 70 to 80% of his ruthlessness from his father. In his life, he admired Li Hanlin, one of the 4 evils of Liangzhou, the one who set up the beast cage. He often said that if he had the chance, he would definitely become sworn brothers with Li Hanlin. Wei Wei immediately flew into a rage. In his life, there were 2 things he hated the most: the refined scholar, and the more domineering young master. The guy standing at the bow of the ship was complete. No matter how he looked at him, he did not find him pleasing to the eye. Daring to spout nonsense in his territory, he was tired of living. Turning his head, he angrily shouted at a distant servant, "Go get the bow for me." The servant hurriedly ran to get the large bow that was stained with blood. The 2 Yellow Dragon cruise ships had a total of 400 people on board. In the 5 elements, earth prevailed water, which was yellow in color. Therefore, the soldiers on board the ship wore yellow clothes and yellow hats. They were called Huang Tu Lang. Each Yellow Dragon cruise ship was equipped with 10 spears, hook axes, 32 crossbows, 3,300 arrows, and 40 armors, according to the military book Controlling the Enemy on Water. Among the Huang Tu Lang, those who were good at fighting were given the title of Chiomonsi. The Yellow Dragon cruise ship had more than a dozen Chiomonsi. Moreover, the 2 Yellow Dragon cruise ships were fighting with the wind. No matter how you looked at it, they were far superior to the enemy's 100 crossbows. Victory was in their grasp. The several women on board the Yellow Dragon cruise ship were wearing the distinctive large-sleeved long skirt of aristocratic women. The large-sleeved skirt was first invented by Empress Xiao Ji in the imperial palace. Together with the phoenix coronet and other clothes, it was the common attire of the empress and the imperial concubines. In recent years, the imperial court had been lax in its governance, so the subordinates followed suit. The women on the cruise ship were wearing red, purple, pink, green, duck yellow large-sleeved skirt, just like a group of colorful butterflies and swallows. They were wearing luxurious clothes, so their mentality was slightly different from the young master brothers on the same ship. They did not have any strong hostility toward the man with the twin sabers. In their eyes, they only thought that he was a distinguished and elegant man. One saber was long, the other was short. The long saber was beautiful, the short saber was simple and unadorned. The style was completely different. Standing at the bow of the ship facing the 400 Qingzhou ship's soldiers, he did not show the slightest bit of fear. Even more so, the man's graceful bearing was like a jade tree facing the wind. Let's not talk about whether he was an embroidered pillow or not, just based on his bold attitude, it made their hearts palpitate. They did not care about the 2 armies confronting each other with swords drawn and bows bent. 2 of the bolder daughters of Qingzhou's powerful families had already quietly cast flirtatious glances. Su Fengnian did not actually care whether or not the Qingzhou navy could meet the enemy head-on. He was more concerned with observing the details of the Yellow Dragon ship. Whether or not the warships were mobilized in an orderly manner, whether or not the hooks and poles were cleaned and bright, whether or not the ship's boards and sails were wrapped in ox leather armor, whether or not the ship's armor was complete. From this, one could tell that autumn was coming. The old Taoist priest Wei Shuyang stood by His Royal Highness's side to guard against a sneak attack. Su Fengnian turned his head and casually talked to Ningamei about naval warfare, giving a concise evaluation of the Qingzhou navy. This General Wu Dian, one of the 4 fangs of Beiliang, was not familiar with naval warfare, but when he heard what His Royal Highness said, his expression was grave and a little surprised. His Highness was clearly an expert in naval warfare. He explained the pros and cons and spoke tirelessly. This was not something that could be discussed on paper with just a few glances at the white inscripture. General de G smiled slightly and bowed. As long as the enemy dares to fight, I can break the ship's hooks with one strike of my halberd, preventing them from getting close. As for archery, the yellow dragon is 108,000 li away from our Bailiang soldiers. I earnestly request your highness to allow me to lead the troops to gain the upper hand by a show of strength. I must let the Qingzhou Navy experience what is called valiance in battle. Chapter 159. Su Fingnian shook his head, saying teasingly, General Ning, we agreed to a battle, whether we fight or not is still up to those people on the other side to decide. If you make the first move, His Royal Highness, whose reputation has always been terrible, isn't afraid. At most, Su Xiao will get into a heated argument with Grand Secretary Zhang and the other Grand Secretaries in the royal court, but be careful, you might not even be able to become a martial honor general. Look at that tower ship general over there who is at the same rank as you. He's so proud of himself, I reckon he'll get promoted and become rich if he helps out with this matter. General Ning is already suffering by following behind me. If you can't get promoted, then that's fine. But if you get demoted as well, my reputation will really be ruined in all 30 provinces. In the future, who will dare follow this heartless His Royal Highness around? The heavily armored and dignified Ning Ame roughly understood His Royal Highness' temperament. With a knowing laugh, he said, that makes sense. It seems like tomorrow, I'll have to beg your highness and great general to give this general the title of Thousand Martial Ox General. It's not easy for me to leave home this time, so I have to give your highness some face. Su Fingnian laughed loudly and said, I just have to. When Bailiang's light cavalry faced the enemy with rapt attention, they would occasionally observe His Royal Highness and General Ning's expressions. When they saw how relaxed and carefree the two of them were, their heroic spirits also began to overflow. Bailiang's old subordinates could be said to be the most disliked group of people in Liang dynasty. The 300,000 unmatched armored cavalry stationed at the border between Liang and Beimang were helpless against this atmosphere that had persisted for more than 10 years. They followed His Royal Highness and General Ning, finally seizing the opportunity to leave Bailiang. Even though they lost quite a few brothers in the battle on the rainy path, once they entered Bailiang's army, who would be scared of dying on the battlefield? Later on, at Yingzhou's city gate, General Ning, with a swing of his halberd, knocked down that ignorant old General Gu Jintang's old general. Later on, they heard General Ning say that His Royal Highness had personally said that if he was present, he would definitely hang that Eastern Forbidden City's deputy commandant on the city gate as an example to the public. If at that time the Phoenix Battalion's light cavalry were still half believing and half doubting, but after going through the gates of hell, His Royal Highness had personally rescued them, and hearing that he dared to fight today, they began to believe more than they doubted. Regardless of whether His Royal Highness was reckless or not, this kind of domineering behavior was, in the end, worthy of the Bailiang's royal banner. That day, His Royal Highness had moved like an ape in the rapids, especially the way he held the iron halberd with the word, bow, in his hand. The Phoenix Battalion had all seen it with their own eyes and remembered it in their hearts. The few light cavalry soldiers who had been rescued from the water by His Royal Highness had recently been jesting with their fellow soldiers, and their words were always somewhat arrogant. Su Fingnian saw a sturdy young man on the yellow dragon ship take a huge ox horn bow and draw it to a full moon. It was clear that his arm strength was not ordinary. That arrow was pointed directly at him. Su Fingnian, holding Shodong in his right hand, narrowed his pair of extremely beautiful red phoenix eyes and said quietly, I'm just waiting for you. On Mount Lao, Wang Linquan came to the study of his youngest daughter, Wang Chudong, to watch the battle together. Wang Dongxiang's snow study room was the tallest building on Mount Lao. Books were everywhere, scattered and disorderly, but she never had the maids tidy it up. The study room was a forbidden area, especially when she was writing poems. No one would disturb her. Every book was graded into different categories and given different nicknames. When she was bored, she would lie down in the pile of books on the floor and let the different categories of books fight each other. She would talk to herself and entertain herself, so she was never lonely. Therefore, the personal maid standing outside the study room could always hear such things as, "Ah, the classics have won over the art of war. I punish you all by not being able to read the 46 military books for half a day. Oh, the Western Shu poetry collection and the Southern Tang poetry collection are evenly matched. Not bad, not bad. I will reward the great generals who lead their respective armies for 3 days each." The maids were already accustomed to their young mistress's unconstrained thoughts and felt that they were lucky to have such a happy and carefree master. When their young mistress was bored of writing books, she would play polo with them. In particular, some of the maids had appeared in The First Snow in the East Wing. This was too magical. Scholars all over the world knew about them, so much so that many of Qingzhou's gentry came to marry a girl from the East Wing. Together with the old man who claimed to be a descendant of the East Wing, they were the two wonders of the literary world of Qingzhou. Wang Chudong stood on her tiptoes and looked at the confrontation of the boats on the lake. She asked worriedly, "Father, can we win?" In the end, the older the ginger, the spicier the ginger, Wang Linquan had a card up his sleeve. The Qingzhou Navy seems to have a lot of ships, but in reality, it's all for show. Qingzhou hasn't had any wars in the past 10 years, so this bunch of Huang Tu Lang is just putting on a show. His Highness personal guards are different. They're 1 in 100, and they're proficient in horseback archery. 100 strong and valiant soldiers against 400 useless people who don't know how to fight. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the Huang Tu Lang will throw away their armor. However, His Highness has to be wary of the political maneuvering in the imperial court and cannot defeat the enemy first. The Qingzhou Navy also does not dare to say that they are lawless. After His Highness has revealed his identity, they still dare to fight on the water. This is not a small matter where officials bully the people. It is a big taboo for the imperial court to cover it up. Now, it all depends on whether there are any discerning people in the Qingzhou Navy. If Wei Wei and the other scoundrels control the situation, they will most likely lose the water battle and then the imperial court. Once the Qingzhou Navy is defeated and this is exposed, even the prefecture magistrate will not be able to cover up Wei Dong's corruption over the years. At that time, this navy will change. Originally, the Qingzhou Navy was tightly controlled by Gu Jintang's old subordinates. They have repeatedly questioned Father's salt and iron river transportation business. Father can take this opportunity to insert people from his direct line of command. Wang Chudong murmured, "The god of spring is 36,000 hectares, 100 armor breaks 400 armor." Wang Linquan quickly gathered his thoughts and did not talk about the politics in the imperial court. He smiled and praised, good poem, majestic aura." Wang Chudong glared, "How is this a poem? Your daughter is just randomly making it up." Wang Linquan shamelessly boasted, "My early winter relies on a horse to speak 10,000 words into a chapter. It is not a poem, but it is better than a poem." Wang Chudong was about to refute when she suddenly saw the wind and clouds change on the lake. She pointed to the river and raised her voice, "Look." On the 3rd floor of the ship, Wei Wei drew a large circle and then shot an arrow in a flash. The sharp arrow shot towards Su Fengnian. Earlier on, the great halberd Ningame had seen someone pull the bow, wanting to block this arrow for His Highness the heir. However, the old Taoist priest of Judami, Wei Shuyang, signaled with his eyes that there was no need to do anything. In the blink of an eye, Su Fengnian drew his saber. Everyone on the ship, as well as the 400 yellow-haired men, only saw a dazzling white light flashing in an arc. When they looked again, they saw that the astonishing arrow that had pierced through the air had been cut in half. They didn't know how, but half of the arrowhead was in that person's hand. Not giving Wei Wei, who was waiting for her opponent to die, any time to regain her senses, Su Fengnian lightly tossed the other half of the arrow and flicked it with his finger. the arrow's momentum was innumerable. This attack wasn't aimed at Wei Wei, but rather at the leading noble family's son. This young master had long retreated behind the scenes. It was obvious that he wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Su Fengnian was determined not to let him have his way. Since he was fishing, how could he not fish for a big whale? This fellow was most likely a descendant of Prince Jinggan, Zhao Heng. Before entering Xiangfan City, he wanted to let Prince Jinggan know that back then, Su Fengnian didn't dare to make a sound after being whipped by Su Xiao dozens of times with a horsewhip. Today, this heir apparent was going to personally beat up your son and see who was the real tiger father and dog son. That nobleman had an expert bodyguard by his side. He used his sleeve to block half of the arrow, but that nobleman was clearly startled. He retreated a few steps and accidentally bumped into the chest of a Qingzhou noble lady, provoking a particularly ear-piercing pout. Su Fengnian slowly withdrew his saber. He still had that extremely arrogant expression that deserved a beating. In a clear voice, he asked, "Do you dare to fight?" Ning Amei slammed the iron halberd in his hand against the deck of the ship, causing a loud bang. His appearance was originally that of a leopard with round eyes, a swallow jaw, and a tiger's beard. At this moment, he angrily glared at the yellow dragon ship. He was incomparably ferocious and valiant. He shouted, "Phoenix Battalion! Fight to the death!" Yuan Meng and the 100 Phoenix Battalion Light Cavalry immediately shouted in unison, "Fight to the death!" The sound of thunder rushed to the heavens. The people on the two opposite ships could not help but feel their hearts tremble. They looked at each other in dismay. They could see the deep fear in each other's eyes. The 400 men's hands and feet were trembling. They could no longer hold the weapons in their hands. Chapter 160. Chapter 2. Officials fight against officials. Have you ever seen the big shots throw away all pretenses and roll up their sleeves to fight in the government office? Don't they all talk about hiding a dagger in a smile and stabbing people in the back? This group of hedonistic daughters came to play this time, more to join in the fun, to support the one surnamed Zhao. They wanted to see with their own eyes the rare scene of the yellow dragon warship smashing a big ship. Who would have thought that this outsider who was on good terms with Wang Linquan was such a tough nut to crack? He brought along 100 soldiers and bodyguards without saying anything, and even dared to take the initiative to challenge. Oh my, the opponent of the challenge was not a group of family servants, but the two large ships of the Qingzhou Navy. In the eyes of the people of Qingzhou, the Yellow Dragon warship was already an invincible giant warship. It had always been praised as the main warship of the Qing Dragon Navy that no one could contend against. In these years, it had competed with the other navies in the dynasty, and its ranking was not low. Because of this, Wei Dong's official rank was not too high, but within the borders of Qingzhou, he dared to blow his beard and glare at the officials who were one or even several ranks higher than him. Even the prefecture overseers and county governors were very amiable to Wei Longwang, and fought to rope him in. If he did not have the special power of the Qingzhou Navy, Wei Dong would not be able to raise such a lawless son like Wei Wei. In the state, there was a beloved daughter who was an imperial censor in the capital who returned home. Unfortunately, she was raped by Wei Jiao and then shot to death. That imperial censor who did not have a high rank but was able to influence the public opinion was unable to obtain the innocence of his daughter. Wei Longwang only lost the right to command the giant warship, and Wei Wei, who caused the big trouble, was only grounded for half a year before he came out again. It was enough to see how Qingzhou, which was full of officials in the capital, advanced and retreated together with the independent Qing party in the imperial court. It was rumored that the unlucky Qing Lu imperial censor wrote a blood-sobbing poem before his death, ridiculing that the imperial censor had lost all his strength of character. One of the lines was even more heart-wrenching. I said that the imperial censor is not as good as a dog, even a dog's bark is as good as a rooster's crow. Su Fengnian once again pointed the spearhead at the son of the most prominent aristocratic family, in order to make the king of Jing'an, Xiaoheng, refrain from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vases. The bigger the involvement, the bigger the fish that Su Fengnian could fish in troubled waters. The law that put heavy shackles on the vassal kings, to a prince with a different surname, Su Shao, the imprisonment was very small. Even the powerful prince of Guangling had to go to the Zhou overseer mansion 3 times in 10 days to draw up a report. If he did not reach the deadline, according to the law, he would be detained and sent to the court. The weak prince of Huainan, Zhao Ying, had many young and strong children who could not get a name and could not get married. However, the king of Beiliang, who carried a blade to court, had not visited Liangzhou's Zhou overseer mansion once in more than 10 years. Every time Su Shao returned, it would always be the previous Zhou overseer, Yan Jieshi, who eagerly went to the prince's mansion to pay his respects. Presumably, Yan Jieshi, who defected from Beiliang, was stifled with resentment. No wonder after arriving in the capital, he became the most fiercely critical and loyal minister of Beiliang's military. With his daughter married off to the Prince Xiao Yanwu, Yan Jieshi now had the status of a relative. The outside world speculated that he would soon fill the 4th-ranked Lingyan Pavilion's great scholar position. The Palace Hall's great scholar position at the top of the Palace Hall's great scholar position was like a great pillar of the country, one of the 2 great empty titles of the several hundred-year-old dynasty, something that no one dared to hope for. If Zhang Julu took another step forward, he might have a chance of seizing this special honor and laurel. Only, with Grand Secretary Zhang's ability to endure patiently for 20 years, he most likely wouldn't let himself be roasted on a stove like his political enemy, Su Shao. Only, Su Fengnian seemed to have underestimated the courage and insight of Wei Wei, this group of Qingzhou hedonists who were used to being vicious and merciless. Wei Wei's arrow didn't do anything, and then when he heard Su Fengnian ask if he dared to fight, he was so angry that he wanted to die. He turned around and ordered the ship general who had always obeyed his orders, use the battering pole. The battering pole was a powerful weapon in naval warfare, especially in close-quarters battles between large warships. It was destined that one couldn't use the hook to overturn the ship. Skilled sailors would often smear a thick layer of medicinal paste on their sails to block fire and attack, ultimately relying on this battering pole to smash down. The battering pole was like a large mast, more than 10 zhang in length. On top of it was a giant rock, below it was a mechanism. When the enemy ship approached, the battering pole would smash it to pieces. Su Fengnian turned around to look at Ningame and Wei Shuyang, saying with a light laugh, to measure a navy's strength, we can look at how many times the battering pole is clumsily used. In my opinion, this Qingzhou navy can only use it twice at most. If they want to use it 3 times, they'll have to burn incense high. Compared to the Guangling navy, they are far inferior. While they were talking and laughing, the Qingzhou Yellow Dragon had already begun to prepare the battering pole. Under the command of the 2 generals on the ship, the helmsman and the Yellow Dragon responsible for battering the pole began to get busy under the command of Qiao Zhuoshi. The men and women who were standing on the 3rd floor returned to the cabin. Wei Wei and a few fierce young masters whose hands were tainted with murder cases sat by the window to watch the battle. The young master who was scolded and beaten by Su Fengnian raised a cup of wine. He did not drink, but only continuously twirled the porcelain cup with his fingers. His face was as calm as water. He sat alone in front of the table, no one dared to approach him. This young master who was usually known for his elegance and simplicity in Qingzhou was like a coiled poisonous snake. The young ladies in silk and satin sleeves gathered together and whispered. Originally, there were 1 or 2 girls who leaned towards the Qingzhou Yellow Dragon, but unexpectedly, they were affected by the chatter of their companions. Their eyes were shining as they recounted the good things about the young master from other places. They talked about how heroic and elegant he was, how beautiful he had a pair of beautiful eyes, and how powerful he was when he wielded his blade. Those who were not firm in their stance immediately changed sides and could not wait to run out and cheer for the unknown white-robed young master. When the young ladies who were born in a rich family but lived a peaceful life gathered together, what they talked about the most was the interesting men they met. Apart from that outstanding young master, their family backgrounds were not inferior to Wei Wei and the others, so they naturally didn't need to care about their faces. Qingzhou, where interests were intertwined, was quite xenophobic. As a result, when Wei Wei shot the imperial censor's daughter to death, the Green Party in the court pinched their noses and helped clean up his mess. Moreover, Qingzhou's internal friction was very small. Therefore, no matter how rude and violent Wei Wei was, he could still be considered kind to the women on the ship. He didn't even mind being mocked by them about some embarrassing things. The common people said that he was an evil flood dragon on the river, but they were more than happy to tease him that he was not a dragon, but a worm. Wei Wei did not get angry and accepted it gladly. The Green Party being able to have its current status, able to compete for power with Grand Secretary Zhang's bloodline, Great General Gu's army, and various old and new noble factions, was inseparable from the blind unity of Qingzhou's rich and powerful young masters. This was the foundation of the Green Party, whose scholarship was not prominent and governance was more mediocre. Wei Dong understood this well, and so did the province overseer Huangfu Song. The old foxes in high positions in the court were even more unswerving. Otherwise, why would they try to push for the marriage between Princess Sui Zhu and Huangfu Song's eldest son, Huangfu Jie? Originally, there was no sign of anything happening, yet the Green Party's big shots were racking their brains to forcefully draw two lines. Bringing armored soldiers when traveling, who is this person? A young lady wearing a pair of pointed lotus root bow shoes asked in a low voice. This question had reached the crux of the matter. Chapter 161. Who else could it be? The Crown Prince of Prince Liang. The lady in yellow chuckled. She glanced at her fellow cabin mate who was in a daze and lowered her voice. In the past, I only heard that His Royal Highness was arrogant in Beiliang. Now that I've seen it, I truly believe it. If it was our prince who went to Beiliang, would he dare to be so arrogant in front of Su Zhuguo's descendants? No way. Our king of Jing can't compare to the king of Beiliang. Now the king of Beiliang is going to the capital to meet the emperor. I heard from my father that he is going to ask His Royal Highness for an official robe. The other vassal kings don't even have a chance to enter the capital. That Su Zhuguo is more powerful. The lady with the oval-shaped face laughed. I heard that the king of Beiliang dotes on the women he fancies very much. Spending a lot of money to buy a smile is an understatement. When my second sister married to Beiliang, she sent me a letter saying that all the women in Liangzhou would be proud to be brought back to the palace by His Royal Highness. Look at Wei Chongzi, who only knows how to destroy flowers. We really can't compare. Can the king of Beiliang really be hereditary? The lady with small feet asked in surprise. Who said that a woman's virtue was if she had no talent? If she wanted to marry into a good family of equal social status, she would not be able to take care of her husband and children if she did not have talent. Even if the wives and concubines in the noble families fought, she would suffer. There was once a Yenji vice commentator who talked about the women of the world. She said that the women of northern Liang could rein in horses, the women of eastern Yu were graceful and talented, the women of western Chu were loyal, and the women of Qingzhou were the most attractive. This was not without reason. Qingzhou women could always gain a foothold in their husband's family after marrying out of the country. They could hold the position of the first wife and make the concubines suffer. Of course, this was inseparable from the power of the Green Party. The women of Qingzhou always had a naturally keen sense of the intrigues of the imperial court and the deceit of the Jianghu. The aristocratic families of other provinces who had ambitions for their official career naturally liked to marry a Qingzhou daughter-in-law to manage the household. It's hard to say. According to common sense, the imperial court is unwilling to admit that Beiliang can be overthrown. Otherwise, why does the law of vassal clans only mention that the king of Bailiang can be overthrown, but not the king of Bailiang with a different surname? Isn't it because they are worried that Bailiang is the Bailiang of the pillar state and not the Bailiang of the dynasty? The oval-faced socialite whose second sister was married to Bailiang was very passionate about the secrets of Bailiang's military and political affairs. This was considered a secret conversation in the boudoir. Whoever leaked it out would be breaking the rules of Qingzhou and would be seen as a traitor, implicating the entire family. She was not worried about this and could speak without restraint. She rested her chin on her hand and looked out the window, quietly waiting for the battle to heat up. In the imperial court, Grand Secretary Zhang, General Gu Jiantang, and especially that group of people who hate the pillar state to the extreme. They are led by a loyal old minister of West Chu, Sun Shiji. This old grand preceptor originally wanted to die, but when he thought about the fact that the pillar state still stands, he took up the position of an official. He clearly said that he only wanted to see the king of Bailiang's miserable end with his own eyes. As for our Qingzhou ancestors and the king of Jing'an, I don't need to say more. Would they look on helplessly as the Bailiang was passed down for generations? Yanzi, then tell us about the Bailiang and his royal highness. You know a lot about this matter. The voluptuous young lady curiously asked her oval-faced close friend with a face full of expectation. She was the most excited among the group of orioles and swallows. When she saw Su Fingnian break an arrow with a blade, she would have cheered loudly if her companions hadn't held her back. In the past, because of her family and the culture of Qingzhou, she snorted disdainfully at the pillar state and the infamous Bailiang heir. Today, she saw with her own eyes His Highness standing proudly at the bow of the ship. She was completely bewitched. She only felt that she should marry Su Fingnian. The more domineering the children of Qingzhou were and the more she saw the insufferably arrogant children of Qingzhou, the more she felt that the Bailiang heir was superior. He even dared to provoke the heir of a vassal state, Zhao Sun, and threatened to beat the king of Jing'an until he couldn't recognize him. Wasn't that guy with the surname Su and the name Fingnian enough heroic spirit? All the men of Bailiang are scolding him, especially the group of young masters who would be considered insects in Qingzhou. They are even more reverent and jealous to the point that their teeth itch. Among the women, there are half praise and half blame. My second sister once saw the actions of the Bailiang heir from afar and felt that it was quite interesting. Second brother-in-law often quarreled with my sister about this matter, saying that my sister was possessed by a ghost. Do you know what ruthless words my second sister said to shut brother-in-law's mouth? She kept them in suspense and smiled brightly. Among the women of Qingzhou, she was famous for being witty and eccentric. Since she was young, she was very good at teasing Wei Wei and the others. What did she say? The group of young ladies asked in unison. My second sister said, "Husband, if you quarrel with me about this matter again, be careful that the next time I do boudoir, I will call His Royal Highness." She was the first to hold her belly and laugh. These words were really ruthless. The other women were also stunned at first, and then they all laughed until tears came out. They could leisurely and carefreely talk about boudoir and the ups and downs of being an official at the same time, but Wei Wei's group of young masters who were strung together by a thread had serious expressions. Earlier, when they wanted to use the baton pole to smash the boat, it was because they felt that the opponent was not important enough and treated it as a gathering on the lake to liven things up. Now, as long as they were not idiots, they could guess the identity of the opponent. It was the standard Bailiang blade that had once led a trend throughout the dynasty. That sentence of a battle to the death that shook one's soul. Wei Wei considered himself as the son of a noble family in Qingzhou and was proud of himself. He made a mistake and staked everything on one throw, and made another mistake after another. He ordered the Yellow Dragon ship to batten the pole to resist the enemy. He even dared to humiliate the daughter of an imperial censor in the capital to death, so he did not mind being absurd one more time. Did he really think that Wei Wei was an idiot in the bureaucracy? Regardless of the result of this battle, as long as he did not kill the heir of Bailiang, Wei Wei's reputation of defeating the Bailiang army would be spread all over the country. Even the imperial palace would hear a thing or two about it. Who would not give a thumbs up and praise Wei Wei for being loyal and righteous even though he did not study? That year, his father was implicated by him and was unable to command the giant ship Crimson Banner. His father had been regretting it all these years. Today's feat might be able to smoothly push his father, Dragon King Wei, to the highest position in Qingzhou. That white-robed heir of Bailiang with a blade was undoubtedly the best stepping stone. Different from the boorish Wei Wei, the heir of the noble family had a deeper thought and his face was gloomy. That person in the imperial palace had always liked to see the vassal kings fighting openly and secretly, otherwise there would not be the imperial clan law that two kings could not meet. This time, instead of saying that the fight with Su Fengnian was a grudge between the two heirs, it might as well be seen as the continuation of the fight between his father and Su Rentu, two enemies for 20 years. His father had been seeking Taoism and Buddhism for so many years. He vaguely remembered that when his father went to Mount Longhu to request for imperial edicts, he was rejected several times. His Majesty even did not care about his face and severely criticized his father. One of his younger brothers was even demoted to a commoner and sent to the inner circle of the high walls of Fengyang with 60 people. If it were not for the good words of a concubine from Qingzhou in the imperial palace, forget about going to Mount Longhu to burn incense, even his future as a hereditary prince would be a problem. Today's battle on the water, regardless of victory or defeat, what would happen to him and his father? His Majesty the Emperor's thoughts were profound. Since he ascended the throne, he was the best at balancing vassal kings and regents, civil officials and military generals, and parties. He really did not have the confidence to guess the Emperor's thoughts. Should he take advantage of the situation and behead Su Fengnian? As this shocking thought flashed through his mind, the heir of the king of Jing finally lowered his head and drank a mouthful of wine to hide the strange expression on his face. Chapter 162. Chapter 3. A total of 11,600 words, gathering for the sake of benefits, it was easy to share the same bed but have different dreams. Wei Wei was currently thinking about how to make a name for herself in one battle, but her bottom line was that she wouldn't allow Huang Tulang to kill that person surnamed Su. Meanwhile, Prince Jing'an's heir began to consider whether or not he could ruthlessly kill him and abandon the group of Qingzhou's children, including Wei Wei. Wealth comes from danger. The life and death of other people were more important than the title of nobility. For the crown prince, there was no need to think about it. As a descendant of the imperial clan, the entire world is the private property of our Zhao clan. No matter who you are, even if you are a grand secretary or one of the 30 prefecture overseers, no matter how courteous you are on the surface, aren't they all looking down on you from the bottom of their hearts? Among the 6 princes of the vassals, other than the 2 princes who were allowed to inherit the title of prince according to the law of the vassals, the other 4 princes really did not have any extravagant hopes for the apricot yellow satin 5-clawed python robe. For claws and 5 claws, there was only a difference of 1 claw, but the real difference was more than 1,000 miles. The scary part was that if the 9-clawed python became the 9-clawed python, what would happen to the next generation? Now that the world was flourishing, where would they go to ask for military merit? The north had the king of Bailiang, and the south had the king of Yen. Both crown princes were recognized as the most vicious and merciless people in the dynasty. Who would want to share a piece of the pie with you? Damn it, there were 4 words written in the vassal law: official career forever. It was the same as cutting off the path for the royal family's descendants to become officials. The king of Jing lowered his head and frowned slightly. He was deep in thought, and his hostility was as strong as the wine in a cup. He didn't even listen to the roars and screams outside the window. Motherf *Ker, the guy with the halberd is not a human. Even the battering pole was cut in half by his 100-gene halberd. A young master from the Qing prefecture sucked in a cold breath and couldn't help but shout out. The muscular general in black armor was really a match for 10,000 people. The halberd in his hand easily deflected the rain of arrows and even broke the pole of Huang Long. How can Huang Tulang be suppressed by 100 Bailiang barbarians with hundreds of crossbows? They're hiding behind the arrows and not even raising their heads. They've all turned into cowards. Another debauchee, who had carefully poked his head out and then retracted his head, was shocked. How could he not know that he was no different from Huang Tulang? Those Huang Tulang that he scolded could at least be considered as brave soldiers of northern Liang. What was he? Outside the window, the close-range slaughter had already become close-to-close combat. Even if the refined northern Liang crossbows had a longer range, there was no advantage to speak of. However, this did not stop Huang Tulang, who had a storage of 6,000 arrows, from shooting out a rain of arrows. After a wave of arrows, the northern Liang light cavalry did not suffer many casualties. On the other hand, a wave of arrows accurately killed dozens of people. Everyone on the ship could clearly feel the vibrations caused by the northern Liang crossbows. This was the complete opposite of what the people on the ship had expected, where they would be able to overwhelm the enemy with numbers. That guy isn't afraid of death. He's only using his blade to deflect the arrows. The second son of the Shujin county chief of Qingzhou clicked his tongue in wonder. Birds of a feather flocked together. Those who could be brothers with Wei Wei, the evil dragon, were not easy to deal with. They were definitely not from an ordinary rich family. If anyone present casually flipped through the family tree, who wouldn't be able to find a few old ancestors whose names would go down in history? For thousands of years, the throne had been occupied by different people. The longest was 400 years, and the shortest was a few years. The only thing that didn't change was the aristocratic families. Su Shao, who had achieved great merit in the Spring and Autumn War, was criticized the most for slaughtering millions of soldiers. Wrong. Those who could criticize the Pillar Country wouldn't bother to criticize Su Shao for being heartless. Instead, they lamented the fact that there were no aristocrats after the Spring and Autumn War. More than half of the 10 aristocratic families that had been passed down for dozens of generations were destroyed. The seeds of learning were gone, and morality and etiquette were broken. This was Su Zhao's great injustice. To the sons of this old man, who thought they were responsible for the world's etiquette, this was Su Zhao's heinous crime that could not be redeemed even if he died 100 times. There were no scholars behind the Western Wall. How many ministers of a fallen country cried tears of sorrow and cursed Su Shao for being unrighteous even before they died? Unfortunately, cursing could not kill. Therefore, His Royal Highness, Su Fengnian, found it hard to believe in the so-called loyalty and righteousness. He knew that it definitely existed, but he couldn't blindly believe it. The only thing he could rely on was the knife in his hand. Imagine Su Shao, who was well-read and spoke of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. How could he have the hearts of the 300,000 iron cavalry today? Zhao Guangling and Li Yishan were already peerless scholars. Why would they be willing to give advice to an ordinary person like Su Shao? Shengyin Academy frowned and accepted second sister as a Jixia scholar. Was it because of Su Weisheng's shocking talent? Su Fengnian stood at the bow of the ship. When arrows flew over, he deflected them with his knife. No one shot him in the dark, so he watched the battle. This small-scale naval battle between the enemy and their side totaled only 600 people. It couldn't be considered a fierce battle. Li Shan had never taught him knowledge using common sense. If he could only look at the big picture through a tube, why couldn't he draw inferences about other things? Qingzhou's 40,000 navy, the navy that the Green Party of the imperial court greatly praised, was said to be able to fight with the Guangling navy. It was just an embroidered pillow. This embroidered pillow was ugly. It was really boring. Su Fengnian thought that after this battle, would it sound the knell of death for him a few times in advance. Chapter 163. Wei Wei glared angrily at Su Fengnian. She was angry at her father's navy for not fighting well. She hated Su Fengnian even more, but there was also a trace of fear that she did not dare to admit. If this Bailiang crown prince was really hereditary and wore a 5-clawed python robe, he would not only have 100 Bailiang soldiers behind him, but also 300,000 cavalrymen. How would her father, the Dragon King of the Lake, deal with that? Not to mention the future, if this battle was lost, the entire Qingzhou would be in an uproar, and the Green Party's leaders who were reading the secret letters from each family would be the scariest. The Green Party did not fight among themselves, but they were very decisive in dealing with useless people. Su Fengnian smiled at Ning Amei and said, "General Ning, lend me a short halberd." At this moment, Ning Amei already had nothing to do. The two armies were shooting arrows at each other. Unexpectedly, Huang Tulang was completely defeated. After a weak and powerless volley of arrows, he cowered in fear. What a coward! Ning Amei's iron halberd broke 2 poles in a row. He was a brave general who fought against 10,000 people on the battlefield. When he heard His Highness's request, he respectfully took out a short halberd from his backpack. Su Fengnian held Xiudong in his right hand and took the short halberd in his left hand. He threw it out fiercely towards the window on the 3rd floor of the ship. Since Wei Wei dared to shoot arrows openly, Su Fengnian dared to shoot the king of Jing An's crown prince with arrows. He even dared to use the short halberd to scare them until their legs trembled. The short halberd pierced through the window. The prefectural governor's second son, who was peeking at the battle, dodged quickly. He only had a cut on his cheek and the short halberd nailed into the ceiling. The group of Qingzhou's daughters, who were talking about the Bailiang crown prince, finally began to experience the impending battle. Their faces were pale, especially when they heard the prefectural governor's second son covering his face and howling in grief. It was as if his parents had died. If there was no one to support him, he would have rolled on the floor. Wei Wei, who was now in a desperate situation, grinned hideously and said, "Get the other ship to ram into them and kill those blind Bailiang barbarians." The general of the Yellow Dragon ship was about to leave when Wei Wei lowered her voice and said, "Remember, crash into the other 2 ships first." The general was taken aback for a moment before he suddenly realized what was going on. He heaved a sigh of relief and cried out in his heart. If he really killed that arrogant Bailiang young master, with his status, how could a small general like him have a good time? An inconspicuous scapegoat like himself, even 100 of them wouldn't be enough to slaughter. After the commotion, the cabin became extremely chaotic. The king of Jing An's crown prince tapped his fingers on the table. The retainer who had blocked half of the arrow for him bowed and approached. His Royal Highness only said one word. "Kill." There was no need for His Royal Highness, who had grown up in Xiangfan City, to give any instructions. The expert retainer already knew how to do things safely. In one of the cabins, the evil flood dragon Wei Wei had the greatest enmity with Su Fengnian, but she still didn't dare to use the yellow dragon to ram Su Fengnian's ship. Meanwhile, the crown prince, who had met Su Fengnian for the first time and didn't seem to have any deep enmity with him, was determined to kill him. Those noble ladies were even more interesting. They were quite frightened by the short halberd that pierced into the cabin. On the contrary, they felt even more admiration for the Bailiang crown prince, who commanded soldiers as if they were servants. The women of Qingzhou valued material gains more than benevolence and righteousness. It could be said that one sentence hit the nail on the head. The people in this cabin were divided into groups. On the surface, they were harmonious, but how could they accomplish great things? The Green faction was now relying on political trickery to govern the country. How many years could they last? Were there any discerning people who could see the clues? If there were benefits, they would gather. If there were no benefits, they would scatter. How different were they from snakes and rats? In the imperial court, Grand Secretary Zhang's words carried enormous weight and suppressed both civil and military officials. He had always tried to rope in the green faction with words, but he wasn't willing to truly share important responsibilities. Perhaps this was the reason. For some reason, Jiang and I was always absent-minded while reading in the cabin. Old Manly sat to the side, taking off his boots and rubbing his feet. His fingers moved back and forth between his toes, and then he brought them to the tip of his nose to smell them. When he was hungry, he even threw a peanut into his mouth. This kind of expert demeanor really couldn't be any higher. The old god of swords saw that the Jiang girl's brows were sometimes tightly knitted and sometimes relaxed. After thinking for a bit, he laughed and said, "You want to watch this naval battle? If you want to watch, this old man can protect you out. Forget about a few hundred arrows, even if tens of thousands of arrows poured down like rain, this old man will still guarantee your safety." Jiang and I asked in a serious tone, "Really?" Li Chungang chuckled. "You're exaggerating a bit. Tens of thousands of arrows fired at the same time. Only someone with godly abilities like Qi Xianzhu at his peak can come out unscathed. With this old man's current heavenly phenomenon skills, he's still a bit lacking. However, all of this is because this old man doesn't have a sword in his hand. I'm not afraid of you, little girl, laughing at me." Jiang and I asked closely, "A sword expert like you can't achieve the level of having tens of thousands of swords without a sword in your hand." This time, the old god of swords surprisingly didn't boast about himself like old Manly. He only said softly, "You can, but if you really have a sword in your hand, your state of mind will be greatly different in the end. When you master the sword one day, you'll understand. Otherwise, even if this old man talks until his mouth breaks, you still won't understand." Jiang and I made an "oh" sound and stood up. She didn't say why she wanted to take the risk to watch the battle, but she, who didn't have the strength to truss a chicken, just walked over. Old Manly tugged at his sheepskin coat and followed closely behind. When he reached the cabin door, he was already standing in front of Jiang and I. Scattered arrows flew over. The old god of swords didn't need to do anything and they all flew far away. There was sword intent in Li Chuangang's name. These words weren't said for nothing. Perhaps this one-armed god of swords felt that the arrows were an eyesore, or perhaps he couldn't bear to see Jiang and I in a state of panic. When the little girl saw the yellow dragon colliding directly into the ship beside her, Su Fengnian, who had instantly drawn his saber, led Ningame and 4 retainers away, she subconsciously cried out in surprise. Li Chungang sneered. He took a step forward. He swept past everyone and stepped on the body of the yellow dragon ship. His figure drifted like an azure dragon. With one step, he overturned the yellow dragon ship into the water. Chapter 164. Wei Wei's order to ram the ship meant that he was determined to cut off all means of retreat. Among the children of officials, there were very few people who were as decisive and fierce as him. Born in a prestigious family, they saw a lot and received a lot. Usually they were not generous, but they were more calculative. Wei Wei was only seeking fame, hoping to win a good reputation for himself. If he helped his father in his official career, it would be icing on the cake, so he would not really feel sorry for Su Fengnian. His father, Wei Longwang, was just a dragon king in a small temple in the Big River and Big Lake. He was far from Su Shao, a dragon who could turn the world upside down. He heard that this big pillar of the country was staying in the capital at this time. If Su Fengnian met with misfortune, this kind of thunderous shock, second only to the anger of the emperor, Wei Wei knew how powerful it was. The king of Jing'an, on the other hand, wanted a 5-clawed python robe. The difference was like heaven and earth. Therefore, after some consideration, he was willing to take the risk out of desperation. If the attack failed, then so be it. On the Battle of Spring God Lake, who would pay attention to the hidden 10 steps 1 kill? Wei Wei stood by the window, expecting the yellow dragon to ram the enemy's ship. Instead, he saw an inconspicuous old man wearing a sheepskin coat leaping out of the deck. He saw the old man's toes lightly touch the hull of the yellow dragon, and the big yellow dragon, which could run amok on Spring God Lake, capsized. It really capsized. Wei Wei was dumbstruck. His hands tightly gripped the windowsill. The dragon claw hand master reared in Jing and Palace turned back as soon as he left the cabin. He shook his head at His Royal Highness with a calm face. In an instant, the lake water surged violently, causing the yellow dragon ship to shake violently. Why? The king of Jing'an was relatively calm. A one-armed old man stepped on the yellow dragon ship and capsized it. The retainer, who was already 70 years old, smiled bitterly. One step. The crown prince clenched the wine cup with 2 fingers. One step. The master in Jing'an Palace, who was well-dressed and well-fed, nodded. His expression was extremely unnatural. He was also a lackey in the king's mansion. He knew that even if he was given 10 or 100 kicks, he would not be able to capsize a ship that could carry 500 tons of cargo. First-level master. The crown prince suddenly laughed. The retainer sighed helplessly, not far off. The crown prince seemed to be much more relaxed. He was not discouraged by the one-armed man's feat. He asked curiously, "One-armed? Do you know of a one-armed master in Bailiang?" The squire shook his head. "I've never heard of him. He's probably a figure that Bailiang Palace secretly invited out of seclusion." Crown Prince King of Jing'an stood up and prepared to go to another cabin. Out of sight, out of mind. The general of the ship had already sent Huang Tu Lang to save them. Even he had been stepped on by the old celestial. He could only hope that Grandad Deity wouldn't be so calculative with ants like them. "We all know how strong you are. Rest well and don't kick us a second time." Wei Wei knew that the situation was hopeless. It was over. His face was ashen. This evil flood dragon, who had never failed on the Spring God Lake, turned around and slumped back into his chair. Beside him was his best friend, whose face had been scratched by the halberd. He was crying bitterly. Wei Wei couldn't understand how 100 Bailiang soldiers could suppress 400 Huang Tu Lang to the point that they didn't even dare to breathe. He also couldn't understand how someone could beat the yellow dragon with the strength of a leg. Was the main warship of the Qingzhou Navy just a small boat? Su Fingnian didn't expect the old god of swords to make such a move. However, since he had created such a scene, he used the momentum to jump onto the yellow dragon ship. The Huang Tu Lang who were busy trying to salvage the people who had fallen into the water all ran away in fear. The old Taoist Wei Shuyang, the halberd Ningame, and Lu Yangshu all followed His Royal Highness and jumped onto the yellow dragon. They went up to the 3rd floor, which was originally used as a lookout. Coincidentally, they met Crown Prince King of Jing'an, who was about to leave in a hurry. Su Fingnian used the winter-embroidered scabbard to press against the Crown Prince's chest. The Crown Prince's personal guards tried to stop him, but they were instantly pointed at by Ningame's halberd and surrounded by Lu Yangshu and the other 2. The dragon claw hand expert who had been pampered in the Jing'an Palace didn't dare to move. Su Fingnian used a bit of strength on the winter-embroidered scabbard and pushed the Crown Prince, whose identity he had vaguely guessed, back into the cabin. The group of people inside, more than 10 of Qingzhou's most prominent young masters and daughters, all looked at the white-robed, white horse, and Bailiang butcher's son. The Qingzhou socialites widened their eyes in surprise, amazement, fear, and worship. Just their expressions and gazes were a moving picture. The Green Party in the imperial court was powerful. Who outside the borders would dare to challenge the tightly knit Qingzhou children? Not to mention that the King of Jing'an and His Royal Highness were standing in the circle. Su Fingnian smiled and asked, "Kid, you want to slip away? This yellow dragon ship is only so big. Where can you hide from this crown prince?" On the surface, the King of Jing'an's crown prince appeared to be extremely cultured. Obviously, he had received the teachings of the King of Jing'an, Zhao Heng. Even with Su Fingnian's scabbard pressed against his chest, he still had a look of indifference on his face. Indifferently, he said, "I'm going out to get some fresh air. While I'm at it, I'm going to experience His Royal Highness's elegant demeanor." Su Fingnian slightly retracted the winter-embroidered scabbard, but he didn't put it back on his waist. Instead, he raised it and lightly slapped the face of the guy in front of him. This action was extremely humiliating. Su Fingnian's mouth was even more mocking as he said, "Don't think that this crown prince doesn't know who you are. Surnamed Xiao, given name Sun, the eldest son of the king of Jing'an, Zhao Heng. How can there be such a big gap between you and my crown prince?" Zhao Sun, whose cheeks were red from the slap, looked straight at Su Fingnian and calmly said, "The king of Beilyang's martial arts are unparalleled for thousands of years. My royal father is wholeheartedly devoted to Buddhism. Naturally, we can't compare." Zhao Sun's words had a hidden meaning, but it wasn't too big. Everyone could tell that the king of Jing'an's crown prince was simply saying that Su Fingnian's current glory was all because of his father, who carried the world's infamy as a butcher. It had nothing to do with His Royal Highness. Pa! Su Fingnian's winter-embroidered scabbard was especially forceful this time. King of Jing'an's crown prince Zhao Sun seeped out a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. Su Fingnian smiled and said, "Well said, you deserve a reward. This crown prince will reward you handsomely with a winter-embroidered scabbard." Zhao Sun was still forcing a smile. Jing'an Palace's retainers were already prepared to risk their lives to save their crown prince, but Su Fingnian had already brushed past Zhao Sun and said softly, "I'll accept the Yellow Dragon cruise ship. I'll have to trouble you to jump off the ship and swim back to Xiangfan. Tell Zhao Heng that when the time comes, the father and son will go out of the city to welcome the crown prince." Zhao Sun didn't even bother to wipe the scarlet blood from the corner of his mouth. He walked straight out of the cabin and slowly said, "Xiangfan City will definitely welcome the crown prince." Su Fingnian didn't pay any attention to the king of Jing'an's crown prince, who was about to become a drowning dog. He first gave a warm smile to the group of dumbfounded young ladies, then turned his head to look at the capital's son, hedonist Zhao, who was cowering in the corner, as well as the fearful evil flood dragon Wei Wei. He pointed at the two with his winter-embroidered scabbard and smiled. "One of you is the son of a fourth-ranked official. You formed a clique and made Zhao Sun deliver himself to your doorstep. Good job. The other is the son of Qingzhou's Dragon King. He dares to pull the bow and shoot arrows, and dares to ram the Yellow Dragon cruise ship. He's even more of a hero." Jiang and I, who had followed the old god of swords to the third floor of the cabin, had a strange expression on her face when she saw this scene. Could it be that Su Fingnian was so domineering and rude to outsiders? Previously, in Beilyang Palace, she only heard that he made a move on the maids in the residence. After leaving Beilyang, he tormented Jean Lanting in the county town. When he arrived in Qingzhou, he wantonly played with the Qingzhou Navy. She originally thought that he only knew how to bully weak women. Su Fingnian wasn't in a hurry to deal with Wei Wei and the one surnamed Xiao. He turned his head to look at the young ladies of Qingzhou and said with a bright smile, "Which elder sister or younger sister knows how to make tea? Let's drink tea and enjoy the scenery together. I hate fighting and killing very much. If I frighten elder sister or younger sister, later on, allow me to use tea in place of wine and punish myself by drinking 3 or 10 cups. How about this?" The second sister, an oval-faced young lady from Beilyang, wasn't the slightest bit afraid of the crown prince. She volunteered with a smile and said, "I brought some spring tea before the rain and a set of tea sets. I haven't had the time to make tea yet." Su Fingnian treated the women on the ship as if they were two different people. He was so easy to talk to that it was a complete mess. He laughed and said, "It's fate, it's fate." Jiang Ni's small face stiffened. Look, this guy's foxtail was suddenly revealed. Despicable. That gloomy guy with a swollen face was despicable just looking at him. But this guy who was flirting with the group of young ladies as soon as he boarded the ship was the most despicable. Chapter 165. Every time Su Fingnian took a step forward, Wei Wei and the one surnamed Zhao would take 2 steps back, until there was nowhere to retreat. Su Feng came to the window and happened to see the heir apparent of the king of Jingyan and his retinue jump into the water. Su Fingnian narrowed his eyes, feeling deeply moved. At that time, Zhao Heng, the 6th prince, had the greatest influence. The Empress Dowager regarded this filial son the most highly. The faction of relatives and the leaderless civil officials hit it off. And it was at that time that Zhao Heng wrote the poem, "Raise an army of 1,000,000 to drive away the Mang slaves, immediately erect a monument on the first peak." That time could be said to be the most glorious period of Prince Jing An's life. Who would have thought that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? The second prince, who was originally the least favored, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was unknown how he obtained the full support of the eunuchs, chamberlains, and military generals. First, he secretly detained the Empress Dowager, then he launched a series of assassinations. Several powerful relatives died in one night. The posthumous edict appeared again. It was clearly written that the previous emperor wished for the second prince to ascend the throne. The second prince rightfully sat on the emperor's throne and became the current emperor. The 8 princes contended for the throne, causing a disaster. In the end, only one of the former crown prince died. In fact, in the eyes of those with discerning eyes, this could be considered as His Majesty the Emperor being merciful and lenient. It was much better than the deaths of all the princes and grandsons of the previous dynasties. Zhao Heng and the other princes were successively conferred the title of vassal kings, each having their own fiefdom and military power. Although the vassal laws was extremely harsh, Prince Jinghen, Prince Jinghen, Prince Xiaoheng, Prince Huainan, Prince Xiaoying, and the other weaker vassal kings did not utter a single word of complaint that reached the ears of the people under the heavens. Although the vassal laws was extremely harsh, Prince Jinghen, Prince Jinghen, Prince Xiaoheng, Prince Huainan, Prince Xiaoying, and the other weaker vassal kings did not complain at all. As for how the master and servant would go to Xiangfan, this was not Su Fingnian's concern. After thinking for a while, he turned to Ningame and said, "Kick the Huang Tu Lang who fell into the water again. One ship cannot carry so many people. Let the general of the ship take them to Mount Lao. Wang Linquan will be in charge of receiving them. When you kick their butts, don't forget to mention that there is good food and drink at Mount Lao." "I have done my best." Ningame accepted the order and left. When the young ladies of the noble families of Qingzhou heard the words of the Beiliang heir, they could not help but laugh. They looked at each other and laughed. To them, the Beiliang heir and the Beiliang heir were people far away in the sky. No matter how much they struggled in the imperial court, they would not be implicated. The Green Party had never participated in direct battles with the vassal kings. The Green Party was known as the best in the imperial court. If not for this, why was the Green Party the only one in 30 provinces? The Beiliang heir in front of them was rather interesting. Even though on the surface he was slapping the face of the Qingzhou Navy, he was secretly targeting the Jing and palace. As a result, the Green Party, who kept a clear distance from the king of Jing and Zhao Heng, felt much more at ease. They guessed that the ancestors would not be angry. It was true that the noble families of Qingzhou were united, but it was obvious that Wei Chang's family was going to be abandoned. Rather than being dragged into the water, it was better to drink tea and enjoy the scenery on the side. To be on the same boat as the Beiliang, His Royal Highness, and enjoy the scenery, how big of a gimmick would it be if word got out? Su Fingnian finally came back to his senses. He walked to the corner, picked up Zhao Heng, and threw him out of the window. He fell into the water with a howl. He then said to Wei Wei, who looked like he was going to trap the beast and fight to the death, "Let's use the ship and bring it outside of Xiangfan City, and we'll write off all our grievances." How about it? Wei Wei, who had long given up all hope and was prepared to fight to the death, was first stunned. Then, his pockmarked face was filled with joy. With a plop, he knelt down and prostrated himself on the ground. In a trembling voice, he said, "Thank you, His Royal Highness." Su Fengnian used his foot to step on Wei Jiao's head and scolded jokingly, "You blind thing. I heard that you've been racking your brains to become sworn brothers with Li Hanlin. Don't you know who he's been taking the blame for all these years?" Although Wei Wei was kneeling and had his head stepped on, his heart felt more and more at ease. He raised his head and smiled flatteringly, "It's all my fault for not recognizing Mount Tai. A man who knows when to yield and when to stand tall." This was true on and off the bed. Even if it was someone like Wei Wei who only knew how to be an unscrupulous hedonist, there were masters in all three professions. Most of them were able to do something of their own. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Get up. A man has gold under his knees. What's the matter with kneeling in front of me?" Wei Wei carefully stood up. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, the Bailiang heir's next sentence brought him back to his original state. "Your archery is not bad. It said that you practiced it by killing women. Go, shoot an arrow at the son of the governor. If you kill him, I'll introduce you to Li Hanlin. If you don't kill him." Wei Wei was silent. Chapter 166. When Su Fengnian pretended to wipe the dust off Wei Wei's body, he said in a low voice, "Wang Linchuan's silver is my silver. Wang Linchuan's grandmother is my grandmother's mountain. Do you really think that Qingzhou belongs to the Green faction? On this trip to Xiangfan, there will naturally be people who will help you think of how to impeach this Shitzi, how to act arrogantly on the Spring God Lake and how to insult the king of Jing'an and beat up Shitzi Zhao Sun. However, when you go out to shoot arrows, remember to be clean. This Shitzi can guarantee that the sisters at the table will not gossip. How about it?" Wei Wei bowed and left the cabin with large strides. Su Fengnian sat in front of the table and sat shoulder to shoulder with the oval-faced beauty who was raising her snow-white wrist to brew tea. He sat with the other Qingzhou ladies who were sitting in pairs on long benches. Su Fengnian patiently waited for the spring godhead to drink tea. He unscrupulously looked at the faces and figures of the wealthy ladies around him. Most of them were of average beauty. Only the tea maker beside him had a charm that was close to 80 yuan. Su Fengnian openly reached out and hugged her slender waist. Not only that, he stretched out his leg and lightly stepped on her lotus-root little feet. He turned his head to look at the blushing Qingzhou beauty and asked with a smile, "Dare I ask for elder sister's name?" "This Shitzi has a peach blossom beauty fan. When I return, I will draw elder sister's face on the fan and play with it every day." Play with it every day. The table of red and green orioles and swallows all looked at the oval-faced woman. Their eyes were mixed with mischief and jealousy. Although the woman who was hugged by Su Fengnian had a good upbringing and had always been bold in her actions and words, she still couldn't take it when she was openly teased like this. She didn't dare to dodge, nor did she want to dodge. She lowered her head and pretended to be paying attention to the situation. Her family background was not simple. Among the 4 pillars of the Liang dynasty, the Green faction was the smallest, but its voice was not weak. Among the 12 pillars of the dynasty and the Shang pillar, the Green faction had 4 seats. The ancestor of this woman's family was one of the Shang pillars. In the past 30 years, he had moved between the Ministry of War, Ministry of Revenue, and Ministry of Appointments. He had countless disciples and was known as the roly-poly of 2 dynasties. Someone once joked that the number of times this roly-poly personally witnessed was only slightly less than the old Grand Secretary. Su Fengnian finally drank the tea. He drank it was as if it was wine. He smiled and said, "At night, if elder sisters and sisters feel that the blankets are not warm, just tell me and I will personally bring the thick brocade blankets." Naturally, there was another wave of bashfulness and coquettishness that could only be understood. The oval-faced beauty who was brewing tea quietly looked at Su Fengnian's side profile. She seemed to have noticed something and was in a daze. Su Fengnian turned his head and asked, "What's the matter?" She smiled gently and shook her head. After drinking the tea and winning a table full of laughter, Su Fengnian excused himself and left the cabin. He came to the bow of the ship. Yu Wei did not board the Yellow Dragon Fortress ship. Jiang and I and the old god of swords stood to the side. Wei Wei had already shot dead the dandy surnamed Xiao, who was still holding Yan Huan's arm and calling her brother the day before. She sat on the deck at the stern of the ship, holding her big bow in a daze. Su Fengnian opened his mouth and asked with a smile, "Not seasick anymore?" Jiang and I smiled coldly and said, "Isn't this tea delicious?" Su Fengnian pulled out a Bailiang arrow that was shot into the hull of the ship and held it in his hand. His body lazily leaned against the railing of the ship and looked at the vast lake. He said softly, "There's no taste. It's far from the spring god tea that I drank on Mount Lao." Jiang and I asked expressionlessly, "Are we really going to Xiangfan?" Su Fengnian nodded. Jiang and I frowned and said, "Are you not afraid that the king of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, will bring out thousands of men and horses to crush you into powder?" Su Fengnian laughed involuntarily and said, "The king of Bailiang, his royal highness, died in Xiangfan. Zhao Heng cannot bear this crime. If he was really ruthless and not so indecisive, the world would be his." Zhao Heng, this vassal king's luck was not bad, but he always felt that everything he did would be in vain. He had ambition, otherwise he would not have said such a thing. If he wanted to benefit the world, his ability was not bad. When Xiangfan was destroyed, there were only 20,000 people left. After changing the flag on the city, these 20,000 people went crazy and wanted to crawl out of Xiangfan. The city became an empty city, a dead city. But under Zhao Heng's rule, he implemented Huang Lao's theory of non-interference. Today, the population of Xiangfan has recovered to a few 100,000 people. The title of being the most important city in the world is true to its name. King of Jing'an, this vassal king title was given very well. Zhao Heng's reputation among the people of Qingzhou is very good. He can be considered the best of the 7 vassal kings. This kind of person cherishes his reputation the most. What do I have to be afraid of? Maybe Zhao Heng will be worried that someone will frame him and will want to send troops to protect me. Little mud man, do you believe me? Jiang and I said with a face of disbelief, "Are you talking nonsense?" The old god of swords smiled faintly, "Little Su is not talking nonsense." Su Fengnian bent the Bailiang standard arrow with both hands and suddenly smiled, "I heard that there are still 100,000 wandering ghosts in Xiangfan that are not willing to leave the city. Little mud man, you have to be careful when the time comes." Jiang Ni's face turned snow white and he said with a strong front, "The one who is afraid of retribution is you. What does it have to do with me?" Back then, if the Pillar State hadn't been determined to besiege Xiangfan and refused to surrender, refusing to leave a life gate open, how could Xiangfan have become Fengdu? 10 years of being trapped in the city, the people in the city were sold like livestock. Kind mothers cut off their flesh to feed their children, evil fathers threw their children into the cooking pot. The various states of the human world, good and evil, were all magnified in that ghost city. Every inch of wall was an inch of blood, every inch of grass was an inch of sorrow. The yin energy in Xiangfan was unimaginable. 10 years of attack and defense, under the strict orders of the imperial court, no scholars or historians were allowed to write about it. How tragic was the truth. Chapter 167. Su Fengnian joked, "That makes sense. When you enter Xiangfan, remember to stay away from me. Otherwise, why would I cut down so many peach trees in Jean Lanting's residence? It's all because Grandpa Wei is a master of the way of 9 bushels of rice, so he carries a few more peach wood swords to slay demons." You better get close to him these days. Otherwise, you'll be haunted by countless ghosts. Women have a yin body, so their yang energy is far inferior to men's. Even old sword godly won't be able to save you. Jiang Ni's face turned even paler. She stammered, wanting to refute and encourage herself, but she didn't know what to say. The little clay figurine's appearance had always been ranked in the top 3 beauties Su Fengnian had ever seen in his life. The first was, of course, the androgynous white fox's face. The second was a woman he had seen by the Luoshui River during his 3 years of travel. Until now, he could not tell whether she was a woman from a landowning household or the god of the Luoshui River. However, she was beautiful. She was a woman in her 20s, but her face was still like a pattern in the 19 chess books. No matter how delicate it was, it would not change much. However, the little clay figurine was different. She had been growing over the years. Her breasts, which were in line with the title of Princess Taiping in the past, were no longer Taiping. Instead, they were becoming more and more plump. Perhaps one day in the future, her face would quietly be comparable to white foxes. Su Fengnian liked to tease her, bully her, and plot against her. Part of the reason was that it had become a habit. The old god of swords couldn't bear to see Jiang Ni being deceived and frightened by this little scoundrel Su Xiaobei. He unhappily said, "Girl, this little bastard is deliberately deceiving you. Ghosts are like immortals. If you believe it, then there is nothing. This old man has traveled Jianghu and seen all kinds of strange people. When it comes to immortals, only old Taoist Qi can count. If Xiangfan really has 100,000 ghosts who don't want to be reincarnated, how can hundreds of thousands of people survive these years?" Su Fengnian chuckled. He didn't mind Li Chuangong's sarcastic way of addressing him. He didn't care much about face. It wasn't something that His Highness was born with. It was something that he was forced to do. He continued to play with the arrow in his hand, whistling leisurely. What made the old god of swords feel defeated was that Su Xiaoshuo's nonsense was obviously more lethal than his earnest and heartfelt advice. Little Zhang's beautiful little face was still pale, as if she was about to run to Wei Shuyang's side with the peachwood sword in his hand. She had not even reached Xiangfan yet. Jiang Ni, who had a deep understanding of ghosts and gods, said fearfully, "Then I won't enter the city. I'll stay on the ship." Helpless, the elderly god of swords could only roll his eyes and sigh. He thought to himself, that little bastard is really little Zhang's nemesis. Su Fengnian laughed and said, "When we reach Xiangfan, we will have to abandon the ship and take the land route. What will you do then? Stay on the ship for the rest of your life? Let me tell you, there are countless water ghosts who died unjustly in the lake. Do you really think that the 10 years of war between Xiangfan and Xiangfan is just a simple siege? Only when the Xiangfan navy is wiped out would there be a siege. In the city, there's still the grand ritual of Zhou set up by the Taoist master of Mount Longhu. What's outside the city?" Jiang Ni was speechless. She wanted to cry but had no tears. Old Man Li couldn't bear to listen anymore. He rubbed his crotch and planned to walk around the yellow dragon ship. This pair of foes could do whatever they wanted, and he wasn't willing to get involved in their quarrel anymore. Jiang Ni asked timidly, "The 36,500 grand ritual of Zhou set up by the Taoist master of Mount Longhu is very useful, right?" Su Fengnian glanced at Li Chuangong's back and said playfully, "Of course. The grand ritual of Zhou is the highest ritual in Taoism. Setting up 1,200 altars is already a grand scale. Generally speaking, it's only when something big happens in the emperor's family or the ancestral court of Taoism. The word ritual means the ceremony of pouring wine. To put it simply, it's the Taoist master inviting the celestial beings to drink wine. The grand ritual of Zhou before this dynasty was only set up for the prince with 2,400 celestial beings to pray for blessings and disasters. There's also the 3,600 grand ritual of Zhou for the emperor to protect the country and its people. Xiangfan was founded by the Taoist master's residence. The 36,500 grand ritual of Zhou was unprecedented in history. It's equivalent to inviting all the celestial beings in the heavens. Back then, the Taoist master's residence spent 900,000 taels of silver. If that wasn't enough, the Taoist master's residence would have moved out of Mount Longhu long ago. Jiang Ni nodded heavily and clenched his fists. His face relaxed a lot. Unexpectedly, Su Fengnian changed the topic and laughed sinisterly, but don't forget, just like you said, if the king of Jing'an wanted to deal with me, he would have needed 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers. It's obvious that the more powerful the enemy is, the more extravagant the situation will be. If the ghost city of Xiangfan didn't have any evil spirits that were hard to subdue, why would the dynasty spend so much money? Jiang Ni was scared silly again. Su Fengnian threw the bow and arrow to a Bailiang light cavalry downstairs who was collecting arrows. He walked towards Jiang Ni and said in a low voice, "As for me, not only do I have Grandpa Wei's help, I also have many Taoist instruments on me. When we reach Xiangfan, you might as well sleep with me. It's best if we share the same bed, but even if we don't share the same bed, we have to share the same room." Chapter 168. Jiang Ni kicked Su Fengnian's knee and angrily cried, "I'd rather be killed by the ghosts than live with you." Su Fengnian bent down and patted his expensive white satin robe. He gave her a thumbs up and smiled, "You have backbone." Su Fengnian pretended to remember something and smiled gently with ulterior motives, "Yes, I remember now. The 100,000 wandering souls of Xiang and Fan are mortal enemies with Su Shao, which means that they are my mortal enemies. After you were killed by the wild ghosts, you must have something in common. The more they like you, the more you can't be reincarnated. You can talk about my bad day and night together for 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years." The little mud man stared at His Royal Highness, who was the most despicable, sinister, and scoundrel. She choked with sobs and cried until her eyes turned red. Su Fengnian sighed quietly and restrained his expression. He reached out to wipe the tears on the little girl's cheeks. But before Jiang Ni turned around, he retracted his hand and said softly, "Little fool, you really believe my nonsense. Think about it, you want to use the talisman to assassinate me. How can the ghosts be willing to kill you? They want you to live a long life to avenge them, right?" Jiang Ni nodded blankly, sobbing as she nodded. Su Fengnian turned to look in the direction of Xiangfan. His hands were on his saber. A gentle breeze blew, brushing against his face and sleeves. The crown prince, who had a pair of red phoenix eyes and a red mark on his forehead, looked like an immortal. Su Fengnian whispered to himself, "So what are you afraid of?" "I should be afraid of Xiangfan. You know, I really believe in Buddhism, in the 6 realms of reincarnation, and in karma." Jiang Ni wiped the corner of her eyes and asked blankly, "Then why are you still going to Xiangfan?" Su Fengnian smiled, "I'm going to watch the fun." "Don't you want to see the 36,500 Zhou Tian ritual?" Jiang Ni shook her head, "Not at all." Su Fengnian stretched, "Let's go. It's time for you to read." The books were all on the merchant ship. The two walked down the Yellow Dragon cruise ship one after the other. Su Fengnian said he would jump over her, but she refused. Su Fengnian could only stop the 2 ships and set up a wooden plank between the ships. Su Fengnian let Jiang Ni walk first. She walked carefully as if she was walking on thin ice. However, the more one was afraid, the more likely it was to happen. Halfway through, Jiang Ni swayed and almost fell into the spring immortal lake. Fortunately, Su Fengnian held her shoulders with both hands. However, she was severely seasick and didn't know how to swim. After stabilizing her body, she didn't dare to move anymore. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only pick up this strange girl who said she was timid but dared to assassinate him and said she was bold but didn't dare to take another step. Ignoring her struggles, he walked to the deck of the ship and put her down. As a result, he received a good beating from her. In the cabin, she was gnashing her teeth as she read. Su Fengnian was multitasking. He listened to Jiang and I read while reading the geography of Qingzhou. On the table, there was a map of Xiang Fan that Wang Linquan had specially collected. Just by looking at the drawing, one could tell that it was a majestic city. Over the next few days, the noble ladies of Qingzhou left in 3 groups. Most of them were unwilling to go to Xiang and Fan. Firstly, the ghost city's yin qi was too heavy. Secondly, they didn't want to be seen by the Jing and palace that they were in the city with Beiliang and His Royal Highness. The oval-faced beauty was the last to leave. For the past few days, she had spent most of her time sipping tea and chatting with His Royal Highness. Her hands had been touched, her feet had been stepped on, her slender waist had been hugged, and her cheeks had been pinched. Fortunately, she was still a virgin. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, looking at her expression when she left, it seemed that the latter was more likely. The women of Qingzhou valued fame more than life and death. In the past few years, when they entered the palace for the selection of consorts, this was the prefecture that paid the most attention. If the heir of Beiliang could be hereditary, according to the law, there would be 1 Wangfei and 2 secondary Wangfei. Would she really become the Wangfei of the king of Beiliang? Other than the empress, there were only a few Wangfei in the world. At most, there would be the crown prince's consort, who could compare. Although Su Fengnian was idle all day long, whether it was teasing the noble ladies of Qingzhou, listening to Jiang Ni's reading, or daydreaming at the bow of the ship at night, he was actually racking his brains to figure out how to swallow the great yellow courtyard in his body. The great yellow courtyard had only absorbed about 20%. The embroidered winter sword in his hand could break the 6 armors. At dusk, they approached Xiang and Fan City. Su Fengnian walked to the deck of the Yellow Dragon ship and suppressed the irritation in his heart. For the past 2 days, he had been receiving news from Lu Qiu. It was neither good nor bad. One was that the crown prince, who had not been confirmed for a long time, was finally coming to the surface. Another was that the literary, martial, and rouge reviews, which were held once every 10 years, had reappeared. Immortals and demons danced in Jianghu. At the beginning of the martial arts review, it said that there were 3 sects in the world. In Buddhism, there was only Avalokitesvara. In Celestial Way, there was only Ancestor Lu. In Shen Wei, there was only Demon Rinsing Primogenitor. These 3 were the most mixed in the human world and were the closest to the people. Therefore, it was evaluated that the great Guanyin of the western regions had entered the 1st rank, little Ancestor Lu of Dragon Tiger Mountain had entered the 1st rank, and the new chief of Wudong had entered the 1st rank. In the martial arts evaluation, there was a separate sword evaluation. Wudong's sword maniac Wang Xiaoping and sword crown Wu Luding were listed. In the secret letter, Lu Qiu said that the great Guanyin had already left the western regions. Little Ancestor Lu's little celestial master Qi had also left the mountain. Obviously, most of them were coming for Su Fengnian. The capital was in turmoil. All kinds of immortals and demons came one after another. What would Su Fengnian, who was unintentionally standing at the head of the tide, do? Chapter 169. When they arrived at Xiangfan, they could see the famous Jiaoyu platform on the city wall. The Jiaoyu platform had supported the wall for 10 years and a half. On the signboard of the Jiaoyu tower, there were 4 words, alone fishing in the central plains. Su Fengnian ignored Wei Wei and Huang Tulang and got off the boat. He rode his horse and galloped towards the ghost city in the twilight. He got off the horse when he was near the city gate. Jiang and I seemed to think that His Royal Highness had a Taoist instrument. He jumped off the carriage and trotted to Su Fengnian's side. Su Fingnian held back his laughter and pointed his embroidered winter knife at the top of the city wall. He squinted his eyes and said, "Do you see that? Back then, the #1 general in the world guarded there for 10 years. There are not many people who can make Su Shao grit his teeth. That scholar from West Chu who really read the spring and autumn annals can be ranked in the top 3. Even if your capital of West Chu is destroyed after the Western Wall, even if the whole of Jiangnan falls, this city and this Jiaoyu platform will not fall. Unfortunately, no matter how impregnable Xiangfan is, it can't affect the world." Jiang and bit his lips. Su Fingnian led the horse and walked slowly. The grain in the city eats the horses. When the horses are exhausted, the sparrows and rats eat the people. Jiang and was silent. Su Fingnian said softly, "The soldiers knew they would die. The soldiers guarding the city fought to the last man. No one survived. This is the war of the spring and autumn annals. These tragedies are unimaginable to the sharp-tongued people of Shangyin Academy. The walls were made of huge bricks that were specially made in the 3 continents. Each brick had the name of the place where it was made, the supervisor, and the person who made the bricks. When the bricks were laid, the slurry of glutinous rice juice and sorghum juice, as well as lime and tung oil, was poured into the gaps between the bricks. The master craftsman in charge of the construction of the Xiang and Fan cities held a sharp awl. If the awl penetrated even an inch, he would kill the person who built the city and continue the construction. Therefore, the city was as solid as iron. At that time, the historians all called it cruel and cruel. Su Fingnian stopped and did not look at Jiang Ni's face. He said coldly, "When Su Shao attacked the city, Wang Mingyang defended the city. Both sides prepared for war. This scholar, who used to be a scholar in Jixia, strengthened the defense and moved all the food and materials into the city. Even the houses were demolished and the wood, bricks, and tiles were moved into the city. To prevent Su Shao from digging a tunnel, he dug 100 wells along the foot of the city and placed large earthen jars covered with leather in the wells so that those with good ears could listen. Not to mention the 50,000 soldiers, he also divided the 150,000 people into different classes. Monks, craftsmen, and paladins each had their own duties. The necessary materials for defending the city were divided into 2 categories, official and civilian. Then, he selected Jianghu people who were good at fighting to patrol the city day and night to prevent spies from setting the city on fire. Wang Mingyang's military skills in the Shangyin Academy have been fully displayed in the past 10 years. Su Shao once said that if everyone in Shangyin Academy was like this, he could even become a scholar in Jixia. Su Fingnian continued forward. To attack the city, one must first cross the river and cross the trench. Next is the most tragic climbing of the city. Climbing of the city is also known as climbing of ants. Looking at the top of the city, you can imagine the scene of thousands of people climbing up the ladder against arrows, boulders, wood, and oil. It was during this battle that the monks in the city invented the demon-subduing pestle and the ox-nosed Taoist created the cauldron golden liquid that would fester the moment it touched the skin. In the alley battle after climbing the city, Xiangfan gathered a large number of Jianghu people and heroes who swore to defend this important city for the 3 countries of the Central Plains. It could be said that they were united against a common enemy. Before the alley battle, they had defeated the Beiliang army countless times. If it were not for them, Xiangfan would not have needed 10 years to break the city. 3 years would have been enough. People only knew that Beiliang's army was the best in the world, but they did not know that they were not bad at attacking the city on foot. In the Spring and Autumn War, they were unstoppable. Only in Xiangfan did they lose more than half of their elites, including 300 cave masters who were good at drilling. This attack and defense took 10 years. As for who was right and who was wrong, only heaven knows. However, it was in these 10 years that Su Shao, who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, had a real feud with Jianghu. The moat was unusually wide. The drawbridge on the river was not closed. Xiangfan was strictly guarded at night, but the drawbridge had been laid flat all these years. Even the main gate had not been closed for a single night. It seemed that according to the instructions of the celestial master of Mount Longhu, after setting up more than 30,000 great cycle ritual to expiate the sins of the 9 underworlds, the ghost gate was not closed and the wronged souls were allowed to leave Fengdu and Xiangfan. Legend has it that before the celestial master of Mount Longhu left the city, he personally went around the city to draw talismans. In the end, he even hung a Taoist talisman on the top floor of the Jiaoyu Terrace. On it was written, "The heavenly spirits have returned to the heavenly spirits, the earthly spirits should return to the earth." He said that when the wandering souls of Xiangfan dissipated, this talisman would burn up. However, the heavenly talisman had been written for many years and still did not disappear. Without a doubt, it became a haze that could not be removed from the hearts of hundreds of thousands of people in Xiangfan. Su Fengnian led the horse forward. Under his feet were 2 young Kuei. Beside him was Jiang Ni, who had a complicated expression. Su Fengnian subconsciously looked at the Jiaoyu Terrace on top of the city wall. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The tower was magnificent. Su Fengnian turned his head to the little mud man and said gently, "Don't be afraid." Jiang Ni, whose palms were sweaty, lowered his head and grunted. His Royal Highness could not see the person in the tower when he raised his head, but the person in the tower could see Su Fengnian when he lowered his head. The person in the tower had a slender figure. He wore an ordinary Taoist robe and hemp shoes. He wore a Taoist bun with a wooden hairpin and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. The top floor of the Jiaoyu Terrace was a forbidden area. There were several respected old Taoists of Mount Longhu guarding it. Even the king of Jing'an was not allowed to enter. When the great celestial master left the city, he made it clear that only the Taoist master's mansion could set foot on it. If the little girl and the little monk went to the Taoist master's mansion to make trouble, they would recognize this Taoist master. He was the one who led them into the inner courtyard of the Taoist master's mansion. It was he who blocked the attack of the arrogant yellow-purple Taoist master's mansion with his white-tailed horsetail whisk. He also personally introduced him to Mr. White Lotus. This little celestial master of Mount Longhu was surnamed Qi. He had the same surname as the great immortal Qi Xuanjin and the same appearance as one of the ancestors of Mount Longhu. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and was praised by the national master who ruled the world as, Tai Gong sits in Kunlun. After he left Mount Longhu, all kinds of rumors snowballed as if the whole world was praising him. However, he was indifferent because he didn't care about these things. To him, these great principles that most people couldn't understand were not principles. In the world, brothers were blind, children were filial, and husband and wife were in love. These were the principles. The great knowledge was just knowledge in the pile of books and classics. They were not knowledge. The old farmers worked hard to farm, the hawkers bargained, and the merchants pursued profits day and night. These were knowledge. He admitted that his Taoist roots were shallow, so he did not seek the way of heaven. He only wanted to enter the world through martial arts and help the world. He left the mountain for 2 things. The first was to enter Xiangfan. Before his master went into seclusion, he said that the heavenly talisman would burn. He wanted to confirm it with his own eyes. The second was to make a trip to Wudang to confirm whether the young chief could really shoulder the way of heaven. As for how to judge, it was very simple. The horsetail whisk in his hand could be used as a sword. If it could be killed, it was fake. If it could not be killed, it was real. He turned to look at the heavenly talisman that connected the world with a red rope and frowned. The heavenly talisman was shaking. Su Fengnian narrowed his eyes and saw a strange woman walking out of the city gate. She had 33,000 strands of worry on her head. She wore a snow-white monk robe and a white snake was biting on her wrist as a rope. She was barefoot, but her jade-like feet did not cause a speck of dust. She walked lightly on the suspension bridge. Outside the city gate of Xiangfan, the ghost Qi was as heavy as snow and covered the sky and earth. She was the only one who looked like a bodhisattva, transcending all living beings. On the fishing platform, the heavenly talisman burned to ashes. 10,000 ghosts out of the city. The Taoist from the Taoist master's residence sighed. Mount Longhu has lost. Mount Lantua has won. Chapter 170. The woman's skin was whiter than snow. When such a celestial woman walked out of the ghost gate of Xiangfan, Su Fengnian's horse lowered its head and neighed, its hooves pounding on the ground. Not only this animal, but the entire group of horses were doing the same. The young Kuei's scale stood up under Su Fengnian's feet. Its whole body was scarlet and its face was ferocious, as if it had encountered something dirty. Su Fengnian opened his eyes and looked over. He didn't know if the woman was a celestial or a mortal walking on the suspension bridge. There was no one stepping on the moat, but in an instant, the water was turbulent and boiling, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were passing by. The old god of swords, Li Chungang, showed a serious expression for the first time after leaving Liangzhou. With light steps, he swept in front of Su Fengnian and Jiang and I, standing at the end of the suspension bridge and facing the woman from afar. The white-clothed Guanyin continued to walk forward until she reached the middle of the suspension bridge. The old god of swords stretched out his only arm and took off the dagger talisman. The two of them faced each other. No one saw her move on the suspension bridge, but the moat suddenly exploded. The mirror image of what everyone saw was distorted, and only the white-clothed Guanyin remained clear and independent. Su Fengnian finally saw the woman's beautiful face that seemed to be shrouded by thousands of snowy mountains. He was stunned. The woman was as beautiful as a painting, and he knew who she was. Monk Longshou, who claimed to be from Mount Lantua, said that he wanted to bring him to the western region. This monk in red robes and cassock was very otherworldly, so Su Fengnian specially went to the tide listening pavilion to read the secret scriptures. The woman in front of him was the top Buddhist figure list, the master of the red sect of Tantric Buddhism. She had a long list of titles, such as Great Compassion Dharma King, Bodhisattva Mending Acupoint, Master of 6 Jewels. She was an old woman in her 40s. Su Fengnian thought that she was already old, and even if she had the skill to retain her youth, she would not be that pure and youthful. However, the woman in front of him was a little too tall, and her face was no different from a woman in her 20s. Her eyes were compassionate, and she was born with a red mole in the middle of her forehead. Su Fengnian thought that if he had known that the master of Mount Lantua was so beautiful, he would have bargained with her. Dual cultivation. No problem. As long as the master was willing to leave the western region, Liangzhou's environment. His Royal Highness had mountains of gold and silver mountains. Would he lack of a bed? Su Fengnian calmed himself down and stood side by side with Li Chungang. He said softly, "This person is the Dharma King of Mount Lantua, also known as the Bodhisattva of 6 Pearls. It is said that she has Avalokitesvara Guru, Lotus King Guru, and Rathvajra Guru. Can you defeat her?" The old god of swords held the divine talisman with one arm and was all smiles. If he didn't know the identity of the old man in the sheepskin coat, he would have mistaken him for an old fellow who didn't respect himself and was blocking his way to take advantage of his beauty. Li Chungang lowered his head and spat out a mouthful of green gang qi that Su Fengnian could see with the naked eye. It wrapped around the priceless divine talisman and shone brilliantly in the night. The old man said softly, "The monks of Mount Lantua are known to be unkillable. Back then, the red-armored man fought with an old man with a pestle for 3 days and 3 nights. Neither of them could kill the other. The Vajra state of the first order came from the Buddhism sect. This old man would like to see if he really has the Vajra body. However, it's unfair to fight with a little girl of the younger generation." Su Fengnian, who wished for the world to be in chaos, said, "The old god of swords is only holding a dagger. He's already conserving his strength and not bullying the younger generation. The cross-eyed old man glanced at His Highness the Crown Prince, who didn't want to settle the matter peacefully and only wanted to watch the battle from the sidelines. The corners of his mouth twitched, but he didn't mind. The reason why people couldn't make a name for themselves in swordsmanship was because they couldn't break 10,000 techniques with one sword. When fighting with others, they were afraid of this and that. They were so afraid that they would lose their swordsmanship in the end. Li Chungang was not willing to pay attention to Su Fengnian's narrow-mindedness. From Beiliang to Qingzhou and then to Xiangfan, he had been observing this Beiliang air. The conclusion he came to was that this kid's talent in martial arts was not bad. He was determined to be ruthless. It was a pity that he started martial arts too late. Otherwise, he might have become a Chao Guanzi before he turned 30. The white-clothed Guanyin took another step forward and Li Chungang was about to attack with a green dragon. But she was only one step away. She stopped on the drawbridge. She did not look at the old god of swords, who was a potential enemy, but at the slowly retreating Su Fengnian. She raised her hand. The old god of swords, whose name was Sword Gang, had a talisman in his hand like a green snake. His gang chi was like a green snake spitting out its tongue. A gust of green gas gushed out and his entire arm was surrounded by green gas. But this female Dharmaraja, who was born in the imperial family of central India and was born on Mount Lantua, only raised her hand to lift the pot, uncorked it, and drank a mouthful of wine. The wine was not familiar with the old god of swords gang chi, so much so that the entire drawbridge was filled with its fragrance. The little white snake coiled around her white arm. It was an extremely strange scene. This six-jewel bodhisattva glanced at Su Fengnian. With just a glance, Su Fengnian's great yellow courtyard surged like a tidal wave and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The retainers behind him were shocked and were about to step forward to protect him when Su Fengnian stopped them with a wave of his hand. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Su Fengnian's chest was not stuffy but clear. Second heaven and third heaven. If I take a few more glances, won't the great yellow courtyard be in my body? Sure enough, she looked again. Just as Su Fengnian was dumbfounded, the old god of swords frowned and shouted softly. A wisp of green gang chi appeared on the drawbridge and seemed to sever the formless chi. He glared at Su Fengnian and said, "Brat, you don't know what's good for you. Do you really think she's a compassionate bodhisattva just because you gave her some benefits? Be careful, you won't even know how you died." The white-clothed Guanyin shook her head slightly, put away the wine pot, and walked forward silently. "Brat, you and Jiang last retreat." With that, the old god of swords stomped his foot. With the sole of his foot as the epicenter, a deafening ripple of dust appeared. Su Fengnian pulled Jiang and I and floated backward. The spotless female Dharmaraja ignored the formless sword chi from the old god of swords and walked forward barefoot. Just as the sword chi was about to reach him, a big monk in a red kasaya appeared between the old god of swords and the white-clothed Guanyin on the bridge. He had a wooden expression and managed to block the rings of sword chi. His kasaya fluttered in the wind as he stood tall. Su Fengnian sighed quietly. This monk, Long Shou, who had said that he would wait for 31 years, had appeared. If it was just a six-jeweled Dharmaraja, Su Fengnian believed that with Li Chuangong's strength and the second-rank retainers behind him, it would not be impossible for them to trap this Guanyin of Mount Lantua, let alone kill her. Although the red-clothed monk was not a first-rank Dharmaraja, in this delicate situation, he was the biggest variable. Moreover, Su Fengnian did not have any ill feelings towards the monk in front of him. He had always respected eminent monks who had achieved the Tao. If they really fought to the death, regardless of the outcome, it would not be a pleasant thing to watch. The red-clothed monk put his palms together and bowed his head. "My master has entered the world without any intention of fighting. I hope that His Royal Highness will not blame him. My master has come out of Xiangfan to release 100,000 evil spirits from purgatory. He has accumulated immeasurable merit for His Royal Highness." Su Fingnian felt that these words were preposterous, but he believed them without a doubt. Both Buddhism and Taoism had recorded that there were 100,000 evil spirits in Xiangfan who had been cooked by their relatives. Their resentment was so great that even the 36,500 grand ritual of the cycle could not eliminate them. Thus, the two sects made an unwritten bet that whoever won would enter Xiangfan and whoever lost would leave Xiangfan. This would not change for 100 years. If Mount Longhu won, the two Zen temples and the monks of Mount Lantua would not be able to set foot in Xiangfan for 100 years. If they lost, Mount Longhu would have to withdraw the grand ritual of the cycle and move out of their Taoist temples. They would not be able to preach in the city. The disputes between the three sects and the sects for fame and fortune were actually childish and unreasonable. Jiang and I muttered, "She's so beautiful. She looks like Goddess Guanyin." Su Fingnian smiled bitterly. Goddess Guanyin observes the sounds of all living beings in the world. Ordinary people can be liberated by listening to her sounds. The goddess Guanyin in the eyes of the little clay figurine first brushed past Li Chungang at the bridgehead. She then brushed past His Royal Highness and said softly in Sanskrit, "I'm Guanyin. You're uncomfortable. You're not worthy of dual cultivation." Su Fingnian did not know why, but he laughed and said, "Since I'm uncomfortable, may I ask Bodhisattva to be at ease?" #####tomorrow update as the title. Recommended a few books and cartoons. Crossing the South and Returning to the North, 13 lectures on ancient poetry, the unnatural death of China's literati, the Queen of Arms, was a female protagonist. The world of acceleration was a pig's horn. Chapter 171. After Su Fingnian finished speaking, he noticed that Guanyin Bodhisattva beside him was a head taller than him. She was walking barefoot. Su Fingnian's height was already outstanding. Most of the men in the cold lands were tall and sturdy, but Su Fingnian did not appear short at all. Coming to Jiangnan, he appeared even more slender. Among the women beside him, Jiang and I was still growing. Tall women like Yu Wei and Shu Xiu were half a head shorter than him, but the female Dharmaraja was even taller than His Royal Highness. Not to mention how unconventional her clothing and temperament were, just her height alone was rather eye-catching. After the two brushed past each other, Su Fingnian very ungracefully turned his head to stare at the Dharmaraja of Mount Lantua. The wooden-faced monk Long Shou once again put his palms together, greeting His Royal Highness alone. The two had met twice in Beiliang. In addition, although Su Fingnian had a bad reputation, he was close to Su Fingnian. Everyone in Beiliang knew this, so the monk Long Shou did not dislike Su Fingnian. The red-clothed monk threw a peach at him, and Su Fingnian returned the favor by nodding his head slightly. Because of Wang Fei's worship of Buddhism, Su Fingnian loved the house and its crow. He was well versed in many Buddhist sections. This was not to belittle the principles of Taoism. He still agreed that the roots of the Central Plains were in Taoism. It was just that he had been exposed to the enmity between Su Xiao and Taoism since he was young. It was inevitable that he would have some opinions about some Taoist figures. In fact, Buddhism had always been called the Western religion by the scholars of the Central Plains. It was a very derogatory term. After the War of the Spring and Autumn Kingdom, the remnants of the fallen countries that did not care about fame and fortune in the early days all hid from the world. Once they chose Buddhism, they were widely criticized by the people. They were called to escape from Zen because of the fear of death, and cursed that the old monks' true colors were excellent. However, as the current emperor began to worship Buddhism, their views changed. There were no less than 10,000 wandering monks in the capital alone, but Buddhism did not have a leader. It was not as clear-cut as the Taoism of Mount Longhu. The black-clothed old monk Yang Taisui was the imperial tutor of two dynasties. He had enough skills and experience and was the best candidate to be the leader of Buddhism. Unfortunately, the sickly old monk was a rootless duckweed. He had even severed ties with his family early on. Even when he taught the sons and grandsons of the emperor, he would keep a straight face. It was rumored that he had broken a few feather dusters in the inner palace. The princes and princesses were all very afraid of this old monk. In the palace, Princess Sui Zhu was the most domineering. Even the fearless one said that she was only afraid of black rice crushed. In addition, the black-clothed old monk had been refusing visitors for more than a decade. If he did not form a faction and was alone, how could he have any power? The white-clothed guanyin fluttered away, turning a deaf ear to Su Fengnian's shameless request for freedom. Once she left, Monk Longshou, who had been willing to wait for 30 years, no longer had any reason to draw a circle on the ground and follow her back to Mount Lantuo. Other than the two Zen temples, the monks all wanted to say that they came from Mount Lantuo, but none of them actually went to Mount Lantuo. Su Fengnian caught a glimpse of Jiang Enai, who was staring at the back of the female Dharmaraja with a blank expression. He could not help but tease, "You want to go to Mount Lantuo with me? You want to be a concubine or a nun? Let me tell you in advance, eating vegetarian food and praying to Buddha is much more difficult than studying to earn money." Li Chungang, who had gently tucked the divine talisman back into his hair bun, said playfully, "This woman from Mount Lantuo has the intention of practicing dual cultivation with you." Su Fengnian said regretfully, "In the past, I was afraid that she would be an old cow eating young grass, so I refused her no matter what. Now, it's her turn to despise me. What a world." The old god of swords finally had a chance to make a dig at Su Fengnian, so he naturally would not miss it. He said sarcastically, "Young Su," she said in front of a large group of people, "that you are not worthy of practicing dual cultivation. You are the great king of Beiliang, and his royal highness, how can you tolerate that? Won't you be the laughing stock of the world if this gets out?" Su Fengnian said, "It's best if they laugh to death. I don't even need to learn the sword anymore. If I see someone I don't like, I'll tell them this joke. They'll die of laughter after hearing it." Old man Li was stunned. Jiang and I, who had finally regained his senses, heard such shameless words and said angrily, "You're really shameless." Su Fengnian said helplessly, "Then can you give me a way to save my face? Let 100 people rush up and beat up this goddess Guanyin? Or kneel on the ground and beg her to practice dual cultivation with me?" The little clay figurine was in a good mood after seeing Su Fengnian being looked down upon by the goddess in her heart. She turned around and repeated with a smile, "Not worthy, not worthy, not worthy." Su Fengnian purposely distanced himself from Jiang and I. He looked at the city wall and sighed, "Tonight is a good day for 100,000 wild ghosts to come out of the city." Jiang and I immediately shut up and subconsciously walked closer to Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian took the lead and walked up the suspension bridge. Xiangfan was a typical majestic city in military books. The outer edge of the city was built with a protruding horse face. Su Fengnian walked past the moat and thought about the first attack and defense of the country war years ago. He could not help but remember the Trojan bull during the siege. He turned around and asked the old god of swords behind him, "What's the origin of the name Trojan bull?" Su Fengnian seemed to realize that this question was inappropriate after he asked it. To a swordsman, having his sword broken was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation in his life. Moreover, it was broken by two of Wang Xinji's fingers. He did not expect old man Li to be so nonchalant. He only nodded calmly and said, "The name Trojan bull indeed came from the siege weapon that you guessed. It means that all the enemies in the world are cities. There's no city that Trojan bull can't break. The forging of Trojan bull and the divine talisman are no different. They both came from a piece of flying rock. The previous emperor sent people overseas to visit immortals. They happened to encounter a flying rock that fell into the sea and caused 1,000 waves. They fished it up from the bottom of the sea. Half of it was used to forge the Trojan bull and the other half to create the red armor of the talisman general. The remaining essence was used to create the divine talisman dagger on this old man's head." Su Fengnian teased, "Then you and the little clay figurine are really fated." The old god of swords chuckled. Chapter 172. The city was strictly guarded at night, but that was only for normal people. For Su Fengnian, a top nobleman who dared to fight with the Qingzhou navy, as well as a deity from Mount Lantua, he could come and go as he pleased. The guards at the gate had most likely received instructions from the king of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, and did not stop him. Otherwise, if they met, it would just be giving face to Su Fengnian. They could not hope to make the crown prince of Beiliang suffer in such a small matter. Even now, no one could say that Su Fengnian would be punished for the farce at the Spring Deity Lake. After all, it was different from the past. Right now, the king of Beiliang, dressed in a blue satin robe with 9 dragons, was in the capital. For the first time in the morning court session in the Golden Imperial Palace, this king with a different surname carried a sword as he ascended the throne. Faced with the censure of several officials, other than Zhang Julu, Gu Jiantang, and the 3 grand secretaries of the palace, Ren Tu only stood there and dozed off, ignoring all of them. As for whether or not there was fear behind his anger, no one knew. There were rumors in the capital that the king of Beiliang and his cavalry were resting at the Xiamawi Inn, which was deserted. Everyone in the capital was delighted and applauded. They all said that this was the will of the heavens, and that the unjust will find little help. The fate of Beiliang had come to an end. The Xiamawi Inn was truly deserted. In the inner courtyard, the king of Beiliang, dressed in the garb of a rich man, was drinking green and wine with an old monk in black. The wine was something that Su Shao had specially brought from Liangzhou to Graydon City. The old man in front of him, nicknamed the Sickly Tiger, had been forcefully dragged over by Su Shao. In fact, over the years, the green and wine had been sold in the capital because of his second daughter, Su Weisheng's brother appreciating the snow. However, the king of Beiliang had personally brought the strong wine for thousands of li. The gift was light, but the affection was great. This could be considered a way for Su Shao to express his attitude to an old friend in a foreign land. You, Yang Taisui, did not treat me as a friend. Even when I entered the city, you had to keep an eye on me for the emperor. However, Su Shao still treated you, old bald donkey, as a friend. That year, you treated me as a farewell. The spring chill in the capital had long been eliminated, and the chirping of cicadas did not stop. However, Su Shao still seemed to be afraid of the cold. He raised his hand and exhaled. He sighed and said, "When I left the capital, I remembered that the dynasty had 1,864 posthouse stations. Now that so many countries have been annexed, can there still be half left?" The black-robed old monk said calmly, Great Peace City, the world is at peace and stability. Why is there a need to recreate the scene of the past when there were so many posts and messages flying everywhere? Isn't that a good thing? Everyone knew that Su Shao had an inseparable feeling for the posthouse because the Liang dynasty did not attach much importance to the construction of the posthouse back then. After Su Shao took control of the military power, he proposed 10 policies. Among them, the posthouse and horse policy were developed to the greatest extent in his hands. There were also a few policies that had died midway before they could be popularized because of the end of the spring and autumn period. The elimination of the posthouse was just a miniature version. When the Liang dynasty was at its peak, it was like passing one relay station after another. The relay stations were like fish scales. Ride after ride, the relay horses were like shooting stars. Therefore, when the war of the country ended, almost all the emperors of the fallen countries were escorted to Great Peace City. During this time, when they saw a relay station 30 li away, they were all shocked by Su Zhao's methods. Many famous generals who only complained about the timing and location after losing the war were finally convinced. Because a small relay station involved many things such as the relay route, each of them was extremely troublesome. Just the planting and maintenance of the plants on both sides of the relay route alone cost the national treasury a lot of silver every year. At that time, the war was in full swing. Not to mention the incapable emperors, the wise emperors only focused on the training of armor. They wanted to spend money today so they could see results tomorrow. As an official, how could they be like Su Xiao and persuade the emperor to spend money on a 100-year plan? Su Xiao smiled. Of course it is a good thing in the short term. After 100 years, it will be hard to say if it will be a good thing. The old monk in black was a monk, but he also drank wine. He took a sip and said calmly, "You don't have to worry." Su Xiao laughed involuntarily. "I'm not a monk like you. If I don't worry, how can I face the heroes who fought with me in the past? Who won this world?" Yang Taisui frowned and said, "Zhang Julu will worry, Gu Jiantang will also worry. Also, so what if you helped the late emperor win the world? Without you, lame Su, there would be lame Li and lame Wang. You were proud of your achievements, but the late emperor didn't get rid of the hound after the rabbit was killed. He still allowed you to be the king of Bailiang. Isn't that enough?" Su Xiao said softly, "It's enough. That's why I didn't do anything after you pulled me to drink. The favor I owed you and him back then has been repaid." At this point, the old monk in black felt guilty and stopped talking. His expression was slightly lonely. When that woman first entered the world, the sword case only had 9 words carved on it: "This sword pacifies the injustices of the world." When the late emperor learned of this, he smiled and said that without this sister-in-law, there would be no Su Xiao, and there wouldn't be his great country. The dragon sparrow sword of De Liang was worthy of these 9 words. That extraordinary woman only carved the last 9 words before she died. Every time the old monk in black thought of it, he felt guilty because he was the most guilty person in the world. The old monk asked, "Then why did you still invite me to drink?" Su Xiao snorted and said, "If it weren't for my wife persuading me all those years after I came to Bailiang, saying that a bald donkey like me had difficulties, I wouldn't have bothered with you no matter how magnanimous I am." Yang Taisui smiled bitterly. Su Xiao drank a mouthful of wine and sneered, "In the next court assembly, if Gu Jiantang dares to instigate a bunch of bastards to use underhanded tricks, don't blame me for pulling out my blade and hacking him." Yang Taisui frowned and said, "Even if Gu Jiantang is empty-handed, you can't beat him. He's the #1 sword user in the world." Su Xiao asked in return, "If I hack him, he dares to retaliate. Back then, when I beheaded his direct descendant and hung him on the city wall, he dares to stop me. He didn't dare back then, and now that he's getting older and older, he dares even less." The old monk in black chuckled and said, "Seems like he doesn't dare." Su Xiao smiled and said, "Isn't that so? How was this the king of Bailiang wearing a 5-clawed python robe? He was clearly a scoundrel in the marketplace. No wonder he could raise such an unscrupulous son like Su Fengnian." Su Xiao smiled and asked, "If I really hack Gu Jiantang to death, what will you do this time?" Yang Taisui said calmly, "I've already repaid the loyalty and righteousness I owe back then. Since you can invite me to drink today, I can invite you to kill someone and leave the capital tomorrow." Su Xiao laughed and said, "You bald donkey, at least you still have some conscience." The old monk in black remained silent. No one in the world was more trustworthy than this sickly tiger. The pot of green ants was quickly emptied. The old monk said softly, "You've caused the princess to live uncomfortably in the past, and now you've implicated your children, especially that Su Fengnian. Don't you feel any guilt?" Su Xiao smiled calmly and said, "We're not a family. Once you enter a family, you won't eat a family meal. What's there to live uncomfortably? It's all fate." The old monk sighed. Su Xiao asked, "Do you know about the 6 jewels guru of Mount Lontuo?" The old monk nodded and said, "When this person first started cultivating, he didn't talk to the outside world, unlike the rest of the world. He achieved the great moksha state of motion and stillness early on. He's a great sage in Buddhism. He leaped into the 8 jewels realm at the same time as the new chief of Mount Wudong. They're both rare bodhisattvas of flesh." Su Xiao nodded and frowned. The old monk asked, I heard that this red sex Dharma king went to Xiangfan. Aren't you worried? Su Xiao muttered, how can I not be worried? She's dual cultivating with Fingnian. I'm worried, but not dual cultivating, I'm even more worried. Chapter 173. It had already been 10 days since the king of Beiliang, Su Xiao, had arrived in the capital. In these 10 days, Su Xiao had not paid a visit to anyone, nor had anyone come to the Demoyai courier station to present their name. Logically speaking, as a king with a different surname, Su Xiao should not be restricted by the rules and regulations of the clan and vassal law. Of the tens of thousands of officials in the capital, it would be best for them to curry favor with those in power. Even on the day when the results were released, quite a few officials would use the pretense of being from the same hometown to get close to those new grand scholars. Why was it that when it came to Su Xiao's side, not a single one of them showed up? In truth, with just a bit of thought, it was clear. In the imperial court, Grand Secretary Zhang led the civil officials, Gu Jiantang led the military generals, and the Green faction formed their own faction and roped in a group of stragglers. The remaining elders of the 8 parish countries supported each other, so it could still be considered a clear division. However, as the second generation of remaining young masters gradually rose to prominence, the earlier hostility and antagonism began to fade, and they began to integrate into the earlier tripartite balance of power. Among the 8 old countries, there were splits. Western Shu was the closest to Qingzhou, so most of them were absorbed by the Green faction. Many scholars in Western Chu naturally had a favorable impression of the current Grand Secretary Zhang Julu, who hailed from the Great Yellow Sect. As for the valiant Dong Yue and other barbarian lands, they preferred Great General Gu Jiantang. The latter also felt that this group of youngsters who could ride a saber and spear, as well as write poetry and literature, was more to his liking. As a result, the old Grand Secretary and the other pillars of the country of the older generation did not see eye to eye with Su Xiao. The new generation of popular officials, influenced by their ancestors and the Spring and Autumn War, would not take the initiative to side with the remote king of Beiliang. Most of them were divided between the 4 factions on the surface. Of course, if the pillar of Beiliang took the initiative to favor them, it was likely that no one would refuse this enormous honor. Hadn't the minor official of Yongzhou, Jean Lanting, relied on a letter of recommendation from the pillar of Beiliang to become an extremely noble member of the Great Yellow Sect? Su Xiao was not late for today's morning court session. When he stepped out of the carriage, he was already wearing a blue satin robe embroidered with dragons. In the past, it had always been Grand Secretary Zhang Julu who was the earliest to enter. And Great General Gu, who had always been the last to enter, and no one daring to overstep. Apart from this, as for who would be the second and third to enter the palace, it wasn't too particular. Generally speaking, it should be based on seniority and rank. However, as the struggle between the factions in the court grew increasingly intense, it became increasingly unruly. The Gu faction was mostly martial artists, and they looked down on the remnants of defeated and perished countries. They also didn't have much respect for the Green faction. The Zhang faction, which had the most influence, had always been gentle and respectful. If the 4 factions were to include the 2 variables of the foreign relatives and eunuchs, in general, it was truly a chaotic and endless entanglement. In today's court session, most of the officials learned that Great General Gu had gone to the Liao 2 days ago and was destined not to return in a short amount of time. This made many of the spectators who were looking forward to the 2 famous generals of the spring and autumn period fighting fiercely in Baohe Palace feel extremely disappointed. Perhaps because the group of tigers had no leader, the Gu faction, who were originally used to being unreasonable and fighting to enter the palace, was extremely low-key today, not in a rush to pass South Tainman. They only eyed the old cripple in the blue satin robe covetously. The Gu faction didn't make a move. The Zhang faction, because Grand Secretary Zhang stood at the door with his hands in his sleeves, as if waiting for someone, also didn't enter the palace. Known as Zhang faction's trusted civil official and conscience, the newly promoted Wuying Palace scholar Wen Shouxin, stood next to the Grand Secretary. His forehead was covered in sweat, because the Grand Secretary didn't enter the palace. In front of him, a hunchbacked old man was currently walking over the embroidered robe. Su Shao chuckled and asked, "Scholar Wen, why aren't you carrying a coffin to court today?" When Shoshin still had some courage and insight. With a heavy cold snort, he didn't pay any attention to the mockery and ridicule. Earlier, he had his old servant carry a coffin to court to ask for death, impeaching the king of Bailiang, Su Shao, for the 10 great capital crimes, begging the emperor to pay with his life, only asking for Su Zhao's death. It could be said to be a magnificent feat which of the officials and common people of the capital didn't raise a thumb. Originally, some of the colleagues within the Zhang faction who had been silently criticizing him for being promoted to Wuying Palace Scholar also became completely silent, tacitly agreeing with Grand Secretary Zhang's arrangements. The Zhang faction's influence was the most profound and vast, so if they lost anyone, they wouldn't lack anyone. As a result, the internal strife was often the fiercest. Zhang Julu surprisingly didn't care too much about this type of internal strife. As long as it didn't touch his bottom line, he never interfered. During these years, only a few people were expelled from the Zhang faction, their fates all dismal. If they weren't banished to the border, then they would never be employed again. When Su Shao saw that this Wuying Palace scholar was pretending to be deaf and mute, he patted his shoulder, saying with an amiable laugh, "The imperial court needs loyal and righteous subjects like you. I heard that when Scholar Wen was a county official, his sleeves were clean and his hands were clean to the extreme, even starving 2 of his daughters to death." When I first heard this news in Bailiang, I was already bewildered. How could this type of official only be an 8th-rank minor official? This is our Grand Secretary Zhang's mistake. Who would have thought that in just a few years, after Scholar Wen's 2 daughters died, in the blink of an eye, he would become a Wuying Palace scholar? What rank does he rank among the 3 halls and 3 pavilions? It seems like Scholar Wen should still have a few fewer daughters. If he had 2 more, wouldn't Grand Secretary Zhang have nothing to do with it? Forget about Wuying Palace scholar, even that Preservation Palace scholar would similarly be in Wendaren's bag. However, it's hard to say if Grand Secretary Zhang doesn't have many teachers. Just the death of an old Grand Secretary, yet he already has his current glory, Wendaren still can't compare. Doesn't this mean that you 2 Darren are both profiting from the dead? Ha, these words are nonsense. The 2 Darren are both magnanimous prime ministers, please don't take it to heart. When Shoshin's face flushed completely red, he wanted to curse out, but he didn't dare, feeling extremely sullen. There were a lot of Zhang faction officials who pretended to be angry, but there weren't actually that many who were truly angry. To the side, Grand Secretary Zhang Julu was over 50 years old, but he didn't look old. This current number 1 person's appearance was especially praised by others, with a purple beard and blue eyes, extremely imposing. When he was young, he was nicknamed Blue Eyes. When he worked as an aide for the old Grand Secretary, he was greatly valued. However, the old Grand Secretary was patient, willing to spend 30 years to carve this piece of unpolished jade. He didn't pull up seedlings to help them grow, refusing several promotions in the bureaucracy on behalf of his beloved disciple, to the extent where he didn't even care about the opportunity to be sent out to become a border official. Meanwhile, Zhang Julu was even more patient, spending 30 years of his life in the imperial family, neither arrogant nor impetuous, always patiently watching the court's political affairs with the cold eye of a bystander, only watching and listening, the only thing he didn't say. As soon as he left the imperial family, he became a dragon. Within 2 years after his respected teacher's death, he continuously rose 11 levels, taking over the old Grand Secretary's empty position, so much so that his position of authority even surpassed the old Grand Secretary's. Zhang Julu was ridiculed by Su Shao, but he didn't show the slightest bit of abnormality. With an expressionless face, he said, "Yang Guisher once said that if you have Buddha in your heart, you will see everyone as Buddha. If you have feces in your heart, you will see everything as feces." It is said that De Zhuguo was also present when Yang Guosher said this. I don't know if De Zhuguo heard it in his ears or in his heart. Su Shao laughed out loud and said, whatever Yang Taisui said, no matter what you all think, except for the good things he said about me, I'll just treat it as bullshit. Zhang Julu dismissed it with a light laugh. The main buildings behind the imperial city's south gate were the 3 outer court halls and the 9 inner court halls. Among the 3 halls, the Palace of Preserving Peace was the most expensive. The common people in the marketplace called it the Hall of Golden Imperial Audience. They thought that all court meetings were held there, but that wasn't the case. The Palace of Preserving Peace was usually used for all kinds of major ceremonies. His Majesty would usually hold court in the Tianqian Palace or the Hall of Cultivation Spirit. It was probably to show his respect to the king of Beiliang, Su Shao, that the 2 morning court meetings were held in the Palace of Preserving Peace. The roof of the Palace of Preserving Peace had a total of 18,000 dragon patterns. The roof of the Palace of Preserving Peace, the roof of the Palace of Preserving Peace, the roof of the Palace of Preserving Peace, the roof of the Palace of Preserving Peace. This was only the scale of the Palace of Preserving Peace. Spread out, the number of dragon patterns in the imperial city was innumerable. The huge platform of the Palace of Preserving Peace had the character, Earth, facing the south. Starting from the south of the imperial city, the central axis of the Palace of Preserving Peace, the 3 halls were lined up in a row. Not a single tree was planted. To meet the Son of Heaven, the imperial road was long. The eunuchs and imperial bodyguards were hidden in the shadows of the strictly guarded buildings on both sides of the road. It was as if they were the only ones walking in the world. Therefore, when the blood-soaked Su Shao met the emperor for the first time, he was counting the number of steps to dispel his fear. If Su Shao was like this, it was needless to say that the other courtiers who attended court for the first time were trembling with fear. Accompanying the monarch was like accompanying a tiger. Especially since the 2 successive emperors of the dynasty were both heroes and great strategists. The monarch's scheming had reached the peak of perfection. No one dared to say that they were familiar with figuring out the emperor's will. This made the courtiers feel as if they were walking on thin ice. Today, the blue-eyed Zhang Julu intended to let Su Shao be the first to attend court. Su Shao also did not decline his responsibility and took the lead to walk through the towering palace gate. It seemed that other than Zhang Julu, everyone had forgotten that as long as the Palace of Preserving Peace's Grand Secretary was empty, the civil officials had to respect the Great Pillar State as their leader.